Welcome to WYCD Wicked, that stands for What You Can Do. My name is Jake, and you are watching this space. Thank you so much for joining me today. If you're one of the new folks joining us from the Majority Report, hi there. And that was very kind of all of you. This reception has been just lovely. Well, in case you happen to be watching this show for the first time, we like to talk about news, politics, the events of the day, and then tell you what you can do about them. We had a interview lined up, which we're gonna do live today, and I invite you all to think of questions that you may have for those live guests in our second portion, and ask them because we're gonna have the opportunity to respond, to put some questions forward to activists and get real-time answers. But before that, I had the distinct pleasure of interviewing an orange, which can be mobile. It can move from place to place. A citrus fruit, you see, which can go all over the place. The person's name was Portable Orange, and they do history videos on YouTube. But they took a break from doing history videos to discuss their defection from far-right ideology, and more importantly, how they went from a relatively reasonable person, let's say, in terms of their politics, to the far right, back to the center. And that is something we need to discuss. That is something we need to understand, because in all of my time desperately trying to come up with plans to tell you what you can do about things, it has all been working against this tide of misinformation believing voters. No matter how much we work to put decent people in office, there's more people working harder to put terrible people in office, in my opinion. So we have to understand, if it turns out that the information we're going off of is correct, that means there's a whole group of Americans out there believing incorrect information. One person who believes that their old belief system was wrong was kind enough and brave enough to willingly step into an area, right, Cha, that's way more progressive than they are, and explain to us in their own words what happened with their political journey. It is Portable Orange, and by the way, I'm now a subscriber to his channel because I love history channels, and he does a heck of a good job. This is the pre-recorded interview with him, and then after that, so y'all are ready. We're hoping to talk with more General Strike people. These folks from Southern California, and they're going to tell us how we can use worker power to protect victims of ICE kidnappings, a thing that is crucially important in this day and age. Without further ado, Portable Orange. Watching WYCD on this space, that stands for What You Can Do. And today, we're talking with Andrew, aka Port, the Portable Orange, from Portable Orange, a YouTube channel I came across recently. And the man has a story that I think would be valuable for you to hear. Andrew, how are you, sir?
Good. How you doing, Jake?
I'm doing pretty well. Recently, I came across a video of yours that I think tells the other side of a story that myself and to a degree my own audience have participated in, maybe in ways that maybe we meant well but we're not proud of. And that is the division between people based on politics. Can you give us just a recap of that video of what your story with politics is?
I made a video for my channel after the 2020 election because I noticed a lot of my friends just on Facebook and social media seemed to be kind of at a loss for how it had happened. And I think a lot of people felt somewhat blindsided by it. And I was someone who, from a very young age, had been sort of more right-leaning, kind of a very traditional conservative Bush-era Republican. And then as I grew and went to college and met more people, I got a bit more liberal, and I eventually moved into more like a Bernie bro type. But after Bernie, I'd actually found that I had drifted towards Trump. And I supported him through 2016, voted for him in the state of California, so my vote definitely counted. And then was really kind of fighting with a lot of my old, more liberal friends about Trump and his policies, which I think in many ways, through my own fault as well, we just ended up drifting apart as a result of those differences. And what ended up happening was, without kind of a network of friends around me, I was turning to more online spaces. And a lot of those online spaces are a little bit more radical than just Trump supporters. And I actually did end up drifting quite a bit further to the right than even Donald Trump, to the point where there was a time where I was straight up kind of spewing Holocaust denial. And eventually, thanks to my wonderful aunt, who was kind of there for me through all of it, I was able to, through conversations, work my way back. And so the video was sort of my way of trying to show that someone with good intentions can end up in a really, really bad place. But just because someone's in that place, it doesn't mean they're completely unreachable, and that we necessarily have to go blood in the streets about everything.
Was it the wooden doors on the gas chambers that was the issue she asked you about when she said, "Where did you hear that?"
Yeah, so my aunt specifically asked me about this one element of Holocaust denial, which is quite popular actually, where wooden doors are referenced, in that the gas chambers, specifically at Auschwitz, were made of wood. And of course, wood is not airtight. And so therefore, how could they have been gas chambers? Because, you know, there's nothing airtight about them. However, if you actually look into it, you can find the Nazis specifically requesting wooden doors with a rubber seal, and B, most people already know that you don't actually need something to be airtight to kill someone with a gas. What I tell people is, if they're skeptical, go ahead and sit in your garage with the car on and see what happens. And so that initial question caused me to look into that, because I'd only seen it from memes. I think specifically there's a screen cap from Paulie, a character from The Sopranos, going, "Hey, Tone, you telling me they had wooden doors?" And actually looking into the evidence, as opposed to just telling someone, "Well, how could there possibly be wooden doors? That doesn't make sense." That sort of kicked off a chain reaction of then me looking up, there's another one that the population of Jews didn't actually decline after World War II, based on one population study that the study itself acknowledges the numbers are from pre-World War II, because World War II populations changed quite a lot due to war, and record keeping wasn't the best, so they didn't have a lot of records to pull from. Certain things like that then sort of made me realize that I'd been so wrong about this, and sort of ended up unraveling what, to me at least at the time, was a fairly consistent worldview, and eventually led me to, I guess, liberal. I don't know if labels mean anything. Probably not a leftist. If you're a leftist, you probably don't like me, but definitely not far right anymore, at the very least.
Well, that's the thing. I think the umbrella of this whole conversation is to recognize the difference between somebody you disagree with politically and somebody who has bad intentions for people you care about. And I simply, if the truth of it is that there's 70 million people on the other side that disagree so much about what is good or evil, just to be blunt. If that's really what's going on, then there is no hope. But it simply can't be. I think we have to do our part to make sure we're not on the other side of that. We're acting more like your aunt and less like your friend group that said, we disagree, we're just not friends no more. That doesn't seem practical.
I do think my friends were getting a lot of flack, especially in the comments of that video and in general. And I do think it was for the best, probably, that we drifted away. I think I was very argumentative. I definitely fought with them a lot. And I think one of the difficult things, and specifically something I was trying to get across in my video, is people need to be willing to change. There are a lot of curious people that just go down the wrong rabbit holes, and you can get them out of there. But there are also people where it's important for them that that's their identity. And I think it's a lot harder to have conversations with those people. And I think the place I was in when I lost my friend group in that instance, I think they kind of made the right call. There was a lot I cut from my video. One of them was about sort of my difficulties dating in Los Angeles as a pretty far right guy. And I even threw a joke in where I was like, which good call, ladies, you know? And I think it's because I think it's easy to look at me now that I'm on the other side and say, oh, well, how could they have done this? But I do think that it's a lot harder sometimes than we like to acknowledge some of these conversations. And there are also times where walking away, honestly, is the right call, and focusing on other people that might be in a position that you can reach, rather than just the person who happens to be in front of you at that moment.
Is part of it that at that moment there is nothing that could have been said to reach you, and it just, there needed to be another moment? Or is it that whatever, like, they just didn't know what to say?
That's tough, actually. Certainly they didn't know what to say, which I don't fault them for. I mean,
none of us do.
Yeah, and I think too, the thing about, granted, when I lost my friends, I was nowhere near the Holocaust denial levels. I was basically just, Trump's good, we should support Trump. That was about as far right as I was. I think probably more what it was I had some concerns, and when I would talk to them, I would feel as though those concerns were not really addressed. I think with Trump, one of the big things was that I wanted immigration reform, because I felt like people coming to the country illegally was a bad system. I don't think that anymore, but I would say that at the time that was fairly tame. Like, I was fine with giving these people a path to citizenship. If anything, I was mad at Obama for the Dreamer thing, for not just giving them the actual path rather than just deferring it. So there were potentially ways that maybe they could have reached me, but I think that, especially the kind of person I was at the time, it was cool for me to have an opinion other people didn't have. And I think that it would have been tricky for them to navigate those types of conversations with who I was at that time. Maybe you're right. Maybe I did need to wait a bit. Maybe I needed to get a little worse before I could get better, in a way. I don't know. I hadn't really thought about that one before. That one's a little tricky.
How did isolation affect your political views?
To me, in a weird way, I wasn't isolated. I just found a new friend group, because I think humans are social creatures. And to me, at a certain point, friends on the internet were just the same as friends in real life, because I could play video games with them. We could all hop on League together. We could kind of play these various multiplayer games together and chat while we were doing it. And it was just sort of a way to hang out. And so to me, I never really, the isolation for me actually came when I left the far right, because, my friends didn't want me back. And obviously the far right didn't want me at that point. So that's really when I was isolated, because the far right, as much as people don't want to admit it, is fairly welcoming if you'll just agree to these tenets of theirs. Like the buy-in is rather low. And frankly, most extremes have that. It's really not just the far right, but the exclusion that I think is projected outwards, a lot of times those communities don't actually engage in, as long as you're willing to be like a useful idiot or something like that. Like Candace Owens is a good example of this. Or Kanye West. Kanye West is a much better example, right? This is a black man, so therefore the far right is not going to like him for, genetic reasons, but they're happy that he's kind of getting their message out of anti-Semitism. And so in a way, they're going to be welcoming to him. Now, they're not really friends, and they will cast him aside at the first opportunity, as we saw. But it's interesting just the way you asked that, because to me, I didn't feel isolated until I left the far right, because I had a new, fairly welcoming group of friends that was like, good job, bud. You've done the research. You've seen through the lies, and now you can get welcome to the special club that knows the truth.
What convinced you to support the far right? Was it a specific argument, or was it something that was presented to you as a fact that you took to be true?
As much as I feel like I'd come off a lot better in this if I say here was the specific argument, but it was a lot more insidious than that. It was kind of a slow process. It was, first I'm like, hey, build a wall. Walls are cool. I'd like to have a wall, and genuinely my analysis ended at walls are cool. And then from there, the community of people pushing for the wall suddenly get to the point of, we need the wall because we need to preserve the culture of America. And then I'm like, of course we need to preserve the culture of America. I love the culture of this country. And then it goes to, okay, we need to preserve the culture of this country, and who really started the culture of that country? And it's like, well, we're a country of immigrants, so really it was a bunch of people. Slowly, eventually, you end up at this place where, without even realizing it, you suddenly have a position of America should be a white nation, and it's almost not clear to you how you got there. And I don't know that it was clear to me at the time. It's something that I think if you'd asked me at the time if I had always held those positions, I probably would have said yes, that I'd had those positions my whole life. And I think the interesting thing is, even if you look at the comments of my video, a lot of far-right people under those comments are claiming they've never changed their position once. When I think we know they didn't grow up in these types of environments, or if they did, they're a very small number of people, because these just weren't common opinions in like the 80s and 90s, maybe in the Deep South or something. But for most people, these wouldn't have been common opinions, and they've kind of emerged from these internet communities.
It is a fascinating point, particularly about opinions being changed one issue at a time, like in increments. Because you're right, it's just like the folks that say, "Oh, I'm not racist," even though it's 1884 and they're fighting for the Confederacy. Like, there's this, insidious is a good word. There's this way that political interests have of one way of phrasing things at a time shift the whole conversation. You went essentially from, let's say, this side to way over here to some. That means you must have crossed by some of the same issues a couple of times.
Yeah, sure.
Do you have any issue you remember looking at it one way from one side and thinking one way about it, and then thinking the opposite at the other? And what was it?
Yeah, 100%. Economics for sure, mostly healthcare and unions. I think growing up, it was very much profit incentive. We need to make sure that the healthcare system stays privatized and more money is introduced to the system, so that the people who are within that system will be encouraged to create cures and vaccines and stuff, because they want to make a bunch of money off of it. And in some ways, we sort of saw that with COVID, although the profit came from the government funding them, so go figure.
Yeah.
But then when I kind of was talking to my friends about healthcare, because I grew up somewhat wealthy, actually, and like every wealthy person, because my friends were wealthier than me, I thought I grew up quite middle class. And then when I went to college and actually met the kids of middle class and working class families, I was like, oh, I actually had a very fortunate life. And some of these kids had never gone to the dentist because it was just too expensive, and their parents worked a part-time job, and so they didn't have like dental insurance. And I was like, oh wow, maybe we should sort of get like a national healthcare system going. This was after Obama, so I guess it already existed by that point, but suddenly I was like more in favor of that. And then during Bernie, I was like, you know what, single payer, totally 100% should be the government all the way. There should be no private insurance whatsoever. And then when I kind of went back to the far right, one of the buy-ins there is, there is room actually in the far right for healthcare systems. NASBOLs, if anyone's familiar with that, these people who are kind of like communist Nazis, communism, but only for white people. But for me, it was, capitalism. And so therefore I went back to the profit incentive, but even more extreme, to the point of like, look, I'm sorry, if you die because you can't afford healthcare, that's just, that's what you got to do, because this is just the best system we can produce, and we just got to shovel bodies into the machine to get better cures for stuff.
So are you saying that you believed when you were on the conservative side of things, the more conservative side, your belief was that the healthcare function, or the U.S. healthcare functioned or needed to be set up the way it is set up in order to function for those that it works for as well as it does? Is that accurate to say?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know I was thinking about it that deeply, but yeah, sure. So then from there, when I started doing more research, I realized that the excess spending in healthcare from not having a sort of a safety net, sort of just like some sort of universal healthcare system, really costs taxpayers a lot, and that profit doesn't really end up in the hands of people who are working on cures. Like, if anything, you can sort of argue it ends up in hospitals, but at the end of the day, it ends up with collection agencies. That's what it really ends up with, because if people can't pay their bills, the only people who are making money off that are going to be the collection agencies that the hospital sells the debt to, and they're going to sell that debt at probably pretty close to a loss. So where I eventually came around to was a public option, where now I describe myself as like, healthcare should be pretty much for everyone, but I shouldn't be paying for Jeff Bezos's healthcare. So perhaps there should be a certain cutoff where we still are able to keep some sort of a private system, but that for the most part, the vast, vast majority of people who are in this country should be covered, and the government and us through our taxes necessarily should be paying for that type of a system. So that's definitely one of the best examples of me jumping all over the place.
During the early Trump years, you were on that side. You were for Trump. Then, in part because your friend group changed based on that political view, you actually went much further to the right, to the point where you were against Trump because you believed he was a half measure, essentially. At that point, you spoke with your aunt, and you had that life-changing conversation, and then the true isolation began. Is that the correct order of events?
Yeah, it was actually pretty quick. I probably shouldn't even say their name, but there's a very right-wing animated sketch comedy show that involved Wojaks, and people will know what I'm talking about if they know what I'm talking about. And I remember, I think in like 2017 almost, we were already talking about if you already knew how bad things really are. And pretty quickly it became that Trump was a puppet of the Jews, the globalist deep state, and that he was moving the embassy to Israel, or Jerusalem, sorry. We already had one in Israel. But he was moving it to Jerusalem. He was, signing off on the Golan Heights. I'm pretty sure that was around that time. He was doing all these things, and therefore he was very much the puppet of the Jews. And so therefore he wasn't on our side. And he wasn't far enough to protect, again, that white culture of America from the white people who built this country. And then from there, just because those communities I was a part of, I started getting a lot further down the rabbit hole. And then I started having conversations, not just with my aunt, but actually other members of my family who were getting uncomfortable. And there were several gatherings where I was explicitly told I was not allowed to talk politics. And I think it was 2018, so maybe like 2 years, maybe early 2019, somewhere in that range, that I was talking with my aunt about Trump pretty regularly, because the media did kind of lie about some of the stuff Trump was saying. Like there was a lot of stuff that was put forward that if you looked at what he had said, it was kind of a bad way to spin it. The very fine people stuff is brought up all the time, that he was calling the white nationalists very fine people, when he explicitly says, I don't mean the white nationalists, in literally the very next thing. And so that those conversations were stuff I was having with my aunt, because she was a, dyed-in-the-wool Democrat. And so we would just kind of talk politics with each other. And then from there, I started saying to her, like, oh, there's some other stuff you might want to look into, and kind of trying to drop red pills, the JQ kind of stuff. And probably, it was late 2018, early 2019, somewhere in there was where she just asked me, like, well, where did you read this? For the wooden doors thing specifically was what I was talking to her about. That set me down my rabbit hole. And definitely by, I don't know if it was by 2020 specifically, but certainly by January 6th, I specifically remember watching them breaking into the Capitol. This is going to be so cringe. I remember watching them breaking into the Capitol and saying, fuck Trump, for the first time, which is just such a cringe thing to say, honestly. But I remember that was the first time I was like, I'm completely done with this man, was January 6th. That was the first time I went that far. Yeah.
It sounds to me like until she had asked you for a specific source for that argument that you wanted to put her way, essentially, you were satisfied with it just being taught. Like, you were satisfied to accept it as a fact simply because it was being discussed already as a fact. like entering in halfway through a conversation and just continuing with the conversation. And the thing that made you go back to the beginning of that conversation, is this true, was somebody else who you were trying to convince, saying, okay, show me where you saw that.
I think largely, but again, I do think there's more of an issue where in those spaces, a lot of times what you end up with, again, is the kind of distribution of memes. And so I had seen things that to me were fairly clear evidence. Like, again, the Jewish population numbers after World War II. You can Google this right now and find the exact image that gets shared around. And thankfully, these days, if you Google it, right next to it will be someone disproving it with the uncropped image that shows the little note that says, by the way, these numbers are from, I think it's 38, but definitely earlier than the war. And then someone else might even share the version that they published in 48, which did show that decline. These things, I think, you're just overwhelmed with so many of them that eventually you get to the point where you've seen the documents and you've seen the journals and the sources, to where, to me, I had done research. I genuinely, in my own mind, was very, very well read on this. And so therefore was comfortable engaging in these types of conversations because I knew the document existed. Yeah, of course I didn't have it on me, but I knew for a fact I could find those images and I'd be able to pull this up. And even when I looked for the wooden doors thing, the first website I found was just someone saying, yeah, isn't this BS? And I was like, no, I want to find actually like someone saying the wooden door thing or photos or something. And that's when I found that website that was, which, boy, I should really be giving them a shout out right now. I swear it's like, it's HC is the initials. It's Holocaust something. But they were the ones who had kind of this long document going through and explaining where the wooden doors thing had come from, how it was used to kind of like push this myth that didn't exist, and some of the explanations for it. And that's kind of the moment when I was like, oh, so is it a good thing to say to people to get them out of it? I think the problem is they have to be curious. Because again, for a lot of these people, they have done the research. And so if you say your research is wrong, they're just going to say no. Or like I run into a lot when I talk to people about this online, they'll just jump to the next thing. Plenty of people in my comments will say, yeah, of course the wooden doors thing is fake, but you're missing this thing. You're missing this thing. And then I'll, talk about that one, and they'll say, okay, well, those two things are fake, but here's a third thing. And they're just going to go down the list because all they need is a single inconsistency. And neither of you are going to sit there long enough to go through every single thing that they know. So I don't actually think that's necessarily the best way to do it.
Well, that's intriguing, especially what you said about essentially instilling curiosity. It's less about proving that they're wrong in the moment and more about getting them to examine their own beliefs in any way. Have you noticed any patterns among sources of information that you no longer believe?
One thing is I've been very removed from those sources for a while now, because again, this was at this point, what are we in 2025? This was almost 7 years ago now at this point. And most of my engagement with sources these days is only to kind of debunk them in a sense. And so most of the patterns I do find are just things that, again, they're like cropped, or usually if someone shows you an image but won't provide you a link, that's usually a bit of a red flag for me. The rest of my channel, by the way, for anyone listening to this, I'm actually not a politics YouTube channel. The rest of my channel is a lot about doing kind of deep dives on historical research. And part of the reason I started doing that was actually because of this experience where I found that when you kind of track stuff down to the primary sources, you can find a lot of stuff that people will try and spin in various ways because you can take a single sentence out of context or what have you. Sure. So I would say if someone will just give you an image, and then if you ask them for a source, they just like name a book or something, like they couldn't even tell you where they got the image from, that is something that I think is a bit of a red flag. But I don't know that there actually are that many patterns, because I think for the most part it is sort of playing whack-a-mole. So as one pattern can be identified, it'll just be abandoned and a new one will take its place.
Who benefits when friends argue, when family argues, when there's this discord between us? Who comes out on top?
It's easy to look at a lot of what's going on with the far right not just today in America, but really across most of Europe and other parts of the globe, and see it as like someone is driving something, that there is some shadow group that is pulling the strings and trying to get people to believe these things. I personally don't think that's what's happening. You'll find some people. I mean, there's like Andrew Tate. You know, there are people who have a monetary incentive to spew these things. Alex Jones, David Icke, frankly, like there's people who will spew these things that are making money off it. But I think for the most part, the people who benefit are the people who are already in those communities. Because something that I go into a little bit in my video is, you often feel like when you're in these spaces, I should say, you feel like you have a lot of concerns that the rest of the world is completely ignoring. So if you genuinely do believe that there is a like culture to America, and that culture is genuinely white, and you go up to someone and say, hey, listen, we need to make like white culture forefront and center of America. And they say, oh, I don't care about that. Like, I think America's culture isn't tied to the color of your skin. That's going to feel like such a rejection of something that you care deeply about, that it's going to drive you further into those spaces. Not saying that people should suddenly start saying, you're right, we should have a white American culture. But I think that like the people who benefit from starting these fights, the people who are pushing this ideology, are the people who've already bought into it. It's sort of like like a perpetual motion machine, or some sort of like sustaining cult mentality. It's not necessarily like, again, some sort of shadowy people who are trying to push some sort of agenda so they can come in and do something. I just think it's people in the community wanting to not feel crazy.
Do you have advice for how communities can talk amongst themselves about sensitive stuff like politics?
Yeah, I think for sure. I've had a lot of success actually with talking to people on the right. And I think a big part of the way is that I'm able to talk in a language that they can understand. So like immigration is actually an excellent example of this. A lot of times when you talk to people on the right about immigration, it's, well, they broke the law, they shouldn't be here. And I think if you frame it as, well, these people want a better life, you could sort of end up opening a conversation. One of the tricky things is you need to know where to go from there, because you really do have to understand sort of the worldview of the other side, because they're probably going to say, well, it doesn't matter, they can wait in line like everyone else. And then you can sort of say, well, I think that waiting in line is good, but our system is fundamentally broken. And I think we can agree we should be sending more money to border control. I just think that we should be using it to streamline the process. We should make sure that we have more immigration judges. We have an easier way for these people who want a better life to come here and work in this country legally. And something like that I find resonates with people a lot more than just saying no human being is illegal, or borders are made up, it doesn't matter, or it doesn't matter that they broke the law, they're looking for a better life. But again, the tricky thing is you need to understand sort of the worldview they're coming from. And a lot of times when you're talking to someone like that, they're not just going to, offer it themselves. So I guess my biggest piece of advice would be first kind of ask them like why, what's the goal you're trying to achieve, or what necessarily do you want out of this policy? And then from there, I think you can move into ways to try and craft something that within their worldview can still allow for maybe sort of a median policy, or something that's not quite as extreme.
Andrew, it's been a fantastic conversation. Thank you so much. Where can people check out your content?
You can check me out at Portable Orange on YouTube, and that is it. I am trying to work on other social media, but that is all I have for the moment. I mostly do deep dives on historical content. For the most part, I have done Rome up until now. I did a very fun video on sexuality in Rome, and kind of what a lot of primary sources have to say for that. I have over 140 primary sources linked in a companion document, so that you can go through the sources yourself and see if you agree or disagree with me. So stop by. We'd love to have you.
That was, whoopsie daisy. There we are. That was Port, the Portable Orange. I really enjoy his channel. It is a history channel, not a politics channel, but I appreciated his insight today. I think especially when it came to things like, talking about Medicare for all in language they will appreciate. It's not to hide the ball. It's not to hide our intentions, but to express the full range of our intentions. Because our intentions are not just to help this group or that group. They absolutely are to help whichever those groups are, but they're to help everybody. And if that is true, we should be able to make that case in any way, from any angle it's asked for, in any way that it's asked for. Fascinating interview, fascinating guy. I really enjoyed him. So please, if you enjoy history, and especially deep dives into history with sources checked, because he these days is very careful about checking his sources with great reasons, go check out Portable Orange on YouTube. Now, we're going to be talking to folks who are doing the Lord's work, in my opinion. We live in an era where there is government-sanctioned kidnappings of citizens of the United States. Forget even citizens of the United States, of human beings who are lawfully within our borders. And in fact, even forget lawfully. There's government-sanctioned kidnappings of human beings who are doing nothing to bother anyone. We have protested so many things for so long with no result. We must look at additional methods of resistance. We need to get creative. We need to get, frankly, serious about protecting the people we say we care about. Fortunately for you and me and our eternal souls, there is someone who's out there doing that. There is somebody who we can look at for guidance. Their name is Cesar Vasquez. And I am going to pull them and I think Xavier up now. But let's ask for names. Did I get your names right?
Yes. My name is Xavier. So
Xavier. All right, that's rad. Good job.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello,
fellas,
everyone.
Can you tell the audience who you are and what organization you're with and what they do?
Sure. Do you want to go ahead, Cesar, or do you want me to go first?
Go ahead.
Shoot, okay. I don't want to be too taken over. So my name's Xavier. I am by day, like I do engineering. I'm an electrical engineer, and I work in the power sector. And I am with the General Strike Carolinas chapter. So that's who I'm representing in this call.
All right. And Cesar, who are you with?
Hello, everyone. My name is Cesar Vasquez. I am here located in the Central Coast in California. I am here representing both General Strike Central Coast, but also my own organization, La Cultura del Mundo, which translates to the culture of the world. So thank you so much for having me.
Now, my understanding, if I'm recalling correctly, is that La Cultura del Mundo was attempting to put on La Puerta de la Mesa. Nope, La Mesa de la... Please help me.
So
another strike.
La Cultura del Mundo is organizing a national movement. We're starting it on August 1st with La Marcha de la Puebla, Heroes Not Villains. And it's a start of a sustainable movement, right? With the No Kings Day protest, we saw a lot of protesting and we saw a lot of movement for one day. We saw a lot of anger, we saw a lot of action towards one person, but the reality of our current system is that yes, there is one person that is hurting the country, but there are multiple people across the US who have allowed that to happen. So our goal is to change the narrative to show that immigrants are heroes in the community and not the villains, and to do that in a sustainable way with a movement that can continue to happen. And we're not just fighting for, I'm here in California, right? So a lot of the immigrants that we see here are from Mexico and the countries below us, but we're advocating for, immigrants from all countries. We just released flyers in Mandarin, Arabic, French, English, and Spanish so that we can advocate for everyone. So, La Marcha de la Puebla, heroes not villains.
Excellent. So, gentlemen, please explain to me how your organizations are resisting ICE kidnappings.
Xavier, if you want to
Sure,
go
I'll
for
go
it.
first. So as far as I know, I'm recently just joined and getting integrated within the Carolinas chapter of the General Strike. But our biggest and most foremost thing is, of course, resources. So we've been spreading the word on our social medias as well as within, community. We've been telling people to make sure they look out for their neighbors, make sure that their neighbors do know information about whether it's ICE raids, whether it's about ICE visiting this, relative cities within North Carolina, South Carolina. But our major thing, and I'm sure that Cesar will touch on this more, will be the actual general strike that we have coming up on August 1st. So, and if you don't know what that's about, we're planning a general strike, anti-ICE strike. Everyone, who's in solidarity with the message of anti-ICE is going to hopefully strike on that day. Make sure that we don't have people who are actually, we're just coming together with solidarity and making sure our message is heard, that we don't mess with ICE. ICE is not tolerated within our community, and what they're doing is both unethical, immoral, but also just illegal and disgusting.
On what scale? So you had particularly bad abuses of power in LA. On what scale can a strike be done? La Marcha de la Puebla is asking for everybody we possibly can get on August 1st. But say in your town, there's a huge uptick in bounty hunters kidnapping people. Can you organize locally to stop work until they are gone?
Yeah.
Who? How do you get together? How do you know that a group is going to join you in that?
Honestly, it's just outreach, right? There are so many affected communities. You just have to do the work. You have to start doing the work. Go to the bus drivers who take you from place to place. Go to the people who pack your groceries. Right now is a time of so much fear that the people that I am trying to organize are the people who aren't necessarily being affected, if that makes sense. Because
Yeah.
both my parents, they're immigrants. Both my parents are field workers. They've been working in the fields for over 30 years, since they were 16 and 14 years old, right? And it would be unfair to me to ask them to fight against the system when they can then be deported, right? We are asking for everyone who has the ability to do so, to strike, to go to your community, to go to your coworkers and tell them, don't come to work on August 1st. Organize a vigil, organize a march, organize a protest, do something. Even if it's standing outside of your business and saying, don't enter today, right? Stay home. Defend the immigrants that feed you, defend the immigrants that keep this country running.
So broadly speaking, the idea here is to, on August 1st, flex our power, whatever that is.
Yes.
Even if it turns out not to be much, gauging how much people give a damn at this
Yeah.
moment.
And there is
and
no
hopefully
not much.
scaring the bad guys.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We can't threaten them in the ways that we can be threatened. The only thing they care about is their hoard of gold. So if we can possibly reduce that dragon's hoard a little bit, even by giving America 1 day off, I see a lot of value in that. And give me a moment to pitch to those folks who are thinking, well, I am kind of angling for a promotion. It doesn't affect me quite so much yet. That famous quote from Martin Niemöller, a German pastor. First, they came for the socialists. I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists. I think everybody seems to take that to mean that the socialists come first. It's different for every country. In our case, first we got used to black folks being executed by the government with very little cause. And we didn't stop working. We were willing to protest, but we didn't stop going to work because our little trinkets were that important to us. That's who they came for first. Then they came after the Muslims, and they blamed them for an attack that not all Muslims did, to be frank. We are not at the first they came for the socialist part. In that quote, it turns out that the immigrants are about where the trade unionists are, about middle of the quote. And you might not be at the end of the quote, my friend. It doesn't necessarily end with the group you're in. And it certainly doesn't end with with the economic class that you're in. So if you're even a little bit nervous that they might be coming for you, just take off the 1st of August. Unofficial holiday for decent people. Take it off, and if you want to really show your allies that you give a damn, make it very publicly clear why you're taking it off. Post it all over your social media and say, I am taking off August 1st because I am sick to death of my fellow countrymen, by which I mean people who are in the same country as me, being kidnapped.
Absolutely.
I would love to give the audience a chance to ask you guys questions. Folks, if you have questions for 2 of the most effective organizers I've had the pleasure of meeting, put them in the comments. I'll put them up here, and we'll take a whack at answering them. Oh my God, Nick, the producer, just crushing it as well with getting the comments up there. One additional thing. So the goal, first and foremost, if you want to be organized, join, am I saying this correctly? Join La Marcha de la Puebla on August 1st. Go to the link Nika put up in the chat. We'll post one if this video gets where this video gets re-uploaded. But long term, we are flexing our power for the first time on August. The first time you go to the gym is not very impressive. So what about 6 months from now? How do we help get to a stronger place then?
Yes, that's a great question. So August 1st is a starting point. It's historically been a day of starts. It's the same day that the Harlem riots started. It's the same day that the 1936 Olympics started when Jesse Owens stood up to Hitler, right? So August 1st is a day of starts.
Perfect messaging.
It's not a day of ending. It's not a day. It's a marathon, right? On August 1st, you organize your community. If you can't not go to work, then after work, hold up a sign in the corner of your street, the corner of Main Street, and say, here we are, right? We have a map of solidarity. Go to our website and fill out that you're going to be protesting on this day at this location in this city so that you can show the world that we are coming together to fight for all immigrants, right? After this, our goal is we're going to be sending out resolutions across the United States where people can input their own ideas on how to defend immigrants and integrate them into their city levels. Our goal from there will then be to push those resolutions to be passed at the city level so that there can be hotspots of protection for immigrants across cities. Because obviously right now we can see our federal government isn't going to defend us. So we have to create the defense locally. From there, it's city to city, state to state, until we can create an America ran by the people and not by the power that we have known.
Absolutely crucial what you've said, because that also means we don't have to wait in 2-year increments for safety for human beings. You can do it right now in your town. Make it happen. Case in point, just to tie it to another major political event, Zohran Mamdani offering free childcare to residents of New York. Once upon a time, that was something Joe Biden was trying to pass. And it's because Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin didn't get on board that it didn't pass. It could have been federal, but because it wasn't, it was still able to be done at the city level. If you can do that for groceries, you can certainly do that for human beings not being stolen off the street. You've just answered this. I'd like you to do it again anyway, because it's a great question and it deserves to be underlined. And hold off for the sake of our handsome editor. I'll point to you when it's time. I wonder if they know how home health care workers can show solidarity. Mine won't not take care of me for a strike. Does she just not mark the hours worked that day? Gentlemen, do you want to give a quick summary of what you said regarding what you do if you can't take off work?
Protest after work.
Yep. That's all I could say. Protest after work. Make sure that they show up at other events that we have going on. Make sure that they let people that they know that there's a general strike going on. You don't have to, like, if you can't attend, and I understand there's a lot of essential professions. There's people who are scared, especially if you live in at-will states or you live in states where they can just get rid of you for any type of reason they want. It can be scary. So you don't have to be the one on the front lines. You can always tell people who you know. Take off the 1st of August. Take off that day. Say that you're sick. Don't say anything. Just do what you have to do. If you can't do it, connect your network. Connect those dots. See who people are interested in joining you with that strike. And make sure they can help you for you.
There's 35 people watching right now. All of them, presumably, have a YouTube account. I beg you, do a post in your community tab. Simple as that. On YouTube, do a post with a link to where people can volunteer. On a related note, Stella says, I'm a dot of blue in a sea of red. I would love to be a safe place for someone feeling it in South Carolina. Is there a registry of any kind, says this angel? What do you guys
Yes, there is. So if you go to our website, laculturadelmundo.org, there is a section that says La Marcha de la Puebla. And if you scroll down a bit, you can see our map of solidarity. There you can input your information, where you want to host your event, march, vigil, community meeting. And from there, we'll add it to our map so other people in South Carolina can then go check, where is this protest going to be? They can find your information and we can all come together, right? Our mission isn't to create multiple movements across America, but one continuous movement where people of all demographics come together for each other. It's been very difficult times. I shared earlier that I've been up since 4 a.m. this morning patrolling for ICE. We've spotted over 44 ICE vehicles in a city of 100,000 people.
What do you do when you see them?
We see them. It's a really hard time. We're seeing 4 people getting picked up every day or so. Recently, I was sent to help a mother who was pregnant, who had her 2 kids. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be there in time. She was deported with, while pregnant, 2 kids.
A pregnant mother taken away from her children. Is that correct?
Yes.
These are the villains they're trying to stop.
Yeah.
All right. Very quickly, I want to underline this. Not even a question. Everyone doing what they can gets a lot done. That is absolutely true, Natchiket. Yes. Also, my good friend Pinkerbell has a question. What labor unions are you engaging with, and what does that look like in terms of a general strike?
Yeah, so for labor unions within the Carolinas ourselves, we actually engage with a lot of different labor unions. We actually have a lot of people who come in to join our chapter, to link with our chapter, essentially, to who are as part of a union, to be like, okay, here's our contact. We're an intermediary, we're a liaison. You can reach out to. We'll let you know when we have meetings, and you can join. So we have USSW, the Union of Southern Service Workers. We have some mentions in there, a couple events as well. But we have a lot of different unions that we interface with. And the purpose of the general strike is not necessarily about like, oh, it's our general strike, the Carolinas or even the General Strike US organization. It's actually more so about just connecting the dots between everyone, right? So if you are like, hey, I'm interested in doing a strike, you can go ahead and turn around and be like, hey, listen, can I get in touch with this labor union? And maybe they can feed us information about what we need to know. They could tell us information on our end, so we could tell all of our people within our network, hey, here's what these union people think is the best decision. Because, the fact of the matter is, unfortunately, being from the South, a lot of places are at will. So you can get terminated at any time, any place, for anything, and they don't really got to tell you why. And so inherently you have a lot of reluctance and worry from people who work in the South that, if they get caught or whatever taking 8-1 off, and then maybe the general employer figures out, oh, that's when the strike was supposed to happen, they may get terminated. So they give you those resources, they give you advising, they give you ways that you can just reach out and spread the message. We are not necessarily a part of any type of labor union, but we support all labor unions. We back them all because we all believe that the right to work, and not only that, but just workers altogether, we hold the power. We make sure that the elites get the money, right? They can report their earnings. And if we stop working altogether, they got no earnings to report. And that's really the fact of the matter.
And this truly is starting to take advantage of the structure of rule that the oligarchs have set up. Because back in the day, if you were a CEO of a company, you would expect to be at that company for 30 years, not unlike the employees. And so the company's overall health reflected on you. That is no longer the case. CEOs do this like gig work now, and they only care about getting the 5 or 6 quarters that they're in charge to look, not necessarily be, but to look very profitable. So if you get a big enough strike in even one industry, particularly an industry that has an oligarch that's doing a lot of evil, you can put the fear of God into them by saying this quarter that you were willing to fire half your employees to gig the numbers for is actually going to be way less productive than you thought. This is a way to cause pain that only villains will feel. And I think it's genius that you guys are doing this. We have been given a couple of really good comments. I'm sorry to if we go just slightly a few minutes long, but I do think these are worth asking. There was a comment here that I'd like you guys to address, and it's going to be hard. Sorry. And I say this to you also, audience. Don't hold it against them if they don't have an answer. You guys, if you don't have an answer, it's fine. Carl Schmidt says, except for the police union, they ain't like us. Here's my question. Is that so? Could we not use the police union? Let me put it like this. Their ICE ain't police. No matter how much they try to pass themselves culturally off like that, and no matter what other evils a different organization have done, they are not the same thing. So I hand it over to you. And again, there is no answer that's right or wrong.
Yeah, I want to give some background, right? So this movement, I started this movement a few months ago, and this movement is entirely youth-led, right? My team ranges from 12 years old to 24 years old. And so it's led by the people being affected. I have people in my team who are immigrants. I have people in my team who are children of immigrants, who are the field workers, who are the working class. And so this movement is for them, the families, and everyone like them across America. When I'm organizing, when I'm being a leader, people constantly ask me, what am I fighting for? Right? And my answer is always, I'm fighting for hope. Right? And I'm fighting for a better future for my team, for the 12-year-old that's on my team, so that she can grow up into a better future. And the only way to do that is if we work together. If everyone comes together to support each other. The reason that people across the world have faced so many difficulties is because we have constantly been at war with each other. And the only way that we can truly live in a peaceful world, for the 12-year-old on my team to truly live in a peaceful world, is if we come together and we support each other. And so, yes, even the police's union, right? At the end of the day, there's not going to be a perfect world if there isn't people supporting each other. That's my answer. That's my personal opinion. Xavier, yeah. If you have a different answer, I completely understand that too.
No, I mean, I think I really respect I would love, if we had police officers and people who a lot of people perceive as in power, the peacekeepers, right? The authorities actually coming along and supporting us. I think, and this is totally irreflective of, I want to say, my general chapter. This is just a personal take for me. My issue with the police unions is that they tend to do a lot of they'll brush up the work for the people who don't do so good. And so, if you have police officers who come, they're like, listen, I'm with the general strike. I think what's happening in this country is disgusting. And I hate how ICE agents are trying to masquerade as peacekeepers. And they're actually doing a lot of harm. Absolutely, we'll accept you. I think the general issue, and I think this for me personally with the police union, is that they operate like a mob, right? A lot of times what you have happening is you have a police officer doing a grave injustice, just absolutely disgusting overreach of the law. And then you have their boys, the union, who come by and they're like, it's okay. Listen, it happens. It happens in the exercise of the law. And while it is, I think it's completely messed up. If you're going to work with us, absolutely. But I frankly see police as being protectors of the elite. They're the long arm of whoever is paying them the most amount of money, whoever's giving the contracts. And unfortunately, if you look at who it is, they're protecting, business owners in interest. Like, would you think it's reasonable that in New York, where there's a whole lot of just, injustice from the police union and all that stuff themselves, they're going to go and deploy a whole brigade to take care of Teslas getting vandalized, things that are, it's a piece of metal, it's a car, and a shitty car at that.
The union leaders of today are going to be inevitably replaced by the officers of today. And the officers of today might be wrong-headed, but they will at one point reflect upon their actual lived experience. And when that whole brigade of cops was deployed to go protect Teslas, there was somebody who had to cancel a date with his new wife to go stand in front of a rich man's cars. And he'll remember that. In addition, ICE just got $170 billion. That is more money than some countries' militaries have to spend over 4 years. Now, if you go to a police officer and say, how much overtime did you have to work? How many calls did you have to go to that a social worker should have been sent to, that a trained psychologist should have been sent to? Instead, they sent you for the little money you make when you're already exhausted. They weren't willing to pay for that convenience for you, but they were willing to pay a bounty hunter to walk around your town, waving around a gun in your town, causing paperwork for you in your town, officer. There's a pitch to be made to these people, even if they don't share our fundamental morality yet. I think there's inroads. But I also think you guys are being very practical, because you're right, the union leadership isn't going to give.
I really agree with you. I think that I think my hope is that, and I don't have to see eye to eye with everyone who is in this movement with us. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I ever will. I think there's just so many people who want to change things. And the fact of the matter is, and I've been saying this to my friends who are a little bit on the fence, look, any person who feels like there's wrong going on in this country, I think fundamentally, if you are a good person, you see that this is wrong. You see what's going on with the tax dollars going away from, we can't afford healthcare, to funding a concentration camp and whatever. You see all that and you're like, this is wrong. You may be more on the conservative side, but look, we all have more in common with each other as the workers, from the construction worker to the trash man to the high up, cushy person who's working in an office. We all have more in common than we do a billionaire. The billionaire got so much money, he doesn't see us no more. He just sees stacks and stacks of money. We got to work together. And I think if the one cop is like, you know what, damn right, that's messed up, welcome to the team, man. We want to have you who can help us, because we need everyone we can get to stick it to the man.
I have more in common with a farm worker who doesn't speak a lick of English, that was born in a totally different country, than I do with somebody who was born next door and makes $100,000 a year more than me.
Yeah. In
terms of our lifestyles, way more relation to the farm worker than the rich guy.
Exactly.
Good, great guys. It breaks my heart to say this, but we're out of time. I want to talk to you guys and anyone from your organization as much as possible because we need you. So I mean, yeah, all right, I'll just be real. A lot of pressure, tons of pressure. Doesn't matter. You got to do it anyway.
I'd love to come back. No, this was a great opportunity. And I love being able to share my perspective as an individual, as part of a collective organization, and really just spread some hope amongst everyone. Because I feel like now is a really easy time to get down and be like, we can't do much. But coming on stuff like this really helps.
Yeah, we need to spread the word. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. You know,
one more time, where can people go to be ready for August 1st?
August 1st, go to laculturadelmundo.org. Reach out to me by Instagram if you'd like to, Cesar Vasquez _535. For everyone's information, I'm 17 years old and I've been doing this since I was 13. So I've been doing this for a while, but this is really a personal fight for me. So thank you for having us, and I'd love to work with anyone and help anyone that needs support.
We're not going to the Power Report yet. You're 17 years old, man.
I'm 17 years old.
That's amazing. Yes. That's amazing.
You were out at 4 a.m. defending your community at the age of 17 instead of getting hammered and making mistakes with gals.
Someone has to. Yeah,
you're doing good stuff.
It's a trade-off for sure, but someone needs to do the work.
And if you're interested about some more information about the general strike, you can go straight on Google, type in General Strike US, go on the website, sign your strike card. It's not a commitment. It's just showing that you're in solidarity with the message. And then from there, if you're interested, I believe there's a link tree on the website you can go on. You can join the Discord if you're interested and find your local chapter there. And if you really want to get involved with your community, you can hop straight in, get the chatting, find your community. South Carolina, North Carolina, doesn't matter. South, North, East, West. We'll be here for you.
Everywhere.
We'll be here for you.
We're everywhere.
Indeed. Fellas, thanks again. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Well, it's going to take a moment to digest. We're relying on a 17-year-old to save us. That's how badly we've failed. Please get out there. Don't make him stand alone. Genuinely, Cesar is a hero. That is, if you ever wanted to know what a real-life hero looks and sounds like, you just saw two. Next up, The Power Report, starring somebody I'll just be honest, wildly jealous of, Dan from the internet. He's cool as hell. Wake up every day wishing I could be him, but I can't, so I got to watch him, which I'm going to do now. Dan from the internet, Power Report on this space.
Hello, humans. This is your power report for the 10th of July, 2025. I am Dan from the internet. We are in yet another one of these weeks in the administration, and I'm joined here by Bam and Kristina. They'll be on the screen shortly. C's will be on later. Ray had a scheduling issue, so she'll be on next week. Apologies, but yes, we have a lot of stories to go on. Bam, you're now on screen. Kristina, you are now on screen. Hello.
What up?
Hello.
So we got to do another one of these, huh?
Oh no, how terrible.
Yeah, there was something actually, like, in a rare, I promise I'm not just like kissing ass to a co-host here, but like there was just like I want to start with the Epstein stuff, and you, Kristina, are abusing your blue check mark, and you had a banger here that I'm gonna show on screen. I'm gonna. Do you want to read your tweet? I feel awkward reading your tweet when you are on screen here, so go ahead.
Yeah, I can read it. Actually, you know what? Let me pull it up so I can actually read it because that's a little too small for me.
Totally, that makes sense.
Let me
But
do
yeah,
that.
we were talking about the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, and there's this like this fake cognitive dissonance going on the right wing, where they want to try to believe that this never happened, that like there's no relationship between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, that him saying that the files just magically don't exist makes total sense, and that they would have accepted the same thing under Joe Biden. But yeah, that there's some context here, and like when you posted this, I saw this, Kristina. I'm like, thank you for grounding us in reality for a moment, because I'm just like, yo.
So yeah, I got it. I remember in the aughts when Trump used to be on Howard Stern all the fucking time and used to say some wild ass shit, and no one even regards it anymore. Dude was talking about a 16-year-old Lindsay Lohan being good and bad because she had a problematic father and brought up her having freckles on her tits for some fucking reason. Dude was talking about his own fucking daughter on that shit. Like, fucking his daughter, bro. Like, he's on the fucking list, bro. This ain't some men are like that type shit. That motherfucker is a sex pest and always fucking has been. Anyone with a functioning brain and minimal critical thinking skills can see that. Like, you cannot fucking tell me that a New York yuppie with more money than God would not possibly treat women like property. Come on, bro. And no, don't do the people can change. He was fucking like 50 when he said that shit. That's a dirty old man, for fuck's sakes.
Oh yeah.
No, absolutely. And I remember, like, I thought this was, never mind the Access Hollywood tapes.
Yeah.
But I thought this was common knowledge that we all knew that
it's like we forgot about it.
No, but like we all knew that Donald Trump was like the head of like Miss America or Miss Universe or whatever.
Yeah.
And he was well known for walking into the girls' like dressing rooms.
Yeah, like Team
while
USA
they were changing while getting ready. Yeah, like Team USA. Like literally, like Miss America is like literally it's all creep like Hugh Hefner behavior.
Yeah.
But like it's you gotta underscore Miss Teen USA pageant to understand that, like, here comes Shiesty Donald walking through the dressing rooms. Oh, that's the guy. You get him. Yeah. It's like Temu Hugh Hefner. It's Dollar General Hugh Hefner.
Yeah, you know Hugh Hefner had himself buried next to Marilyn Monroe. Fucking piece of shit.
One of
kids these days would call that a simp.
I think the latest Michael Moore documentary, I can't remember the name of it, but he did like a compilation of Trump's creepiness with his daughter, and
it's a lot.
It's a lot, dude. It's just like, yo, come on. Like, yeah, it's like, sick.
Ivanka is his greatest creation. That's what it is.
That's what he thinks. It's like that's his crown. That's the crown of his jewels.
I mean, a hot daughter I want to fuck is what he's basically.
That's his ex-girl. That's his ex-girlfriend.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, again, quoting, there's a lot of things I like about my daughter. I want to say sex, but I can't.
Yeah.
End quote.
Yeah. That's his side piece.
Yeah.
That's what he means by "Make America Great Again." Hey, C's, how you doing?
Hey, and don't want to be introduced at that point, but yeah.
No, you don't want to talk about incest?
That's crazy. Why are you setting me up like this? That's crazy.
Since when, Caesar? Since when?
What do you mean since when? What the hell?
Caesar, happy Surprise Women's History Month. When's the last time you gave a woman money? We're talking about craziest questions we've ever asked Caesar on stream.
Gave
that's
a
still
woman money?
number one.
Like unsolicited, or just like because like you're a woman and
See,
I
you're not supposed
appreciate you.
So the main story we're going to talk about is just like right wing Epstein
Or like-
cope. Like it's
Yeah,
been
all the right wingers are like, how did we were? I'm like, y'all were fooled. Like, if what happened to phase 2? You know, like, hey, Chai Red Check, I know a pedophile ring that you're covering up.
so like hang on. Actually, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do this. And again, this is very outside of my character here. And I tend not to do this sort of thing. I tend to avoid this sort of thing. But Time Magazine recently did their first ever top 100 most influential creators of 2025.
Congratulations to Dan from the web for making the list.
Congratulations for Dan from the web for making number 617 on the top 100 list. But I do want to give thanks to my boy Kaisa Nat over here, who got the main number 1. But I also begrudgingly would like to give thanks to another winner on the list, one Hassan D. Piker.
His last name was Cedar now.
Hassan D. That's not how family lineage works. I'm trying to tell people. But no, Hassan Piker made the list, and you know, I don't need to go through the whole history. I don't really care. I'm not trying to even do the clout thing. I will just say, and I'll express this here, having worked with him and having seen him mature a lot, I'm proud of him for getting this accolade and this recognition. Who knows what happens in the next couple of years?
It makes all the right wing like hate just seems just online and nothing. Like, he actually is very much like, no matter how many drama farmers for Sex Pest in the streaming world like to, you know, say otherwise, you know.
What number is he?
I don't know if they numbered them all. They just listed 100 of them. But and just know like Kaisa Nat is the cover page, so naturally he's number 1. But I don't think they put numbers anywhere. Otherwise, that's all Hassan would talk about until like he turned 40.
Yeah, shout out my boy Speed for making it too.
Oh, Speed made it.
Be pissed.
Yeah,
that's
Speed,
good.
My boy Speed, fastest man alive.
If
miles in a race.
if there were a ranking, Speed would be above Hassan.
But there is. I think it's split in between like legacy or something, or like premium.
Yeah, there's like Titans, entertainers, leaders,
and hot tour girl.
Higher like in the Titan area. Like they're like super up there.
I just think it's funny they make Hot Tour Girl a political commentator or
how she got there is crazy. Like she literally stole money.
Yeah, and also her account now has been bought by like a cryptocurrency like business, so it's like tweeting out stuff like that now.
She ran a crypto scam and then told people, well, when they talked about it online, to closing after everybody was arguing about it, she said, well, I'm about to go to bed now, y'all. Good night. And that was her sign off on people losing like $1.3 million in the community or somewhere, $700,000.
Dan, do you know most of these people?
I know some of these. I mean, I know of some of these people. I can't say I know these people.
Like, do you know like them as streamers or?
I know a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
Streamers. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Jordan the Stallion 8. He's the guy who will do like the phone like.
Oh my God, I
fucking
love him.
Come here real quick. Like he'll be
back
like
it up.
Guy.
I love Jordan C. Jordan. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's the best.
He doesn't belong with Haley Welch over here. Keith Lee, he's the God is Amazing food tour guy. Like, he's the one who's, you know, at least humble on camera and will go to different spots. San Francisco Bay Area, be quiet for a moment. That video is coming soon, I promise. But he will go to different spots all across the world and like, oh, this spot's about to close down. They've got some really good food. I'm going to try them. It's actually 10 out of 10. He's the person who like is an influencer who makes restaurants go TikTok viral for a good reason.
Yeah.
Kareem Rama Subway takes, like
Yeah,
truly the Jay Leno of our time. Like, honestly.
Yeah, he found something and it stuck with that because he was trying
Actually,
for years.
no offense to
Jay Leno's a crazy comparison.
Yeah, actually, no offense to Jay Leno, but I'm just saying, like,
He's the Craig Ferguson of our time because he
got more
did something
cars,
creative.
there used to be like a spot, like everyone would want to aspire to be the late night talk show host, ideally on NBC or CBS. Like that was the role.
CBS Bears.
So I just say like Jay Leno is that spot. Like, no, fuck the Chen. But you know, like Kareem is definitely that person. He actually had a really funny interview that was like, we posted the Tim Wall subway takes, but we didn't post the Kamala one because it was so awkward, and we both decided that it wouldn't work on the show.
Wow. See, Tim Walls is more likable. He's very he's just like an everyday guy.
But yeah, Wisdom Kaye, Stephen Bartlett. I know I've seen a lot of these folks' content. Theo Von, I could do without, honestly, but you know,
yeah,
I know.
He deserves to be.
Yeah,
I was gonna say I know Ilona Maher or whatever. I know her name. I know her.
I wonder if the other Hassan, who does all the Palestinian charities with other content creators, who does a really good Mickey Mouse impression, by the way, is on the list. Maybe, I don't know, but
hey, C's, our boy, reckless driver MKBHD is on here.
MKBHD going 90 in a school zone. The GOAT.
Let's go.
That's the car reviewer guy, right?
Yeah, he does car reviews now too. He does it all. He's just
Joe
the
Rogan.
best.
Alex Cooper's on
That
there. She's
Apple
a
shell.
Anyways, this is meant to say that, like, you know, there's a lot of DNA in between, you know, a lot of people on this show, except for Bam maybe, and Hassan. So, like, you know, shout out to him, props to him. Bam, you get to be the one who gets to distance himself when the tapes come out. Okay, so
Caesar is dressing like him at one point. So
That's crazy.
At all points, basically.
I didn't know that he ran fashion in the world, but okay. I forgot.
And Dan called it out.
Okay.
Anyways, we have a show here. We did a couple of tangents to indulge people on the left, and so I'm done now. Let's get into some fun. So I guess we'll start here. Basically, you had this whole apparatus around the right wing, which, like, the Epstein story and how many people were like obsessed with the Epstein story always rubbed me the wrong way, because I was like, really, this is the thing we're focusing on? Like, this is the thing we care about? Okay, clearly, these people don't actually care about politics or policy or like the different issues that matter to people. They just care about like memes and jokes, and that's why you can literally create meme coins and shit coins to monetize off of these stupid people.
And binders with info that's supposed to be actually classified within the government.
Exactly. So like Jeffrey Epstein became a little bit of a meme, like among a lot of people, but especially among the right wing. Like, you know, Epstein didn't kill himself was like a thing people would say at parties. Like,
and they ignore his affiliation with Trump, but boast about like Clinton and whatever. I'm like, they both were friends with him and friends with each other.
Oh yeah, cartoons. They definitely were. More on that in a moment, because it's a shame Ray isn't on, because I have a particularly lawyerly thing that she and I would enjoy very much, but for the rest of y'all, you are just going to like want to drill your brains out. But I'm sorry, you're just gonna have to spend 20 fun minutes with me going through some Ben Shapiro clips, because the whiplash though is very funny. But before that, let's folks, if you're watching that on stream, lube up, because we are going to play.
Mine's expired. What are you talking about?
We are going to play expiration date's nothing but a number. We are just going to play.
Dan was like,
Bam's like, help me. Caesar's like, what? Anyways, here's
how do you do with two children?
Here's Alex Jones. Keeping it cool as a cucumber. I mean, honestly, this looks like your thumb if you like, you know, stub it the wrong way or like accidentally bang it against the table. But nevertheless, it's talking, and this is Alex Jones here. His
I don't recognize him anymore. What the hell?
in his
All
immediate
the
reaction.
shit he injects into himself.
So now, by coming in and being part of the cover-up, the Trump administration has become part of it. I mean, it's just you cannot see it any other way. So I just got to the office. I'm gonna go throw up, actually, and this only happens every few years when something really, really bad happens or something. I mean, I'm physically gonna puke probably right now. My mouth is watering right now.
It's that Ozempic, dog.
Your eyes and your ears gotta feel
Because I have
hot.
integrity.
What is this?
God, he's so lame.
I just really need the Trump administration to succeed and to save this country, and they're doing so much good. And then for them to do something like this, tears my guts out. And so now, by coming in and being part of the cover-up, the Trump administration has become part of it. I mean, it's just you cannot see it any other way. So I just got to the office. I'm gonna go throw up, actually.
Sorry, I left it running a little bit quickly because it was just too good. But unfortunately, I couldn't queue up the little SpongeBob SquarePants a few moments later bit because you might think, oh, Alex Jones is finally turning against Donald Trump. Like, oh, we've seen the light. Roll tape.
More rolling over. People say, well, that's very immoral to do. The argument would be it's too damaging to bring this act and bring down the whole government. I'm not endorsing that. But the best approximation I've got is they get the files, they raid the FBI. The FBI raided the FBI 5 months ago. When they hid the files in New York, they make the guy resign that was covering it up, and Comey's daughter's still there. They then load the gun, cock the gun, point at the deep state's head, and now suddenly the NATO, everybody's kissing Trump's butt, and it looks like Trump is now in control of the file, and obviously they're not going to read in the FBI. It's the CIA and Ratcliffe doing it. The best approximation I've got, and it is speculation, but I got a lot of points, is that Trump has decided to just use the file against them. What do you think, Judge?
I think you're right on point with that. I think a great deal of what happened with Smith and Malargo when the FBI raided it some years ago.
Malargo.
Why is Judge Joe Brown look like a slave picture? Like,
he looks like literally
Wait,
California raisin.
It looks
He
like
literally
a
looks like
a
Alex
comrade at
Jones.
arms. What is he doing?
like that is Judge Joe Brown, and just like stop it.
Why is he in the
recognize
why is he
him.
in the goddamn militant fit? What's going on here, dog?
They literally like him now because he called Kamala a whore a bunch of times.
He's wearing the fatigues. That's how you know he's serious.
We really needed the TV judges on their side. That was a big W for the party, is the TV judges.
And this thing that clearly they had no standing to go against about him supposedly having classified confidential documents, when, as we have discussed, the President of the United States under the Constitution as chief diplomat and commander-in-chief has been held to have absolutely unquestionable authority as to what he declares either confidential and secret or decides to declare is not such. So I
mean, honestly, it's just rambling at this point, but like,
it's just like, and that's the thing. It's like, I saw one of those other guys, maybe it was Bongino from before, talking about the Epstein stuff, and like none of them will acknowledge any of the pictures or videos with Trump and Jeffrey Epstein together.
A lot of them.
The videos.
Yeah, like for them, that doesn't exist. But what does exist is like something that they have no proof about. And now they're saying, oh, it doesn't exist anymore. And all of them are just going to have to eat it. Now, I was talking to Caesar earlier, and I'm going to couch this in a way that doesn't have anybody knocking on my door or Dan's door at 356
whoa.
But now
these breaks, dude.
These conspiracy people are unhinged, and so many of them, like, their whole life was Epstein files. Their whole life was Epstein tapes and the flight logs and the list.
Yeah. the fake flight logs that
I could like the flight list that like Beyonce and Jay-Z were on, and like all the like same conspiracy people we've been talking
Stephen
about
Colbert.
for 20 years. I wouldn't be surprised if one of these people is so disappointed in Trump that they take it upon themselves to see some things out, and it might not hit his ear. Now, I'm not advocating that, and I'm not a violent person, and I don't own any weapons, unlike the person that lives at 451
Kristina.
Red Hook. But but I would not be surprised, because I mean, I was saying this, I mean, I've been saying this for a while on Power Report. Those conspiracy people, like the real like unhinged right, they turn on you fast.
Yeah.
Like as soon as you disappoint them, like they're turning on you right away. Alex Jones is fake. Bongino, these guys are in it for the money and for the clout. But there's some freaking like person in the basement that heard that Trump said the file doesn't exist, and I only believed in this politician. Not to ramble, but like the conspiracy people never believed in politicians before. They were saying that they were all terrible, Republican, Democrat. None of them ever messed with the government ever. But because Trump placated to the 9/11 truthers, and then like now this administration, he's hiring the Epstein files people, that gets them hyped. For him to say like it doesn't exist, I would not be surprised if somebody comes out with one of Dan's things that he has under his desk that you cock back at. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, it's
Or are you just happy to see me, Bam?
Oh no.
Well, convenient timing.
I have it in my desk. I mean, come on.
I mean, it's crazy. I mean, we've known about Jeffrey Epstein for, I mean, decades. I mean, the fact that there's like he has no client list or people associated with him. Then why is Prince Andrew banned from doing anything related to the royal family? Like no royal duties. Why? And also too, his victim's dead. So it's like, you guys cannot hide this. You cannot claim that there's nothing there when there certainly is something there. It might not be the eyes wide shut sex parties that people, right-wingers, have made out to be, but there's definitely,
Hey, did he?
Exactly. More on that.
Allegedly.
Yeah, but it's just fascinating to me how they're now, a lot of them are like, oh no, we believe him. Like half are like, people are believing him. Other half are like, oh my God, we were played, we were fooled, we were made fools out, because of the files. It's like, if you had those the phase one, what was in them? Probably everything was redacted.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's like going off what Bam said. It's not really the people who preach it or like talk about it that are ones that carry out the violence. It's the people you preach to. Those people become like psychopaths. Like they become obsessive. Like they make this a part of their lifestyle. They consume more content on it. They consume the content and then they become so enveloped and it becomes part of their life. You've seen with the MAGA people, it's like their entire life like can only go on if it's like, oh well, apart from everything, he's gonna be the one that breaks down the Illuminati and all the stuff in the background. When you break that, you can do all the deportations, you can do all the stuff, you can make them pay more taxes, you can make them broke, or you can make the whole family lose their houses. But when you start like taking away things that there's like part of their like quote unquote belief system, that's when they start acting real crazy. And that's why now Bam was loosely throwing out digits of numbers of homes of people. I don't know what he's talking about, but the individuals out there are crazy. We'll see about that, Dan. Well, people are crazy out there, so we don't know. And the unknown is like the scary part, because unfortunately, as he's seen for himself, his side, there's some people that turn up over there, and they even turn up against him during his presidential run. Like, it wasn't like he was really saying anything to make them flip like that I heard, I guess. someone was already down for it. So all you're doing is putting gasoline in a fire. And I don't know. Every it feels like every single week the Trump administration is like playing a game that I'm like, this game is like, you're going far. You're going far, and at some point, some shit's got to give, dog.
Yeah, it baffles me that everyone thought that the smoking gun was going to come out, and I'm like, nah, people are willing to protect each other. Big wig people, millionaires, billionaires, elites, whatever people. Maybe, yeah, of course, obviously in Hollywood, music industry, everywhere. They're all associated. It's just one giant circle jerk with kids involved, unfortunately.
And the funny last thing, real quick, is it's funny. Joe Brown, is it Joe Brown, right? Okay,
yeah.
So I'm so happy I don't remember that. I'm so proud of myself. Judge Joe Brown goes on this ramble, discussing, the powers of the president, and whether or not, I didn't obviously hear the whole clip. I don't know if that was supposed to be in defense of like Trump or against him, but your ramble in itself is like inciting to someone listening. They're like, oh, so this was something that Trump could have controlled, and like he just had all these executive powers, and suddenly there's no evidence, even though in the past he told us there was, and then this person sits on their desk, and all of a sudden we got him in there, he's saying there's nothing on there, and it's old news. So like you're at the end of the day, your rambles are all going to point to a person with power, because the point was to put Trump in there because he's the one that controls everything, and now he's there and he's saying there's nothing. So somebody's going to want some answers, and they're going to find means by it that aren't the most conversational, diplomatic ways.
We saw literally, I forgot who he was being questioned by. She asked, are you going to release the 9/11 files or declassify? Yes.
Yeah.
Are you going to declassify JFK? Yes. And I did a lot in my first administration. Are you going to declassify the Epstein files? He's like, yeah. He's like, well, maybe not that so much, because there might be phony stuff, and there's like, dude, like the dude is guilty. He was, whatever Epstein was doing, Donald Trump was doing it right there with them. They were friends. Donald Trump also wished Ghislaine Maxwell luck on her when she got convicted. Oh, I wish her luck. Like I used to live by her. Like he's not like a good liar like that. Like he's too dumb. Like
yeah.
He's a narcissist. So like when he's lying, he believes it. So like these moments is like, yeah, he knows that he's guilty in there. So it's not coming out. And a lot of these, like I was saying, like a lot of these, media right-wing people, they're phony. Like Alex Jones he's saying he has integrity. Like that is, maybe you had integrity when you went to Bohemian Grove. No, I'm joking. But, but there are people that are like, no, like this person betrayed me. I believed in him. Donald Trump got the conspiracy base because Roger Stone went on Alex Jones and said that, and insinuated that Donald Trump was a 9/11 truther. Like he's going to reveal things about 9/11. Donald Trump in his first campaign was saying like, yeah, like there's some things, about 9/11, you might see Saudi Arabia involved. And then his first trip was to Saudi Arabia after he won. Like, even
though we knew Saudi Arabia was involved, but we kept being called conspiracy theorists for years about it.
So, like, I think that I don't think this is going to do anything to hurt him politically. But I'm saying that Alex Jones right there. But who knows what happens on the streets after because of this? Who knows? Because I see Dan is real focused, and he might be like cleaning something. I seen like he looked like a long.
No. I am very focused. Just keep it pushing. I have a clip I was trying to get ready, and I wanted y'all to speak, and so I was like listening and trying to exercise restraint for a moment, actually. So,
oh yeah, here we go.
Oh my god, yeah. Pinkerville says if Hunter Biden was on the list, they would have released it months ago. We literally
think about that.
We literally got pictures of Hunter Biden's penis with Skittles on his erect penis. Like we got that before Epstein files, like literally. Now, I don't know if Kristina knew about that. You're looking like, wait, what? How did I not see that picture?
I mean, all I say is I know the size, and I get why his sister-in-law was with him for a hot minute.
Okay, where's that? Never mind. But yeah, when I first heard that, I was like, oh, like somebody's gonna take that real bad. And I did listen to some kind of like Trump supportery, like conspiracy people that I know of online. I don't follow them, but I was like, oh, let me see what they say about this. And like they're not having like a lot of energy. Like these people that are like in the media space, they're not having a lot of energy. It'll be the person that be in the comments of the media people that's going to have the energy.
Yep. Yeah, I just cannot believe how gullible people are. I mean, I can't believe, but it's like, come on, guys, this is something you guys have been wanting for God knows how many years, and it finally, it's a nothing burger.
Well, they're complaining about Superman. What the hell's wrong with Superman? Is he black?
I just saw Superman, and
wait, Dan's saying don't talk about it yet.
I'm just saying, like, we've got that part planned for a little bit later. I promise.
Yeah, because I saw it.
Loved it. Yeah. So I. Sorry, y'all, but this is the part where I start to go through some of the right-wing cope, and I made my bones off of like decoding Ben Shapiro and his like lawyer speak, and I gotta tell you, he is running it on, he's running it on overtime here, because he is really trying to say that Trump has nothing to do with this, and that he would have no idea that Trump has anything to do with this. Let me try to play as little of this as I possibly can.
All right.
Pathetic.
Weren't they saying, I saw somebody, weren't they saying that Dan Bongino was JFK Jr.? Right.
Oh, God.
I'm so sorry. I thought I was playing the...
Don't do that to Jack Schlossberg like that. Don't do that to him. Don't do that to the Kennedy grandson. Don't do that to him. He would come for you.
Sorry, let me play this.
Eyebrows.
Enormous number of people upset, bamboozled, bewildered by the FBI DOJ declaration a couple of days ago in a 2-page memorandum that the case against Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein was effectively closed, with the revelation that Jeffrey Epstein did in fact kill himself. He was not murdered in his prison cell, and also that there is no so-called Epstein list, a list of men to whom young underage girls were trafficked by Ghislaine Maxwell and by Jeffrey Epstein. And people freaked out about this, and for good reason, because the reality is, of course, that we have been told for years on end that there is such a list, that there is a gigantic web of conspiracy in which Maxwell and Epstein were enmeshed, and they were essentially running young girls for the pleasure of overage, very famous, very wealthy, very powerful men, right? That was the story that we were all sort of brought up on over the past few years. And so let me say right at the outset, what is the real story about Jeffrey Epstein? I don't know the answer. You don't know the answer. Nobody knows the answer. All I know is the publicly available information from court documents and from public disclosures and from various allegations made by various parties. That's all I know. And that's all anybody knows, except for members of the DOJ and FBI who have access to all sorts of information that you and I do not know. And so I will say right at the outset that when you look at the number of people inside DOJ and FBI who have now come out behind this memo, they have information I do not have. And so you now have a choice. You can either believe that these people are motivated by a desire to cover something up, that the conspiracy goes even higher than we thought, or you can believe that the people who are in a position of power, in a position to know, the people with access to data that I don't have, you don't have, no one has, that those people actually are telling the truth based on their legally best information.
Okay, so I'm going to pause it right there because I snapped at this point just listening to this by myself because number one, I called out liberals on this last year with the TikTok ban by saying, oh, well, if Democrats and Republicans came together on something and they have some secret information about how dangerous TikTok is to people, then I guess we have to trust them because for once Democrats and Republicans agree. No. rule number like 0 of politics. If Democrats and Republicans agree on anything, you're fucked.
That's not good. Yeah.
You're fucked. They are working against you, the people, and it's like, oh, we can't let the savages know what's going on. And so, like, this same logic was used to, you know, get rid of Democrat, Republican, whatever. I'm really talking real broad right now to whoever's listening. This is about tamping down on free speech, not just for Americans, but like for human rights, free speech level type of stuff. Secondly, this whole idea that like, oh, we've got, you know, I trust the people who are in the Department of Justice, you know, and all they say are just the evidence of what they have to give, and they are legally bound by law to do these certain things. The entire fucking Trump administration has been a case study in not being legally bound by law. So like the idea that he's arguing from that standpoint is so weak, it's so flimsy. It's like jumping on a boardwalk that's about to like collapse right in front of you while your dumbass falls into the sea. Like it's ridiculous. Any thoughts before I continue a little bit here?
He's an idiot. That's all I gotta say.
Great point.
He looks so dejected that it looks like when he's talking, he doesn't even really believe nor care about what he's talking about anymore. He lost so much of his goddamn sauce. It's crazy. There's like no energy in his eyes anymore.
It's just
and I love it.
It's just embarrassing that like your career is to just like cape for this side no matter what. Like that's just embarrassing. Like this thing that's happening is so obvious, and you have to wait. You have to like figure out a way to make an excuse for it and like try to sound intelligent at the same time. As many times as this person, I'm sure, shat on the DOJ when Biden was in office, shat on any legal process that was going after Trump for myriad of, go ahead, shoot.
No. I don't have the clip, but I'm just saying keep spitting, because everything you did, I know for a fact I will stand on business. I will go to court and say that Ben Shapiro did that shit, because I listened to that shit. I listened to all that shit.
Yeah. Like this guy, like, a year ago, you're saying the DOJ and these people are, you know, witch hunters or whatever. And now, like, well, you know, guys, if they had it, they would give it to us. Like,
no, they would.
You also seen those pictures. You also seen those videos. You know who Donald Trump is. Let us remind you, he is also on the hook for $80+ million for sexual assault. He's on the hook for that shit. Still, he tried to appeal to not pay $5 million of it, like recently, and it got rejected. Like, he's on the hook. This is a creep, predator, rapist. That's who he is, and this is your guy. And you're embarrassing yourself. You know what? Let me stop. I'll leave it.
I miss the days when Ben Shapiro would say, "Yeah, you effing with this wet ass P word. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass P word."
Yeah, I wish you would just go back to like
this wet ass P word.
I wish you would just go back to like the celebrity like drama criticism that he does, because like he is the right wing Cenk Uygur. He's washed. He's done. Like Candace Owens. Like Candace Owens is to Ben Shapiro what Hassan is to Cenk, right? Like he just double jumped you. Like it's OVAH over. But I'm gonna let him continue here because he's gonna. I want to let him continue here because otherwise this is gonna go on the whole show. I don't want to hear Ben Shapiro's voice this long, but I have a point to make here.
Conspiracy? Sure, that could happen, and when that happens, I will change my opinion. But all of this broke out into the open yesterday, when after this DOJ FBI memo went out, President Trump was asked during a cabinet meeting about the Jeffrey Epstein case, and he got rather irked because, in his view, this thing has been ongoing since 2019. It is now 2025. There's a lot going on in his administration. In President Trump's view, the American people have a lot of priorities, and the Epstein-Maxwell case is low on the priority list. Now, it is obviously true that for a huge number of President Trump's core supporters, the Epstein-Maxwell case was a sort of litmus test for trust in government, in the authorities, that if you were essentially black-pilled, if you knew that everybody was corrupt, then this was a great test case for seeing just how awake you were to the excesses of government and the cover-ups and the conspiracies.
Straw man.
And that's true. That's just the way that the online ecosystem works. However, when President Trump speaks for the American people more generally, and he says, guys, don't we have better things to do? You can understand his irritation. The man is trying to negotiate an end to a war in the Gaza Strip. He's trying to negotiate an end to a war in Ukraine. He's attempting to revivify the American economy. He's attempting to crack down on illegal immigration. On a list of American priorities by the polls, the Epstein-Maxwell case comes in pretty close to zero. Just on
Pause it for a second. Pause it for a second.
So cut to again, because my brain does not exist. I just had a random little piece in my head of this random thing I saw on, honestly, almost I don't know, to be pedantic, let's call it 6 years ago today. On July 9th, 2019. Mind you, we're recording this today on July 10th, 2025. Here's Ben Shapiro covering some Epstein coverage. Year to our Lord on the same day, just a couple of years ago. And let's see if this is what the fuck? Let's see if this is any different.
So fresh-faced.
I'm literally turning into Lewis Black right now. Like I can see it slowly.
Hey, I love him.
Something all over it. Angle number two is that Epstein had a lot of rich and powerful friends with whom he used to hobnob. And two of those friends were Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. And so there's all sorts of speculation today that either one of those men is involved in these sorts of sexual activities with women or girls who are underage. And that speculation obviously is based also on the reputation of the two men, both of whom are famous womanizers. According to the Associated Press, Jeffrey Epstein has hobnobbed with some of the world's most powerful people during his jet-setting life. Future President Donald Trump called him a terrific guy. Former President Bill Clinton praised his intellect and philanthropic efforts and was a frequent flyer aboard his private jet. The arrest of the billionaire financier on child sex trafficking charges is raising questions about how much his high-powered associates knew about the hedge fund manager's interactions with underage girls and whether they turned a blind eye to potentially illegal conduct. And of course, it is putting additional...
I'm going to go back for a second because I want us to really get a sense of what Bill Clinton is quoted by Ben Shapiro himself as saying about Jeffrey Epstein.
Some of the world's most powerful people during his jet-setting life or girls who are underage. And that speculation obviously is based also on the reputation of the two men, both of whom are famous womanizers. According to the Associated Press, Jeffrey Epstein has hobnobbed with some of the world's most powerful people during his jet-setting life. Future President Donald Trump called him a terrific guy. Former President Bill Clinton praised his intellect and philanthropic efforts and was a frequent flyer aboard his private jet.
So Bill Clinton praised his philanthropic efforts, which is, again, I'm not saying Bill Clinton is innocent here, but he at least knew when to tap the brakes. Donald Trump called him a terrific guy. But I want to speed ahead a little bit to what else Donald Trump said in Ben Shapiro's words about Jeffrey Epstein.
She said, like everyone else, Trump sees the charges against Epstein as completely unconscionable and obviously criminal, disgusting. Conway also defended Acosta, saying that the actual perpetrator here is Jeffrey Epstein. The only major comment that has ever been given to date that we know about from Trump about Epstein is a comment to New York Magazine in 2002 in which he said that he had known Epstein for 15 years and praised him as a terrific guy, saying, quote, he's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side, which is not a great thing to say about a guy who's an alleged pedophile. No doubt about it, Jeffrey.
You kidding me?
Bill Clinton says, oh, he's a great philanthropist? What a horrible person. Donald Trump says, oh, I love Jeffrey Epstein. He's a terrific guy. By the way, he loves women on the younger side, just like me. Not a great thing to say, but let's just move along that. Let's move along that.
They did participate in like a gang rape of underage girl, both Epstein and Trump. Like that's on record.
There was some 13-year-old that came out about Trump, either 13 or 15, and I remember specifically like talking like obviously that hasn't been proven, but like something about him like biting her breasts and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like this shit is wild out here.
Yeah.
There's like the whole thing where NCs go ahead after this, but like there's the whole thing where By the way, Donald Trump's wife, alleged wife, Melania Trump, well documented. They met on the Lolita Express, Jeffrey Epstein's plane that goes to Hoo-Ha Island. All right. It goes to Hoo-Ha Nick Jr. Island. Okay. Like that is where your president of the United States met his wife, on an island to meet underage girls. I'm just gonna let that marinate.
Thank God what's Marla Maples left while she still could.
All the other electron people. Thank God.
But also I will say one more thing. Ben Shapiro is at his happiest when he's reviewing musicals. Like he loves Broadway.
Okay, Queen.
I know, like when he was reviewing Wicked, I'm like, this is what he needs to do. This is what brings that man joy. Not talking politics and bullshit. Talking about musicals and what he liked, what he disliked, because he was a musician. Like he knows classical music. So like when I was watching his review of like Wicked Part 1, I was like, oh yeah, this is what he needs to stick to because this is good content right here.
He's like, I don't love. He's like, I do love that the Wicked Witch is black. I do love that. But
he's like he was actually critiquing the ending of Defy Gravity. He's like, you know, when they're waiting for her to say and nobody in all of Oz. He was like, they kind of you kind of lose the momentum when she's just singing Unlimited over and over again. I'm like, God damn, Ben, how many times have you seen this movie already? This is what you need to stick to. This is good content. You gotta. This is better than politics. Stick with what you know.
Oh, stick to it, but stick to it, Ben.
Yes, your friend said so.
Ben, who was infamously told by his wife, they're not supposed to get wet.
Yeah, I remember that. I was like, I'm like, okay, how the hell is
he was like, period.
He's like, good. Huh? He's like, he's one of those guys that's like, oh, you know.
He was like, yeah, good, because I hate
he's
this
like,
as much
oh my
as
God,
you do.
I can't
She's
believe
like, what?
He's like, sex is not supposed to be wet. And I'm like, yes, it's supposed to be wet and slicky. Like, I don't understand. Like, it can't be dry and sandy. Oh, hey, Dan, what's up?
Anyways,
he's like the sheep.
I thought this would be a great time to bring up a really classic Majority Report clip, only because this is where I can find Ben Shapiro's past life before he became a conservative commentator, and he was just trying to get his script caught in Hollywood. Because I was like, this is all Ben Shapiro is. He's a theater girly. He always has been. He always will be. And like, because he was never accepted, because his shit is trash, and like all he can do is do the violin to Schindler's List while Larry King like anti-Semitically like rubs his like fingers to like, you know, this is all Ben Shapiro's got to his name. And so folks, a classic. Rest in power, Michael Brooks.
Oh, Bender.
Enough to break into Hollywood.
And I should shout out some more news. Cody Johnston, who initially included part of this in his recent Ben Shapiro video.
Who knew he
Cody Shody.
A weapons vehicle.
Exactly.
Yeah. By the way,
Oh boy.
Yeah. She owns him before the BBC guy did.
Yes.
The true Hollywood story of how the left overtook your TV. Primetime propaganda.
Welcome to Connie Martinson Talks Books.
She's cool.
You watch a TV show and you start laughing, but afterwards, do you think about what maybe was said or what you've been really recommended to believe? My guest, Ben Shapiro, has written Primetime Propaganda, the true Hollywood story of how the left has made our country took over your TV, and it's published by Harper.
I love how she wants this.
Welcome,
Connie, sexy.
Oh my
Thanks so much.
God,
and
he's a
I guess
baby.
one has to think about things we've laughed at.
This is sex god Ben Shapiro here. This is him in rare form, by the way. This is when he was like in peak right here.
Yeah.
But you seem to pinpoint the authors of those shows as being liberal Jews.
Pause
it for a second.
I mean, Susan Harris is not Jewish. There are plenty.
Nor is Gary Marshall.
Nor is Gary Marshall. I certainly don't say that all of them are Jewish.
Well,
There's of
comfortable with
course
that
a lot
line
of Jews in
personally.
Hollywood, but that's because there are a lot of Jews at the top of any industry. Jews happen to be very hardworking.
Oh God, this is so many anti-Semitic tropes
Seriously?
coming out of him about
Seriously?
Hollywood.
Seriously?
I don't like where this is going.
Wow.
Oh shit!
And be very hardworking.
No. It isn't just that. They have a point of view that can be considered comic and humorous.
That's true. I mean, there's a unique Jewish humor, and that's been true since the beginning. I mean, go back to your show of shows. Everybody in that writer's room is a New York Jew. And that's
Oh my
good. I mean, this is
God.
good stuff.
Stop writing
this
our
is not a rip
coattails,
on,
Ben
on Jews.
Shapiro.
I mean, that'd be ridiculous. The point, and by the way,
But
one of the points I
everybody
make in the
should-
book is that the people who write TV are incredibly talented. That they have a political agenda, but they're very talented.
Well, let me say, I've yet to know of too many conservatives, which is where you put yourself, who are funny. I mean, it has to do with a humor that is transferable to.
I love this bitch.
I mean, I utterly disagree with that. I think there can be conservatives who are funny. Liberals may not find them funny.
All right,
name one.
I mean, okay, Ann Coulter for conservatives is funny. Okay, for liberals, she's not funny. Bill Maher for liberals, hilarious. For conservatives, not funny. Okay, there's
well, that depends because you're using politics as the form of their humor, but
Bill Cosby is relatively conservative
today.
Yeah, and no, even back then. That's the idea that conservatism is inherently unfunny is not true. It's that conservatives have abandoned the playing field of humor and narrative. I'll agree with you there. I think that they've totally run away from that.
So many.
This was just a nightmare.
Like all
too much
things
good
that-
stuff.
I mean, like Ann Coulter, like even conservatives don't find her funny. Sure, she's fucked a lot of them, like including Dinesh D'Souza, but like
Bill Maher
and Ann
Bill,
Coulter fucked. Yeah,
Bill Maher and Ann Coulter fucked in college. They both went to Cornell. They've both talked about this in public. And I'm sorry to have to tell you that, but if I have to know it, y'all do too.
that's why he would invite her all the time to reminisce.
She literally said that Jewish people have what did she say? A point of view that's funny. I'm like, God damn! Like this is like that like good old boy like behind the scenes anti-Semitism. Like,
this is OG anti-Semitism. This is OG anti-Semitism. Yeah, it's OG shit.
It's like Cotton Hill ranked anti-Semitism.
This is like
what?
that movie School Ties with Brendan Fraser. Like this is like. Yo, you're really doing it right now. They've been through a lot, so they're funny. It's like,
yeah, it's it's exploded since then.
I just it's just so funny that Ben Shapiro thinks he's so like self-important when he's trying to call this stuff out. I'm sorry, but I hate to quote Stephen Colbert, the character, but reality has a liberal bias. Okay, the more left you are, the more in tune with reality and facts you are. I'm sorry, but we don't find racism funny. Like we don't find bigotry funny. Okay, like y'all conservatives think that George Carlin would be on your side. No, the fuck he won't. He wouldn't. He would make fun of you guys. He always has. Like liberal comedians are just more funny because they find other ways to be humorous. I mean, there are a lot of disabled stand-up comedians out there who joke about their disabilities, but that's because they can. And they want us to laugh at that.
One of the best stand-up bits I ever saw was Tig Notaro's "I Have Cancer."
Yeah,
like that's one of the craziest things I've ever seen that I laughed to, and like she punches you with that laughter and the fact that you're laughing, and she laughs with you, and like that is scientific comedy. That's the marketplace of ideas. That like that's what they're talking about. But like yeah, this whole. God, you were touching on it so well, and I kind of like lost the point a little bit. But like go ahead. I know some other people want to talk.
Oh, yeah. Like a comedian, like you need them to be like anti-establishment.
Yes,
like
you need. So sorry, I got my point. You need a comedian to tell the truth. The only way a comedian works is if you are acknowledging some sort of truth with the audience, and like you can be like, I'm a comedian and you all came to a comedy show, and don't you want me to say the things I want to say? And don't you hate when people say I can't things I want to say, and then you can't laugh, and then I can't be funny, and then you waste your money. Yeah. Like
that's when I boo them. Boo, say something actually funny. Also, there are comedians with cerebral palsy. who use like a cell phone or thing like to actually tell their jokes, and people laugh and love them because they're all self-deprecating. I feel like that's also another thing. You gotta make fun of yourself as a comedian and not take yourself so seriously and be so, righteous.
Yeah, and people can do that. And I've heard people who are like, have disabilities of whatever way, and they're self-deprecating and using words that I will not use on air that towards themselves, and they get to do that, and they get to make it really interesting, because ultimately, like, comedy is grounded in truth. And if you are a comedian who is trying to make, like, you're stating something as truth, and your truth is, Tony Hinchcliffe, whatever he was saying at that one weird rally that Trump had before the election, like, like Puerto Ricans are smelly or whatever the fuck, like whatever the fuck he was saying back then, like, that's not comedy. It's just like, hey, everyone else believes this, right? This is my truth, and truth is comedy, right? And then it's just like crickets to an entire arena.
Or because Brewer.
That's what happens when you're not tied into the culture.
Yeah.
Right. And like, if you're like a comedian and you're just like on, like, these guys won't make fun of Donald Trump and stuff like that. Like, they won't like you just need the comedian to be like against the shit. Like, you want your comedian to be a rebel and like talk shit about everybody. And like, you don't want your comedian to be like, a liberal or conservative or whatever. You just want them, you want your comedian to be apolitical, but like talk about politics in a way that like the average person can understand or feels. Because most people hate everybody in government.
See, do you think that after this whole experience, we've seen a lot of people, and I compared this to Luigi Mangione. No one's watching this, so whatever. I had a good Blue Sky post pop off, which makes me like inspire this to be a video, which is like, if I ran as a politician on 2 issues, and my 2 issues were
free Luigi,
go Luigi, and fuck Epstein, I would win a Reagan level like landslide in America. And if I just refused to answer any other question, and I just bullied the media anytime they tried to get me on a question, I would win the country in a like 400 seat, like 400 electoral college landslide. But like, I still believe that, because I think that Republicans are stupid enough and enough people are valuable enough. And then, you can pick whether Luigi or Epstein is which side is which there, right? But, I feel that like you could convince Americans on some like really dumb, like, like attack issues, like Pavlovian response issues, and you can get to the White House because Donald Trump did it. But, I want to ask you, C's, like, your opinion, because you're tapped into a lot of these like right-wing spaces, similar to Alita I am, but like also differently than all of us in our own different ways. Because you're you're one of those Republican Latinos.
Latinx, how dare you?
You're one of those Republican Latinx anyways, do you think long term that Cenk Uygur will be able to have a beer with some of these right wingers who are like, hey, I don't trust Trump on that Epstein stuff, and maybe that makes me, anti-war and anti taking away Medicaid and anti ICE raids happening. Do you think that's actually going to happen, or do you think, like I showed earlier in the segment, like 3.5 minutes later, people like Alex Jones are going to go from puking, crying, and throwing up to like figuring out how to like make all that slobber touch Donald Trump's knob?
I mean, if Cenk goes bald and grows a goatee, then yeah, anything's possible, I guess. If he grows some facial hair for the first time. But I think that I mean, expanding on what you're saying, like, I think that we also have like a very like,
we do a news show,
too. Like,
and that's what happened in the news.
Good morning, comrades. You are listening to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade. Jeff and Robert here on the show. We also have very special guests. I think he heard that we had Jack on recently, and he had to come on twice to just kind of like try and like jump out, get in the head by the nose. That's right, folks. Mark Allen DERY is back. What is up, Mark Allen?
Thank you guys so much for having me again. It's been a rough day today. We're recording this on, I don't even know, July 3rd.
July 3rd.
Yeah.
Day before Lee Greenwood Day.
Yeah, the day before, I'm going to start sitting Shiva starting tomorrow. So that's how I celebrate the 4th. So I sit Shiva for the death of society that occurred on July 3rd today. But anyway, thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
I want to be positive here in a negative environment.
Yeah, well, we're gonna do our best here. Well, you know what? There is a lot to be a positive about, right? So, I mean, one of the things, and this is the biggest victory that you can possibly imagine. Sure, as of recording day, Donald Trump got a bill through Congress, but it wasn't the big beautiful bill because our hero, the champion of champions,
we will win.
The number one, the guy who is, coming up and taking Taco Trump down, Chuck Schumer. He made sure that it was not called officially the big beautiful bill, so we're saved, folks.
Let me ask you guys, just before we carry on, I just want to be somewhat petty for a quick second.
Okay.
Do we think that was like a good troll, or are we we just like that was just completely like a waste of time, or
that's neoliberalism doing what neoliberalism does.
It's like literally the whole point behind that was, hey, we're gonna come in here and we're gonna do like it's one of those things that like you are just going to try and annoy the person that you're not going to beat. You're going to lose. It's why Hakeem Jeffries decided to like just yap for 8.5 hours or whatever the hell it was and get himself like some kind of accolade and his triumphant, like his doomed attempt to try and stop this bill. But at least he, the most virtuous of the Democrats, steps up and does his part. And, sure, Medicaid is still going to get cut by, millions and millions of dollars. And sure, ICE is going to have a bigger budget than the Russian military. And sure, billionaires are going to get like huge tax cuts and really reorganize their society. So where they're even more on top than they've ever been. But he won the longest yapping contest in the House history. So everybody wins.
And let me also just kind of like add a spit shine to that these guys, both Jeffries and Booker, those guys are wearing, by the way, external urinary catheters. Mm-hmm. So they wear what is a condom cath that fits over their phallus, and then it runs a tube down their leg, and then that is where they're able to collect urine, because it is physically impossible to stand up there for 8 hours in Jeffrey's case, and then in Booker's case was what, like 25 hours?
Yeah, I mean, at least Strom Thurmond, sure, historic racist or whatever. At least he had a piss bucket. He had to have.
He had a piss bucket?
I didn't know. Oh.
Yeah, no, these guys are wearing external catheters, so I want
easy mode.
I want to like, yeah. I want to just kind of add that element of like I want to create their level of humanity, because we're all humans. We all still have to do that. Yeah. No, that was just if anything, like what they said, that the vote was going to happen at 4:30, so they were going to so he delayed the vote.
Oh no, they had it at 6 then instead. Oh no.
Yeah, so like big deal. Like what ended up passing today is something that will change society. I mean, it will. The impacts of it we can't even begin to fathom. And of course, Jeff, I don't want to like take over the show. So
lay it out.
You're the doctor. Go.
I am a Medicaid physician. I've been a Medicaid physician my entire career. I've never been in private practice. I've always worked for the public. Always. I've always worked for the public. That my entire career has been predicated. For those of you know that Jeff, well, all three of us are from New Orleans. We all live in New Orleans, and Charity Hospital, I'm sure everybody's is familiar with. That is the second public hospital. I think Cook County Hospital was the first. I think Charity was the second. And then where I trained, which is Cleveland Metropolitan Hospital, was the third public hospital. So where I did my residency training was at Case Western Reserve at the Cleveland Metropolitan Hospital. There's a private hospital you can choose to go to. I never did. Same thing here in New Orleans. When I started working at Tulane, I did my training at Tulane. I always worked within the charity system. You could choose if you want to be at the private hospital or the public hospital. So I'm just laying down kind of who I am and what I have stood for my entire career, especially as an infectious diseases doctor. As an infectious disease physician, my job primarily, not exclusively, but primarily is working with people who are living with HIV. In a city like New Orleans, we are number 2 or number 3 of the highest cases of HIV. Now, let's be clear. We're a small city, so we're not talking like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A city like Chicago or Houston or New York City or San Francisco or LA.
You're talking percentages.
We're talking percentages. We're talking rates, basically, is what we're talking about. Rates of new cases. Okay, that's called incidence. As prevalence. Prevalence is where you're counting people 1, 2, 3, 4. We're talking about a rate of new diagnoses. We have the highest rate of new diagnoses. Miami's always number 1. New Orleans is number 2, and Baton Rouge is number 3. Wow. They're in the South, and you can see poverty, immigration, communities of color, high communities of color, high.
Would it be out of line to say that inequality is a public health hazard?
Yes, that has been shown a number of times. There are a number of studies that have actually shown that inequality and racism, let's just be straight up forward, racism is considered a public health emergency. In fact, the dean of the school of Tulane School of Public Health is actually kind of a leader in publishing those studies. He's Dean Levine, who's really done some amazing work in that. But what I'm
that's a good,
Dean Levine, yes. But Thomas Levine, really, he's done some amazing work. And Dave Roston actually edited and his documentary.
Oh yeah,
on the work that he's done. Dave
shout
Roston,
out to Roston. We love Dave
shout out to
Roston.
Roston. So the bottom line is that in places like New Orleans, where we have high rates of HIV, a majority, if not almost exclusively, all of my patients are on Medicaid. And one of the things that we've always tried to kind of hide from politicians is that the Ryan White program. Do you remember Ryan White? Remember Ryan White? Ryan White was this little boy in the 80s. Like Reagan would never say the words HIV. He did not say HIV until 1988. The last year of his presidency, when a little white boy, because there's 4 H's of HIV, and those 4 H's are homosexual, heroin, Haitian. That's where a lot of the racism came in, because a lot of the HIV we got came directly from Haiti, and that was because of sex trade and all that stuff. And that's where a lot of the racism and stigma of HIV came in. And then lastly, hemophilia. Those are the 4 H's of HIV that we would always talk about in the 80s. Okay.
And it's obviously crossover. It's not like separate circles. It's a Venn diagram.
Oh, it's a huge Venn diagram. Of course. And it's not exclusive. You had a lot, especially today, you have a lot of women. Black women are the highest rates of heterosexual individuals who are most at risk for HIV. But the bottom line is that it wasn't until you had somebody like Reagan who actually saw that there was a little 15-year-old boy who got HIV from a blood transfusion because he's hemophiliac. Let me remind you what hemophilia is. Hemophilia is that you can't stop bleeding. So if you cut yourself shaving or you're playing football and you clock your head or whatever, there are no platelets that can stop the bleeding. If you've ever cut yourself bleeding, or if you ever cut yourself and you start seeing bleeding, you put some pressure on it, you'll notice later there'll be like a raised bruise of dried blood. That dried blood is basically comprised of, or was created as a result of something called platelets. Hemophiliacs don't have platelets, so they could quite literally bleed to death. And so what happened was that the blood was not cleared or was not evaluated in the 80s. That's a whole other scandal. The CDC was telling the Reagan administration that they needed to be on the look for that. They didn't do that. And then obviously you had a whole generation of hemophiliacs that have HIV, which is really quite incredible. And there are some people who even think, who's the guy who ran Fox News? Ailes, Roger Ailes. Roger Ailes is likely to have been a hemophiliac and also likely to have had HIV. I think we've talked about this. I think, Jeff, I think you and I may have talked about this. I don't know if it was on my shows or yours, but Roger Ailes likely had HIV. Anyway, that's a supposition because he was a hemophiliac. Anyway, so it wasn't until this little 15-year-old boy that out comes out Elton John, out comes out like Michael Jackson, out comes out the entire the pop culture to support him, because Reagan is coming out because he wasn't gay, he wasn't Haitian, he wasn't a heroin user. And what happened was those monies. So this boy, Ron White, died. And then after he died, there was a collective guilt in 1992. There was something called the Ryan White Act that was created. That Ryan White Act protected people living with HIV. And we single-handedly saved millions and millions of lives. And this is separate.
How did it protect them?
Because there was now because people living with HIV typically are poor. And this is how we're getting to the Medicaid. Now we're kind of sliding into how Medicaid, because these individuals with HIV are still at higher risk and are still at higher risk and engage in kind of riskier behaviors, not exclusively. I'm not talking in totalities. We're talking percentages, obviously. But you're still looking at a community that is at a greater level. There's more poverty in the HIV community than in the general community. Let's put it that way. And so you're also looking at people that could never get insurance, because in those days there was pre-existing conditions, if you can remember that. And quote me, like, hear me today, quote me later. Okay. Pre-existing conditions will come back. The health insurance will lobby these MFers and they will get pre-existing conditions back in again. Just FYI.
It's open season on our healthcare system right now.
Yes.
I mean, we really are in a situation. I don't want to jump ahead too much, but like, because of this attack, and we can circle back in just a second. But we are in a situation where we're seeing the healthcare system crumble before our very eyes. And, I hate to say it over and over again, but the case before something like Medicare for all is more clear and more needed than ever. Before we respond to that, I do need a pause for station ID. You're listening to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning Comrade, Jeff Robert, and Mark Allen here on the show.
So just to kind of just wrap this up real quickly, because I don't want to spend the entire hour speaking about HIV, but what essentially happened is that Ryan White also, even in the early 90s, protects and also covers people who are undocumented individuals. So people who are undocumented are also covered under what's called the Ryan White Care Act. Okay. Now the Ryan White Care Act was protected from 92 to 2002, and then 2002 to something like 2015. And then it lost its protection. So during those years, nobody could ever touch it. In other words, when they were looking for money, they couldn't go into that pot of money to get it. Now it's completely exposed right now. What do those monies do? What those monies did was, because people could not get insurance, it covered them for their medical care, which in those days was much more expensive because there was also a lot more problems associated with HIV. But now we've got everybody on single tablet regimens, one pill once a day, and people are much healthier than they ever were on with HIV. Now, what happened was, once the Affordable Care Act became a thing, everybody moved off of Ryan White except for individuals that were undocumented, they still stuck with the Ryan White program because they could not get Medicaid, because Medicaid can't provide, federal funding cannot provide funding for undocumented individuals. Everybody moved over to Medicaid. So now all of my, I would say those that are undocumented, I would say 25% of my patients are probably undocumented. So 75% of my patients all moved over to Medicaid. They are all going to lose their Medicaid. And now you start telling me what happens when people living with HIV don't have their medications. Well, I can tell you, because USAID, and I think we talked about this the last time I was on, we were talking about, as of probably 4 weeks ago, the New York Times did a comprehensive study in which they showed was, as of 4 weeks ago, and I'm sure this number is much higher, 300,000 people have since died of HIV-related complications. Oh my God. 200,000 of them were children as a result of cutting USAID. So when if anyone talks about welcoming Musk back into the fold because now all of a sudden he's got a hate boner for Trump, no.
We're talking to you, Near Tandon.
No. Like, not at all. Just because all of a sudden, like, remember, as Jeff and I were talking before we went on screen, he is supporting the ADF, right? So, like, just to kind of go over what happened today, the fact that we now have, it's unbelievable, the number, $800 billion is going to be cut. And the way they did it, these evil geniuses did it so that these cuts don't get felt until after the midterms, if there's even a midterm, right? $800 billion. We already had the first hospital closed today in a rural part of
Nebraska.
Where was it?
Nebraska.
Nebraska. Yeah.
And it sort of closed because it essentially projected that when these Medicaid cuts do go into effect, they are going to not be able to sustain operations. So we do have a for-profit healthcare system, and it's a for-profit operation. They're seeing the future here, and the only way out for this hospital is to shut down. That's the only way they can do it without losing their shirts. And I mean, that is a logical position. It sucks that that's the case, but that's one less hospital in rural Nebraska.
Hold on, that's going to happen. The estimation is something like upwards to 700 to 800 hospitals, and I think, to be honest with you, I think that's a conservative estimate because, like, Medicaid, especially in Louisiana, where we are, in Louisiana, like, the entire state runs off of Medicaid. Like, there's just, like, people here just don't have insurance. Certainly the people that I'm seeing, again, I am a Medicaid doctor, so I also, have a huge bias. I work for a public hospital. So, like, but it is all Medicaid. And once those Medicaid cuts start coming, you're going to start to see hospitals start folding. Now, the hospital I'm going to work at is going to be safe because it's part of a larger corporation, and there's a huge, like, it's a nonprofit, and there's an
endowment there.
Where there's an endowment, and that's not to say that jobs aren't going to be lost. No, of question.
They're
Jobs are going to be lost.
And a lot of, like, very concrete
case managers are going to be cut. Like, but the thing that I want everybody to understand, one is, once people's Medicaid is cut, like, they're probably going to change the EMTALA laws. So what's EMTALA?
What is
EMTALA is the it's emergency. Basically, it's a law that came about in the early 2000s. And what happened was, there was a lady, I think she may have been undocumented. I can't say for 100%, but she was a pregnant woman who showed up at a hospital, and she was getting ready to deliver a baby. And at the ER, they did a wallet biopsy. A wallet biopsy is just a fancy, way of saying they checked to see if she had insurance. She didn't have insurance, and the ER turned her away.
Jesus Christ.
She went to another hospital. She didn't make it. I think she hemorrhaged. I think her and certainly I think her baby passed away because she got turned away from that emergency room. From that came this law called EMTALA. EMTALA basically means
Emergency
you can never
Medical Treatment and Labor Act.
So there you go. There's the L is labor, right? So certainly not pregnant. And that was like 2000. What year was it? 2002?
In 1986, Congress enacted the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act to ensure public access to emergency services regardless of ability to pay. In Section 1867 of the Social Security Act imposes specific obligations on Medicare participating hospitals that offer emergency services to provide a medical screening when a service is made for examination or treatment or emergency medical condition, including active labor, regardless of an individual's ability to pay.
So I predict that they're going to probably strike that down.
Jeez. Okay. So like hospitals can just tell you, if you don't have insurance, you're just gonna die.
Well, think about it. Now, think about it. Like I know this is not going to come natural for the three of us, but think about it from a capitalist perspective. If you're a CEO and your job is to keep the lights on, and you've got X amount of people for whom you need to make payroll every 2 weeks, like are you going to be able to take all? Because let's say somebody comes in and they have a hot belly, like they have an appendix or whatever the case may be, they may rack up a bill of several $100,000. And if that's not paid for, that's got to come from somewhere. And as we are seeing that we are entering a time where the hyper capitalism is starting to take precedent over people. And I mean, we're seeing what's happening in Florida with what was it, alligator Auschwitz?
Yeah.
Yes, alligator Auschwitz. And now
Gators Daily is not happy about that, by the way.
Who's not happy?
Gators Daily.
Gators
Oh, it's
Daily.
a Twitter. Yeah, it's a very deep cut joke.
Got it.
Sorry, Doc.
Yeah, that's all right. But let me just say, once people start showing up to hospitals and they are not insured, all bets are off. We're going to start seeing, it's going to be like dominoes. The dominoes are going to start tumbling down. One hits the other, and I will say during Hurricane Ida, which happened in August 29th, which is the Hurricane Katrina. Were you here for Ida, Jeff, or had you left already?
Ida?
Yeah,
I was here.
You were here. Okay.
Yeah.
So that was the Delta variant of COVID, which was the most aggressive and the most dangerous. That was and that we could not get people out of the hospital, but we had people from all over the state. Well, why do we have people from all over the state? We had people from all over the state because in New Orleans, the Delta variant didn't really affect us because we had such high vaccination rates of 85 to 90% in New Orleans, right, for COVID. But the rest of the state had 15 to 20 to 30 to 40% vaccination rates. So once one hospital in Alexandria got full, then the next hospital in Lafayette would get full, and then it would come all the way down to New Orleans. And now we were taking care of people from the entirety of the state, and it massively overwhelmed us. Massively. The burnout.
I remember
amongst
that.
physicians.
I remember one of the things, and actually from shout out to Noise Filter, I had sort of learned about this phenomenon of basically hospital capacity rates and sort of
ventilatory capacity rates. There's only X amount of ventilators.
There were canceling procedures. I totally remember that.
Yes.
And my wife had to get a procedure during that time, and it was very touch and go. They had to cancel it 3 times because of this, and because of it was I mean, I don't know if COVID could have been entirely preventable or anything like that. It could have definitely been handled much in a way that had mitigated the situation a lot better. I mean, that's pretty obvious, but the fact that we got to the point that it was that really sort of put the entire system under stress and essentially made it so that that the hospital system was put basically completely underwater.
Yeah.
And that was one. Imagine that now, because that was one period of time. Essentially, we recovered from that. Moving forward, there is no recovery. Once these hospitals close, remember these hospitals, well, first of all, right now, the number one employer, the number one entity that provides the highest amount of employment in the U.S. is the healthcare industry. And that is actually with every rural city or township or county or parish or whatever, the number one employer, if there is a hospital system in that facility, certainly here, Ochsner and LCMC are the without far and away in New Orleans. Ochsner and LCMC are the two major healthcare systems. They are far and away the major employees of Southern Louisiana. So once facilities start to close, that is going to be a domino effect. And let me just say one more point, and I promise you this is it, like for right now. The last point I think is probably the one that's not talked about the most, and I think is most important is this. The three of us right now, all three of us are what's considered to be in the sandwich generation. Now, not necessarily the three of us, but where we would have children and aging parents, but we definitely have aging parents, right? We have aging parents. Now imagine also having children, right? And so these Gen Xers, our cohort, are in this so-called sandwich generation because they're taking care of their parents and they're taking care of their children and maybe even taking care of their grandchildren. Okay. But let me just point this out, because let me paint this picture, because this is the most important thing, because this is something that I know that we're going to feel very acutely. Let's say your parent. So let's say my dad is 86. He's not stable on his feet. I fought forever to get him into a cane. Now he's got a cane. He's a little bit more stable. But let's say he were to break a hip. God forbid, right? Let's say he breaks a hip.
It could happen.
Slips, falls, breaks a hip. He's of that age. He's unstable. He's hard-headed, Moroccan. He like slips, falls. Typical Middle Eastern, hard head.
Tough guy,
tough guy, right? Macho, right? And slips, falls, breaks a hip. Okay, so he goes to the hospital. He gets an operation. All that is pretty straightforward. But now he's got to learn how to walk again. Do you know where that learning to walk again happens? That happens in a place called a skilled nursing facility, SNFs, okay? That skilled nursing facility is exclusively 100% Medicaid. So when they're talking about people not being able to get nursing facilities, like they're not able to go, because there used to be a time where people would be in the hospital for 2 or 3 or 4 weeks. They got all their services in the hospital. But as we became more corporatized as a healthcare system, we started to kind of pawn a lot of that stuff off to other, and then these new entities came up, which is where they are able to go to a skilled nursing facility. It's like a nursing home. In fact, they happen at nursing homes. The payment system is different because it's Medicaid, but this is where my father, Gabriel, would go for 2 weeks or 3 weeks to learn how to walk again. It's a place where he's getting his medications. There are nurses there. He's seen by a doctor maybe every other day. And it's where you would want to send your parent to get that care. If those homes close, guess what? Gabriel now is living with you.
You have to
you have to deal with that on top of working 2 or 3 jobs, on top of taking care of your children and your grandchildren. And what if you say your father was a hardhead, instead of moving to New Orleans, he moved to Boise, Idaho, and now you got to deal with the fact that I have a father who's elderly who lives in Boise, Idaho, and now slips, falls, breaks his hip, and he can't get into a skilled nursing facility.
Yeah, I'm trying to work here. Yeah.
These are the issues. And just let's talk about now, let's say Gabriel needs to go to a nursing home. Like that also is Medicaid. What if all those nursing homes are closing? Like these are the downstream effects that are going to happen. And what happened today and what we saw today was like as somebody who lives in this space, I can't even begin to I mean, I can't. I've just been yelling at you for the last, 25 minutes, but I can't express to you more the harm that we're going to, and let's like the SNAP benefits that have been taking off, the increase in ICE. I mean, we can get all that later, but just talking about the Medicaid, $800 billion have been removed so that there is a massive wealth transfer to rich people. And if anything, That's what this country's always been about.
Wow.
This country's always been about wealth accumulation at the expense of other people. At first, it was at the expense of Native Americans. Then it was the expense of communities of color, Black people who were stolen from Africa, right? Kidnapped from Africa. Like, and there has never been a reckoning. And all we're seeing now is the U.S. falling
Logical
back.
progression, yeah.
Yes, falling back into the dark ages. Because at least in the dark ages, they didn't know they were in the dark ages. We're in the dark ages. We know that we're in the dark ages, and we're intentionally getting there.
You are listening to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning Comrade. And you mentioned that all of this about this entire sectors of our healthcare system, shutting down. But at the very least, at least no illegal quote unquote immigrant is going to be able to access Medicaid now, which is the sort of like justification that Republicans have been using for these just massive cuts.
Jeff, here's a conversation I've been having to have with my undocumented brothers and sisters who are who have HIV, who live with HIV.
Yeah, they're so screwed.
I'm gonna tell you the conversations I've been having for the last couple of months.
Because, like, obviously these things cannot be transferred from one nationality or ethnic group or whatever to another. Like, that's how it just can't be done.
Yeah. So, all right. So the Rolls Royce of HIV medications is something called Biktarvy. Okay. All right. And it is the Rolls Royce. If my wife had HIV, if I had HIV, if my dad had HIV, my mother-in-law had HIV, this would be the medicine I would prescribe to them. There's a ton of them that are out there. Just Biktarvy is the gold standard. Okay. All right. So Biktarvy here in the US, depending on if you're uninsured or insured or whatever, can be anywhere between $2,500 to $5,000 a month. In Honduras,
is that
the equivalent is $5.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
because of the way that American
Because of what's called Medicare Part D. Medicare Part D was signed by George Bush, and essentially what Medicare Part D says is that the U.S. cannot negotiate with U.S. pharmaceutical companies, so they have to pay. You want to know why medicine is so expensive? Medicine is so expensive because you can get Biktarvy in Honduras for $5 a month, whereas here in the U.S. they charge $2,500 a month.
It's the same thing about like insulin when people who go to Canada to get their insulin,
100%
nickels on the dollar, and it costs thousands of dollars in the States.
And this is why you had, there's a great documentary on wherever it is, whoever it is, but it's a great documentary about an Indian chemist who started. This guy's from India, and he's a chemist from India, and he just started basically stealing the. He's a chemist.
Cool.
What the medicine is. Like, it's the chemical compound is right there. If you're a chemist, you know how to get to the chemical compound. You just don't do it because it's got a patent on it. Well, this guy's like, I've got millions of Indians that are dying a year of HIV. I'm going to break this patent and go ahead and come after me. And so India and Brazil are some of the, have been making some of the cheapest, and in Thailand.
I'm going to get you started too, because this also reminds me of when during COVID, the mRNA was the mRNA vaccine, which was sort of like open source developed, at least at the front end, and who decides to ride in on his white horse and decide to tell all the muckety mucks in Congress that we actually need to make this we need to close this up and privatize it. But who
that
Biden?
Does it? Or no,
Bill Gates. Our buddy Bill Gates.
Yeah. It is. I mean, again, we live in a hyper capitalist society.
With 3 corporations in a trench coat that pretending to be a country.
And if anything, if there's any good news that could be taken about what happened with something like today, is that like the 3 of us are hyper aware of this. Certainly, the audiences listening to this,
and
they're hyper aware of this. But the rest of the U.S. is going to start experiencing it when they go to the pharmacy and they realize that they've been cut from their Medicaid and they can't get their insulin. Then they're going to show up in the ER. Then the ERs are going to start getting full. Then they're going to shift those people onto the hospital floors where I work, right? I'm an internist, infectious disease doctor. we're just not going to be able to take the capacity. And this is why I'm predicting that they're going to have to break EMTALA. They're going to have to say EMTALA can't be a thing anymore, because hospitals are just going to have to start turning people away. There's a legal way of doing it. They call themselves on diversion. And when you're on diversion, that's your legal way of escaping from EMTALA. But we are entering new uncharted territories. Again, we haven't even gotten into SNAP. We haven't even gotten to ICE. We haven't even gotten into all the fact that he doesn't have to follow the Supreme Court rulings or other lower court rulings and all that stuff. Just focusing on Medicaid. Yeah. The fact that Medicaid. Oh, and then here's another thing, and I don't quite understand how this works, and maybe you guys know a little better. But because of the way Medicare payments and these PAYGO works, that if Medicaid gets cut, then to a large degree, Medicare will also get cut. And they snuck that in, again, as another evil genius way of being able to get at Medicare without ever saying they were getting at Medicare. But
I don't know anything about that part, but wow, that's not surprising. But yeah, it's one of those dark things that just keeps popping up, where they're just coming at the entire idea of public good, public health, and honestly access for people who aren't super wealthy. This is a glass the poor, kill the poor bill that just went through Congress. Kill the poor, kill the immigrants, get rid of them. It is a separation of wealthy millions and billionaires from everybody else. They get everything, and workers get nothing.
And another thing that this bill did is it also is going to generate a lot more money that goes into private detention centers, right? Like these guys are getting $240 or
Auschwitz is great.
$240 a day per person, right? Like when you do the math, and especially like a place like the place in Florida, Alligator Auschwitz, there's no security that is needed, right? And also, what happens when a hurricane comes through? You saw there was a mild tropical storm yesterday or the day before, and it flooded. And for the three of us that are used to flooding, a big hurricane comes through, those are just tense. Like the inhumanity of it is insane.
You're in a cage in a flood.
So
in a cage.
I'll go further than that. There's been think pieces done about how obviously it's like a good 2 hours to a hospital by drive. So this is on purpose. This is a death camp. Yeah. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about a death camp in the United States of America. It crept in through Guantanamo because Obama didn't want to turn the page, and now here we are at the end of the empire.
Yep.
And again, this I do obviously want to focus and dial in on how evil the Republicans are and all that other stuff, but the Democrats are probably as much to blame for this than anyone else. I mean, we were just talking about prior to pressing the button and hopping on the air about how, when you have this bill, which the Democrats could have made a huge public fight, almost nobody who doesn't who's not a junkie at junkie level of, paying attention to this stuff knows about it. And, we had, basically a social democrat win a mayoral race in New York the other day. And you have this bill going through Congress at the same time. And what does Kirsten Gillibrand decide to focus on? She decides to talk about how anti-Semitic and how much, Zoran Mamdani hates Jewish people or whatever, and go on the Brian Lehrer show and try and take him down, because that is, quite frankly, for elite Democrats, a much bigger fish to fry than actually caring if their own constituents are going to lose their SNAP benefits, lose their Medicaid, the destruction of our healthcare system, all the horrible things that are coming along with this. They're supposed to be against it or whatever, sure, but it also reminds me of do you remember when Joe Biden had just gotten elected president, and they had decided they were going to pass a voter rights bill, right? The Democrats had, and they got it through, I believe, the House because they had a majority in there, and it got stuck in the Senate. And instead of focusing on making a public case for that, they decided that Rashida Tlaib, not Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar had said like something on a tweet.
The Benjamins.
About, like, yeah, it's all about
the Benjamins. Yeah,
and deciding to make a censure vote happen at the exact same time as their big voting rights bill, and they stepped over that entire public thing and made their own internal drama. The Democrats are as like. The idea of them being an opposition party, I wish there was even a controlled opposition party in the country, because a controlled opposition would actually have to attempt to keep up the kayfabe. The Democratic Party in this country, and structurally speaking, they're all there is. That's all there is to it. Ain't no alternative. But like the Democratic Party in this country is literally just there at this point, and prove me otherwise, or whatever. They're just there to essentially maintain stability, clean up like a lot of the mess that the Republicans make, and put something of a more sort of like practical or professional face on the exact same policies. Or maybe dialing back a tiny little bit. Like if the Republicans go like, hey, let's kill Medicaid, and the Democrats will be like, oh no, our negotiating position isn't to keep Medicaid the same or even like expand Medicaid. It's to let's just cut it less. It's literally just like assuming whatever the right wing position is completely legitimate and just slightly watering it down. And when they see, they like it that way because they benefit from the system the exact same ways as the far right.
They get all the benefits of right wing policy without any of the blame.
Right, and then when they do see somebody who like Zoran Mamdani or AOC or Rashida Tlaib or Jamal Bowman or Ilhan Omar, anybody who even sort of like purports to kind of challenge that even a little bit, even if it's not even in a like totally 100% like we're gonna upturn an apple cart all the way type of way. I mean, none of those people do that. AOC plays ball. All of them play ball, at least to some extent. And, what do they do when that comes up? When Zoran Mamdani, who's running on freezing the rent and, free buses and, publicly owned grocery stores and things that would actually help working people, the Democrats have to just decide that, oh, actually, this guy's anti-Semitic. We must destroy him at all costs. That's the priority. That's what we have to do. That's what we have to focus on. We have to focus on that and not the fact that there is $800 million being cut from the healthcare system, not the fact that SNAP benefits are going to be cut and thrown away and people are going to starve and die, not the fact that ICE is going to, the Gestapo has essentially been not only funded to the level of, again, more than most militaries, but
it's not hyperbolic what you're saying.
I'm not being hyperbolic. I will stand by this.
No, I'm saying ICE is fun. Yeah. ICE is got a bigger budget than the Russian military.
And that's not the problem. That's not the priority. That's not the thing you got worried about. The real problem is that guy in New York who just won the mayoral primary, who didn't denounce globalize the Intifada, which is something that he never actually said. That's what we need to focus on.
Right. Well, what this also shows is just what a farce, what a joke the Democratic Party is. And again, this is another thing that we're just seeing the slip showing. Like we just now see who if there was, you remember the vote blue, no matter who, right? You remember that?
They're a brown guy in New York.
Happened all of a sudden? It's just they are as broken. Listen, I can look at it. Yes, the Republicans are horrible. Okay, they are a terrorist organization. That's what they are, a terrorist organization right now. Like between blocking climate change. What now? He wants to go back to clean coal, like getting rid of all the clean energy shit stuff. Like that is just like you're listening to 102.3 WHIV.
44.
Wow.
But no. But like you're right. Like all those lies. All those lies.
No, it's and what we're seeing with the Democratic Party, they're just like they're one step behind. I mean, they're not as bad. They are bad, but they're not as bad. But here's the bottom line.
My argument is that the role that the Democrats play in this is that they are enabling the Republicans, the right wing, the hard right, to do what they can, because when the right wing makes a big old mess, they don't change anything when it comes back around.
Yeah.
They just clean it up.
It's the
And they're
ratchet.
just like, let's continue doing the same
Right.
stuff.
Where
we like y'all are just doing it too.
Right. Who like was it all the Republican presidents, kind of increase the spending, and then it's the Democrats that just come
nobody
in and
gives the crap about.
Right. Nobody actually gives a crap about. You're 100% correct. No. We've talked about this before, that the Democrats are just the Washington Generals. That's all they are. They're there because there just needs to be an opposing party. They're not a show. There's no true opposing party. But here's the best thing. You've got Mamdani brought out a higher degree of younger voters for primary, and also people who have they've woken up. They recognize that they're not going to talk. If indeed the party, let's say you have somebody like an Eric Adams, or you have a Cuomo. Can you believe you had Clinton, one sexual assaulter, coming out to support another sexual assaulter? It was just this is what we're getting now. We're getting people coming out to support these horrific dinosaurs. And the Democratic Party is not recognizing that they need to go. And so, to a certain degree, not that I believe that the American Party from Musk is going to be, it's going to be terrible, obviously, but I like the idea that we're getting closer and closer to breaking out of this duopoly that we live in, and that we will be able to break into having more parties. I don't know if we'll actually see it, because the hold that they have on the Democratic and Republican parties, because in the end, who do they serve? Their donors, and their donors are the billionaires.
That would require a structural change to the American system. One that's right now, the way that the system operates, it's just Coke and Pepsi. So you might as well have one of them be good, because if you don't, if there's not even a basic level of friction that takes place from Pepsi, if it's just let's just do lighter Coke or whatever, let's just do it not even hit the brakes. It's just basically easing off the gas a little bit. Yeah. Then you don't have a two-party system. You just have essentially two wings of a singular party that needs to be sort of separated at some point. And again, the only way that can happen politically in this country is through the system that we currently have, which is unfortunately the Democrats. And the only people that are in any kind of position to do that, again, politically, there's other avenues, but the AOC wing, the Tlaibs, the Omars, the Mandanis, the people that are essentially DSA endorses.
Right. But also, let me ask you this. Let's just say Mamdani wins. Let's kind of dream with me here for a second, okay? Let's say Mamdani wins. Okay?
He's the front runner at this point.
Okay. All right, for the Democratic Party, but there's independents, but let's just say, yeah. Okay, let's just say he wins. Mm-hmm. Do you not think that the entire the party apparatus is going to come down hard to crush him and to crush the whole system, so they can point to it and they'd be like, oh yeah, look what happens when a Democratic Socialist runs. They screw everything up, They're
gonna try.
That's why I'm always afraid that if Bernie won, that would happen to him. Go ahead.
Here's the thing though. So my thing about that is, and you won't find anybody more black-pilled, more doomer-pilled than me. I'm actively trying to leave the country. I'm not kidding. But the thing about Mamdani, if you want to find some hope, honestly, it's that don't worry about what the Republican Party's doing, because they're evil, they're gross. We're gonna have to just try to materially survive their policies, but that the Democratic Party, and I mean the machine wing of the Democratic Party, which is most of the Democratic Party, their power is waning so hard. So either I do see an actual, if we don't have Bastille Day, an actual
alligator Alcatraz Day.
Yeah, Alcatraz Day. I do see an actual either dirty break coming or just a new party, because their power is gone. The thing about Mamdani, they can
30%.
They can try to come down on Mamdani all they want, but they already threw their pun. It's not a pun, but association. They already threw their nuke at him, which was anti-Semitism, and it made Christian Gillibrand had to apologize.
Did she really? I did not.
Yes.
I did not. Oh.
People flooded
Oh.
her office.
Oh,
with
did she
calls,
really?
and so she
Oh.
had to apologize for being a racist piece of garbage to
I
that
did
man.
not know
so
that.
their power is waning, man. They don't have a lot of gas left in the tank. When anti-Semitism, they're one note. When anti-Semitism won't work, and you can't just be outwardly racist to people, they really don't know what to do at this point.
Yeah.
They'll
So
come
much
up
to
with
the
something
point-
else for sure, but
That
as of right now, they're gobsmacked.
that nuke that you
Good.
mentioned, the anti-Semitism nuke, like it has been sort of nerfed so much to the point that even APAC doesn't use that nuke.
Yeah,
anymore.
they don't even talk about Israel.
Well, because
they-
Israel is toxic.
That's what I mean.
What
You
does
know?
APAC do? What does APAC do? They
Lobby
don't
on behalf of Israel.
Oh no. Like, what is their strategy? Is
Yeah.
my point. Their strategy isn't to say, "Oh, this is an anti-Semite" or whatever. Like that's what like a lot of these blunt instruments, these like Eric Adamses and Kirsten Gillibrands and like Cuomo's or whatever are going to do is they're going to use that. APAC has gotten actually more sophisticated by saying like, oh, they're challenging their Democrats' record. They're like, oh, this is a bad Democrat, as opposed they're supporting Trump by de facto, not getting with the Democrat or the Biden program. That's what they did. That's how they got Bowman, or that's one of the ways they got Bowman, and also just like splash.
Hey everyone, welcome. It's Christina's Corner, and I know what you were all thinking. Kristina, you got a Superman curl. Yeah, I do, but I got Wolverine hair for some reason. This don't ask what's going on here. I tried to do all Superman, yeah. Believe it or not, I got this at the boys section at Target. I got this at the boys section at Target because I was like, I need something for tonight because tonight's a big night, I mean, you guys are going to get so tired of me because you already saw me on Power Report. You're watching me now. Then right after, I'm hanging out with Alex to do a non-spoiler Superman review. And then at 8 o'clock, we're debuting Movie Night Extravaganza on here. So, and then we're doing after party. So you might see me 5 times tonight. I know. Yep. Oh yay! First time watching. Hello, welcome in. Yeah. I saw Superman, absolutely loved it. Can't wait to talk about more of it. But like some life updates, I got a new therapist. Yay! Thank God. I was needing it. I was needing therapy. And we got my dad's Social Security money back. Thank God. So we paid off some bills. Y'all don't know, but my mom fell for a scam and she lost access to her bank account. So only I can have a bank account now. So it's like, and when you switch a bank account, you have to like let them know like in advance when it gets dipped into a new bank account. It's a whole thing. We're getting it, but it's all straightened now. Thank God. Thank God. I'm so relieved. So relieved. So we were close to 3K subscribers on here. Damn, we've been here for like a month and like 5 days, and look where we are now, y'all. Look where we are now. Couldn't be more proud of all of us. So there's a lot to discuss. Elmo got hacked. I was napping when that whole thing happened. I was napping. I woke up. I'm like, wait, what happened with Elmo's Twitter account? The State Department's gonna hire Mecha Hitler now to do AI stuff. Oh, the majority report plug was what got me. Hell yeah, yo! As someone who has experience with Sam Cedar, okay, that came out wrong. Having him on Movie Night Extravaganza, he goes above and beyond for a lot of smaller streamers and podcast. So that's cool. So, that's always good. He did that for us twice on Moon Night Extravaganza when he was on. I remember that Tuesday he did like a breaking news thing, and I'm like, oh my god, Mom, the Majority Report's breaking news. What happened? And then he was talking about how he's calling Moon Knight Extravaganza, and I'm like, oh, we're in the breaking news. Which I was like, oh, that's cool. So that was nice. So I mean, there's some bad news today, but like I kind of want to keep it chill with like some shorter stories because I gotta get in my Superman mode. If I had known that there was a Supergirl cosplay, I totally would have done that for you guys. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. There's quite a few cosplays that I gotta get lined up for y'all because y'all will, I know y'all will love that. What's so funny? I was watching the Jon Stewart segment last night, and I could have sworn that was Gitmo and not Elmo. If y'all know the Daily Show lore, you're familiar with Gitmo, who looks exactly like Elmo. Get your cats a Krypton cape. Oh my god! You know what? I should totally do that. Yo, speaking of which, actually have a good news story. Let me find something real quick. Let's see. Dog. Let me do something. Because of Crypto, who's the goodest boy. Okay. Oh my god, disable your ad blocker, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So we have some pretty good news in regards to Superman, actually. So share. So, goddamn all these ads. Superman has led to a massive surge in dog adoption interest thanks to Crypto. Not the see, Crypto with the K is good. Crypto with the C is bad. I would know this as someone whose name is spelled with a K. Okay, don't be coming at me. So Crypto may not be a particularly good dog. What are you saying? He's the goodest boy. But the adorable Super Pooch does seem to have a big hit with audiences. There was some backlash when it was revealed that Crypto was going to feature in James Gunn's Superman. Why? He's like essential to like the Superman universe. Hello? Even though the Caped Canine is a mainstay in the comics, a lot of fans felt that including such an outlandish character may be a step towards too cartoonishly silly. And you wonder why I did not like Henry Cavill as Superman. Crypto's antics certainly weren't embraced by everyone, but the dog clearly proved to be a highlight for many moviegoers. Let's see, according to the Wrap, there has been an increase in dog adoption by over 500% following the release of Superman. Google searches after the premiere include adopt dog near me, 513%, rescue dog adoption near me, 163%, adopt a schnauzer, 299%, and then adopt a puppy, 31%. Crypto was a dog, was dog nacked by Lex Luthor. Oh, well, that's spoilers. Okay, after he infiltrated obviously the dog would get kidnapped. But yeah, we soon rescued towards the end of the movie. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, don't want to spoil too much for you guys. But let me just say, I absolutely he was a CGI dog. I thought it was a real dog. See, this is the thing with comic book fans, especially like within DC, particularly Zack Snyder fans, and that's something that Alex and I will talk about. They think that making these movies should be done quickly, and by me quickly, I mean quickly. Like they're like, why? They were like, why is it taking like 3 years to make a Superman movie? Because look what the MCU has given us when it comes to CGI. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's not good at all. Like we've all seen Ant-Man and Quantumania and all that stuff. But James Gunn likes to take his time when it comes to the special effects. They did have a dog that was like a stand-in for Crypto, which was a dog that looked exactly like Crypto. But all the other stuff they added, CGI. Is that normal time frame for making a movie? When it comes to comic book films, Pinkerbell, Apparently not so. Like they will be like, yo, hurry up. We need to make these films fast. And I'm over here like, be patient, because the finishing, product is going to be good if you actually do take your time, because that's why a lot of people are suffering from superhero movie fatigue. So there's that. And I understand. But when I found out that James Gunn was going to be in charge of DC, I was like, yes, someone who understands comics. He's the reason why we had the Infinity Stones become such a big deal in the MCU, during, the Avengers, phase 4. Yeah, I think that was phase 4. 3? I can't, and also for those who are like, I want more James Gunn, political movies, go watch the emphasis on the Suicide Squad, the one he did in 2021. It didn't do so well because people were still on freaking out about COVID, but I will say it did well in streaming on HBO Max. Yes, we're calling it HBO Max again. Thanks for the raid, Surfs. Thanks, Lance. So yeah, it's I want Hassan to watch it because it deals with like cooing in South America, US government, hiding Nazi experiments, in South America, endorsing coups and stuff like that. Like it's the Suicide Squad makes more sense than Suicide Squad, if that makes any sense to you guys. I'm excited for I hope the God Margot Robbie returns as Harley Quinn. If not, I'm gonna pay James Gunn a visit and be like, what the hell, dude? She's like one of the best things that came out of Snyder's, universe. Yes, we did hide Nazis in America too. So, hey guys, remember when Biden was going to remove medical debt from our credit scores? Remember that? Remember that was a policy he was going to be implementing? Well, a Trump judge was like, nah, that's not cool. We ain't doing that. I know. Yeah, for like 1 week, exactly. So, federal judge reversed rule that would have removed medical debt from credit reports. Yeah. So, a federal judge in Texas removed a Biden-era finalized rule by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that would have removed medical debt from credit reports. My credit score would probably go up by 50 points because medical debt should not even be considered a thing. I feel like medical debt should be the one debt that you don't have to pay back and should not be a dent on your credit report. But also, too, credit scores are made up. Money's made up. Everything's made up. Everything's fake. U.S. District Court Judge Sean Jordan of Texas Eastern District, of course it has to be Texas, who was appointed by Trump, found on Friday that the rule exceeded the CFPB's authority. I repeat, that the rule exceeded the CFPB's authority. Jordan said that the CFPB is not permitted to remove medical debt from credit reports according to the Fair Credit Reporting Act, which protects information collected by consumer reporting agencies. Well, I got Aura, so I'm getting all my shit removed from the internet now. Removing medical debts from consumer credit reports was expected to increase the credit score of millions of families by an average of 20 points, the Bureau said. The CFPB states that its research has shown outstanding healthcare claims to be a poor predictor of an individual's ability to repay a loan. Hi, how are you? Yet they are often used to deny mortgage applications. Yeah, you can't afford a $700 or $800 a month mortgage, but you can get like rent a place out for like $1,200. Make it make sense, okay? That's kind of the situation we're in. The three national credit reporting agencies, Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion, announced last year that they would remove medical collections under $500 from U.S. consumer credit reports. The CFPB's rule was projected to ban all outstanding medical bills from appearing on credit reports and prohibit lenders from using the information. Okay, you know what, AP? I can't donate now. The CFPB estimated the rule would have removed $49 million in medical debt from the credit report of 15 million Americans. According to the agency, 1 in 5 Americans have at least one medical debt collection account on their credit report. And over half of the collection entries on credit reports are for medical debt. The problem disproportionately affects people of color. The CFPB has found that 20% of Black people and 22% Latino people in the U.S. carry medical debt versus 17% of white folks. Well, I'm definitely in that 17%. Let me tell you guys something. I go to a rural hospital now. Go Clyburn, is that their name? Or Jim Clyburn, because that's the only thing I can afford. They do payment plans. They do like credit. You know, they do discount programs where they absolutely do not check any of your information to verify it. Thank God. They're like they're which is kind of crazy. They're like, we don't really do just sign and say how much money you make and you'll be fine. And I'm like, okay. The CFPB was established by Congress after the 2008 financial crisis to monitor credit card companies, mortgage providers, debt collectors, and other segments of the consumer finance industry. Earlier this year, the Trump administration requested that the agency halt nearly all its operations, effectively shutting it down. Yay! Again, a lot of people are like, why is he doing this? Because he's a hater. He's drinking. He's the original, haterade drinker, Like it sucks. It really, really, really does suck. I just can't like doing these little things that could actually help working class people, and yet they're not actually helping them. Like, it's like, who does this hurt when you actually remove medical debt from someone's credit score? I don't, why is this girl's getting on my nerves? I just don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't like it. It drives me nuts. Now, Epstein. I know you're all probably thinking, we're tired of hearing about Epstein. No, you're not. I know you're not. Why do I have 11 notifications? Oh, Alex. Okay, cool. So wait, let me look at my bookmarks. I'm so professional. So here's an article I subscribe to the Rolling Stone online because I desperately want because I prefer the Rolling Stone because they do a lot. I know a lot of people who do articles for the Rolling Stone. So yeah, more Epstein talk. I know. So what the fuck? I don't want ads. Honestly, if you're subscribed to the freaking you should not be getting ads. That's my whole thing. Oh my God. I can't even use an ad blocker on here. That's like, yeah, people still talk about that guy that Trump totally knew for decades and was referred to his best friend by Epstein. Like, yeah, whoo, what? Oh my God, my hair looks like Wolverine's. Excuse me. So, okay. Thank you, Rolling Stone. What Trump has said about Jeffrey Epstein over the years. The president has both trashed the convicted sex offender and called him a terrific guy. Donald Trump hasn't exactly done a great job handling the backlash to the Justice Department's memo last week announcing that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. And there is no high-profile client list. The president lashed out at a reporter who asked about the memo last week before posting a bizarre rant on Truth Social in which he claimed that Barack Obama wrote the so-called Epstein files and that everyone should stop focusing on the convicted sex offender and accused sex trafficker whose associates the administration has long promised to expose. But here's the problem. You ran on this. And if there's one thing the right wing gets so worked up about is secret pedophilia cabals, child sex trafficking, and all that shit. Like that's like their number one issue. I mean, y'all remember COVID, right? Like QAnon and all that. Oh my God. Like when 2020 happened, there were so many people who thought the symbol for Wilson, the volleyball from Castaway, was like a satanic, sign that everyone had. Nope, I'm good. And then that they're, the Wayfair sex trafficking, like people be posting like the most fakest stuff and people actually believe it. Like I know a woman who thinks Michael Jackson is actually The Weeknd, like the singer, the rapper, whatever, the guy who can't act with his veneers, that guy. So it's kind of insane to me that people are like, no, JFK, didn't JFK Jr. come back to life at all? No. Okay. Good to know. Like I don't know, guys. Conservative influencers and Justice Department officials alike have been outraged over the memo, with many alleging it's part of a cover-up and that Trump itself could be implicated in the Epstein files. Elon Musk, the former White House advisor and Trump confidant, said as much as he and the president feuded last month. Time to drop the really big bomb. Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files, he wrote on Twitter. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day. Shit. Trump appeared to be close with Epstein, at least at some point. They've been photographed together, and videos show the pair partying together in the 90s. Epstein reportedly said in 2017 that he was Trump's closest friend. I repeat, closest friend. Trump has spoken plenty about Epstein too, both lauding the disgraced financier and more recently trashing him and teasing conspiracy theories about his death. Now he wants the MAGA base, which has long thirsted for the government to release the Epstein files, to simply forget about it. Here's a brief history of the president's comments about Epstein. Trump says Epstein is a terrific guy who loves young, beautiful women. Oh my God. Trump famously lauded Epstein and remarked on his penchant for young women in a New York magazine piece in 2002. I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy, Trump said. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life. Oh, God. Trump has trashed Epstein in recent years, but yeah, this isn't a good look. Trump says he's not a fan of Epstein. A reporter asked Trump if he had a falling out with Epstein and if he had banned him from Mar-a-Lago during a press conference in July 2019. Yes, and I did have a falling out a long time ago. The reason doesn't make any difference, frankly. Yeah, the reason does make a difference. But I haven't spoken to him in probably 15 years or more. That's a lie. I wasn't a big fan of Jeffrey Epstein, that I can tell you. A reporter then asked if he had any suspicions that he was molesting underage women. No, I had no idea. Motherfucker, there is a report from a 13-year-old victim who was 13 that you and Jeffrey Epstein did some things to her that I cannot repeat because that's like there's a lot of stuff that's well documented about Trump and Epstein on that island. The fact that he's like, I had no, you were there, dude. You were there, motherfucker. You were there. You did it too. He continued, I was not a fan of Jeffrey Epstein, and you watched people yesterday saying that I threw him out of a club. I didn't want anything to do with him. That was many, many years ago. It shows you one thing, that I have good taste. I can't believe he said this. Okay, now other people, they went all over with him. Like you did? They went to his island. They went all over the place. Dude. You went to his island too. Don't lie. Man, he's not doing a good job of covering himself up. He was very well known in Palm Beach, his island, whatever his island was, wherever it was. Dude, you met Melania on the Lolita Express, his plane. I was never there. Okay. Find out the people that went to the island, but Jeffrey Epstein was not somebody that I respected. You guys realize that that he gets quoted, right? Like I would be like, sir, you said this about him not too long ago. Like also he said that you were his like closest friend. Explain. I threw him out. In fact, I think the great James Patterson, who's a member of Mar-a-Lago, with the author, made a statement yesterday that many years ago I threw him out. Trump pushes conspiracy theories about Bill Clinton and Epstein. I mean, there's photos of Bill Clinton getting those massages from the underage girl. So do with that what you will. During his first run for office in 2015, Trump was asked to give his opinion about former President Bill Clinton. Nice guy, he responded. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of problems. Motherfucker, you, along with Elaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, were at Chelsea's wedding. Jeffrey Epstein and the Clintons were at your wedding to Melania. In August of 2019, immediately after Epstein's death, Trump reposted a tweet suggesting Clinton killed Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein had information on Bill Clinton. Now he's dead. I see Trump body count trending, but we know who did this. RT, if you're not surprised, wrote conservative comedian Terrence K. Williams in the post Trump shared. Yeah, he's really highly respected conservative pundit. He's a big Trump fan. That's a retweet. That wasn't from me. That was from him. Trump told reporters in New Jersey. A reporter asked if it was appropriate to be spreading conspiracy theory. Basically, basically what we're saying is we want an investigation, Trump said. I want a full investigation. That's what I absolutely am demanding. A reporter asked again about the theory. I have no idea. I know he was on his plane 27 times, and he said he was on the plane 4 times. And then the question was you have to ask, did Bill Clinton go on the island? Because Epstein had an island that was not a good place, so understand it. You were there with him. And I never was there. So you have to ask, did Bill Clinton go to the island? That's the question. If you find that out, you're going to know a lot. But yeah, this goes on about, like, Trump tells Tucker he isn't sure Epstein killed himself. Again, this, believe it or not, like, Jeffrey Epstein died under Trump's first administration. People forget about that. And Biden could have done something about that too, like release stuff to kind of ease people's minds. But I don't think no matter who were to release it, it wouldn't make a difference. It's just so funny how nonchalant. And then, of course, we all remember when Trump was hesitant to say he would release the Epstein files while campaigning in 2024, even though he ran on that. Of course, Trump lashing out, reporter. Also, too, the thing about Trump is that the fact he's accusing Obama of writing the Epstein files. I'm like, dude, there is well-documented evidence that you were there, you did stuff that was reprehensible towards underage girls with Epstein, with Bill Clinton, with whoever the hell, maybe Stephen King, because he seems very nonchalant about that too. So the fact that people would make like Barack Obama the one who writing, what do you mean writing the Epstein files? This all happened under your first administration. Just saying. Now you're saying there was no client list, that apparently almost 3 minutes of video of his jail cell was edited now. I read another article about that, and I'm like, oh my God. See, for years it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by? Oh my God. We saw we saw Hunter Biden's business before, the Epstein files. He's really trying to distract us from, everything at this point. Like, I just can't, guys. I can't believe that there are people who are following in line and believing him. But then, of course, there are others who are like, no, you promised us. Like, you made this a big deal. And now you're saying it's nothing? How dare you? The boil. Gotta get red for Superman. Anyway. The fact that they're trying to distract us, like with the Rosie O'Donnell thing, she's not coming back to the US. She's gonna live in Ireland. Good on her. I would like to live there. I don't know. But it's kind of insane to me how they're really trying to distract us and flip the script about what's been happening for the last few decades, if we're being honest, about the Epstein situation. I mean, I knew who Jeffrey Epstein was when I was young. you know, like Jeffrey Epstein was always like that figure, because a lot of people do question how he got his millions, how he got his money, how he became this big financier when he really was like a nobody. And I'm like people like most rich people, they get, you know, contracts and people to fund their projects and stuff, and then they end up, you know, becoming rich. I mean, look at Elon. You think those government contracts mean nothing to him? Yeah, I can see that, but there are, I mean, she's also part of the LGBTQ plus community. Whoops. So there, I mean, I know a lot of people who are marginalized who are leaving the country, and I'm like, good for you. I wish I could do that, but I want to move to New York City in a few years because all my peeps are in New York City. Man, are you guys talking about Speaker Mike Johnson defies Trump, calls on DOJ to release Epstein documents. Did you see all the Republicans who voted no on releasing Epstein files? And so now, you know how there's an APAC tracker, now there's an oil tracker, and now there's an Epstein tracker who are, you know, keeping up with all the people, all the politicians who, you know, voted against releasing Epstein files. And I'm like, haha, and it's all Republicans too. Go figure. All Republicans voted no to release the Epstein files today. What are y'all hiding, huh? That's what I'm wondering. Man. They're scared of getting primaried. Well, this is definitely gonna not help them. I do feel like a blue wave could be coming in 2026, but I do worry that all the big beautiful bill stuff will go into effect in 2027. So that way they can blame, you know, the Democrats who just won a midterm election bigly, you know, from that they're responsible for that. And I hate when they do that. Like, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Most presidential economic cycles last 6 to 8 years. So if people are wondering why Trump's economy was so good in the beginning, I'm like, because we're finally getting Obama's fixes put in place. But then he reversed all that and everything went to shit, especially during COVID. So the reason why Biden's economy didn't seem so great is because he was one term and he was reeling from all of Trump's stuff, all the shit that Trump did. So, like, I always try to explain to people, I'm like, you know, Obama was dealing with a massive, you know, blow up. You know, you had 9/11, the Iraq war in Afghanistan, financial crisis, all that, you know. So it took a while. It took a while for things to get okay, but then Trump came in office and we're still recovering. I mean, basically everything went to shit when Reagan was in office, but we all know that. We all know that. The last good Republican was Eisenhower. The last good Republican president was Eisenhower. Because he seemed cool, and also he served in the military, wasn't a draft dodger, and he invented the you know, interstate, and also too he was the beginning of when, you know, civil rights and all that. So well, here's the thing. With Obama had 9/11, the economy was like went to shit after 9/11 because of all the construction and all that. And plus also a lot of first responders were dealing with the cancer and all the after effects of recovery there. Oh, Frantifa, thanks for the raid. Much appreciated. Yeah. But I think it's funny when people make fun of you know, the Obama did 9/11. I'm like, It's like when people say Zoran Mamdani has something to do with 9/11. I'm like, he was 7. Sometimes I forget my age. I think I'm a lot younger than I am. I'm like, nah, I'm like 25. But then I'm like, oh my God, I'm turning 32 this year. I'm like the same age as Zoran. Oh my God. Yeah, Nixon did start the EPA. That's about it. Because he actually feared environmentalists. We need to put the fear back in some of these Republicans. So I think starting with the Epstein stuff, we'll do it. We gotta hone in on that shit, guys. We just gotta, we gotta go. We gotta go hard. You know how in Motown Philly's like not too hard, not too soft. I'm like, no, we're going way hard. Yeah, I mean, David Cornsweat, who's the new Superman, he's my age. He just turned 32, and I'm like, Superman is my age? I'm getting really old. Oh, yo, PB. See, this is why I hate when TYT is like, oh, we have to, make allies out of Candace Owens. I'm like, why? Why? Her support for Palestine is riddled in her anti-Semitism. And I've always said this. I feel like the Jewish community and the Muslim community are always pitted against each other by like Christian Zionists and like Christian like fundamentalists, when in my opinion, they should be together. Like they should be fighting together, but it ain't so easy. Broadcasting live from the Poly Market Studios. Yeah, that's what I should do my intro for the show now. I'm just saying. I mean, that would be funny. That'd be pretty funny. Oh, your first time here? Huh. She probably does. And that's why I always tell people, I'm like, if someone agrees with you on like one thing, you have to know their intentions. You have to know the intentions of this person. It's not in good faith. Like, that's why I'm like, Jank, you're letting Charlie Kirk in. You're letting, Glenn Beck in. Like, you're letting all these right-wingers in. And I'm like, these people don't like you, really. They don't. You guys are trying to do, like, the center thing. And you should know better. Exactly. Like I watched TYT long enough and was friends with Anna long enough to know that they're applying none of the things that they taught someone like me as an audience member, a member, someone who had a mentorship and was a friend and was mentored by Anna. I even said, I'm like, all this that you taught me out the door these days with you. Like, I don't get it. You got to be smart to know who your real allies are. And I feel like we are so susceptible to people who want to be involved, but we still have to be careful about who I know people say purity tests are bad, but no, in this case, we got to be careful who we let in. Because if someone is spewing, anti-Semitism, yet they have a Palestinian flag in their bio, that's not good and helpful for us, guys. That's not. That's not. Nay. Man, I should have gotten blue and red nails today. So, but, it is what it is. The front door to your house is a gatekeeping mechanism. Yes, also, I will say this. As someone who's watched Sinners for the 50th time, the witches were right. Don't have a welcome mat at your door because you'll let the vampires in. Okay. Witches have been warning about welcome mats forever, from what I've heard. So, let me take some more Coke. Oh yeah. Just a reminder, guys. I did have so my therapist is like my age, and I'm considered going on disability for my mental health, which is good. Apparently, they have a caseworker for situations like that, and I'm like, yes, makes it all the more easier because my sister gave me a ton of information. I'm like, this is overwhelming for me. Like, just slow it down. Also, my cats are not in here. Normally they would, but I'm still going to be sticking around after this. And then, of course, come back for Moon Knight Extravaganza. So, there's still time for them to, show their fluffy bums. So, And just a reminder, I got this at the boys t-shirt section. This is an extra large. They only had like one, because you know how Target, the graphic tees for the guys are much cooler than the ones for the girls. I was like, let's go to the guys, men's t-shirt section. They only had like Super Dad. And I'm like, oh, come on. Yeah. There was a shirt that says Super Dad. I'm like, I should get that ironically. But then they had like a Superman jersey. But then I found this in the boys section. My mom was like, let's try the boys shirt section. I bet you they got something. And they did. I know. Yo, Seth, Mike McGraw, the fluffy one, was doing that to me this morning. Like, he just kept slapping me with his tail. And I'm like, stop it. But they're good kitties. They're really good. They know the word no. Like when they try to like go and bite or like hold my arm, I'm like, no. But then they go like very gently, but then they lick my hand and I'm like, guys are being good. You guys are being very good. Also, my therapist is a Taylor Swift fan. I'm like, I saw her tattoo said 1989. I'm like, is that a Taylor Swift thing? She's like, yeah. And I'm like, ugh, not really into Taylor Swift, like at all. Oh my God. Yo, I got some animal sitting jobs lined up, but I will still be streaming. Oh my God, really let you jog by a house and remember the couple dozen tuxedo cats? Oh, tuxedo cats are so fancy. They're so cute. They're so fancy looking. Because they got like, looks like they got the little bow. And honestly, if you have a tuxedo cat, you should get them a little bow tie collar. Because they're sophisticated. But I'm very happy that yeah, Carl, there's very few people who do believe, like, who actually have like their convictions and their beliefs as a conservative, but a lot of people like, don't care and they just do it for the money. Like, look at Ben Shapiro, for instance. And I said this, I think you saw this on Power Report earlier. You haven't seen the last of me yet. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, let's go. Vanguard boys, let's go. They were there for me when the whole Anna thing happened. They're like, come on our show. And I'm like, cool, okay. It's Roms. But what was I gonna say? I'm saying something about, oh yeah, well, like with Ben Shapiro, he's at his happiest when he's reviewing musicals. Okay, I like, seriously, guys, you need to watch his Wicked review. You need to watch his Wicked review. It's the best thing you'll ever see. Like, he literally knew like little itty bitty details that I know. Like, I'm like, oh, he knows this show. I mean, he's got kids. I mean, if you got kids, you probably went to. There's only 3 musicals now that you got to see when you go. 3 options to go and see. You either if you're tours, you see The Lion King. Huh. Nice. You see either Wicked, The Lion King, or Hamilton. Those are the 3 options now to go. Like, if you're like a tourist and you want to see a show in New York, it's either those 3. Phantom of the Opera's closed, but they're doing like a weird interactive show, and I'm like, why is it at 21 plus? That's what I wonder. Ugh. I don't get it. No cat buttholes to censor today. Yeah, so far, none. I don't know what happened, but they're not here now. Also, I'm so mad right now. I know what you're all thinking. Why are you mad? You seem happy. Because I'm not in Las Vegas to see the Backstreet Boys at the Sphere. Yo, I looked inside. Well, I mean, I've seen videos. It feels like you're moving. It's like a 4D experience. Like they're gonna do a Wizard of Oz thing at the Sphere, because they keep showing like Dorothy's shoes and like Surrender Dorothy and the Sphere messaging, and I'm over here like, oh, you cast all the Backstreet Boys? Nice. I'm over here. I've been a BSB fan since 97. So I was like 3 or 4. Okay. Like, I'm an OG from like back in the day. AJ's always been my favorite. Trans rights are human rights, he says. Amen. He's always, Brian's the worst. Wait, you're too young to know who the Backstreet Boys are? What do you mean? I'm 32. My sister was 7 years older than me. She made me a Backstreet Boy fan. I had a poster of AJ above my bed when I was a kid. And I knew the Backstreet's Back dance. Like, if at one time my sister, this is a fun story time, my sister had a birthday party at a roller skating rink up in New Jersey where we're still living, and there was this big crowd in like the corner, like a huge crowd. Everyone was going towards this person in the crowd, and my mom and my dad were like, "Oh no, a fight broke out." It was not a fight. It was your girl, 4 years old, dancing to Backstreet's Back. Apparently, I was a crowd pleaser. I always stopped people's attention. Like, people would stop what they were doing and watch me. So it's like I was pretty. I know my dances. I know Thriller. I know all the Backstreet Boys dances. Like, it's not just the Backstreet's Back. They have a few good ones that they performed at the Sphere. I did see them one time for their 20th anniversary concert. I was in the third. That's when tickets were cheap. I was in the third row, and I got AJ's attention. And they kept looking over and pointing at me. "Okay, you soldier boy." I haven't done that since middle school. I was doing like all the OG dances from songs they hadn't performed in like so many years, and they kept like, they kept like looking and pointing at me because everyone was like looking at me doing all these old school dance moves that they haven't done in forever. And it was just so it was so funny because I'm like, yeah, I know some of this. It's not just Backstreet's Back that's got to dance. We've got it going on and stuff like that. But I hate Brian, the one who used to have a good voice, but he's got the RFK Jr. situation going with his throat now. He literally said, and I quote, like mostly quoting, "Oh, we have this nice spot near the Gulf of America, and people are trespassing." I'm like, first of all, you're calling it the Gulf of America? His cousin Kevin, because Brian and White Snoop Dogg is what we call Kevin now because he looks like a white Snoop Dogg. He a few years ago he basically, it's not the vocal cancer voice, it's like vocal dystonia. And apparently he got it when he had swine flu back in 2009. Canceled, exactly. That's what everyone's saying on TikTok now. They're like, "Brian, we don't need you anymore." AJ's always been the best singer. He could have done musical theater, but he was in a boy band instead. And Kevin kind of like made like a subtle jab at Brian about believing like QAnon stuff and being a Trump supporter, which is weird because two of the Backstreet Boys, Howie and AJ, are both Latino. Like, AJ's half Cuban, so he comes from Cuban immigrants, and Howie's mother's side is Latino. So like they both grew up in Florida, so the immigrants that moved to Florida are. So it's like, dude, do you realize that your best friends or brothers are also like come from immigrants? I know, we don't need him. We really don't need Brian. I was like, Brian was never my favorite. I was always an AJ or Howie gal. My sister loves Kevin, and so does my mom. That's because Kevin kind of looked like my dad. But yeah, I mean, this Sphere looks really cool though. Like, a lot of people are like, it's like 99% Sphere, 1% the band. I'm like, well, that's kind of the point of the Sphere. It's like a 4D experience. Like, it looks like you're moving and people are like, oh yeah, he definitely is a vampire. People actually are getting motion sickness, and they got ambulances outside just in case of people like freak out, like, panic attack. But I'll be like, yeah, like they're floating on like a thing. I'm like, God, this is so cool. Maybe we could get Trump to do a rally at the Sphere and get all the Trump supporters motion sickness. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm so bad, guys. I'm so mean. No, I'm not. I mean, I can be mean. I could be worse. You know what the album Weird Al had? Even worse. Next to Michael Jackson's Bad album. Oh, I gotta ask Alex coming up because I think he saw Weird Al in concert. Gotta ask him about that. Yeah. Woof. I've always wanted to see Weird Al in concert. Yeah, even like, yo, Carl, even these like the high up section, like that almost looks like you're like this with the globe. It's like $500. And I'm like, why? I even try to I'm like, why? Oh, you got the hug Weird Al? I love Weird Al. He's so cool. Also, he does not support genocide, so that's smart of Weird Al. Good for him. We stand a king who's pro-Palestinian. Yeah. Ah, lucky. Oh, Running with Sisters tour? Nice. I actually saw they recorded a concert of his back in like 2013, 2014 or something like that for Comedy Central, and I watched it. He does all the costume changes. Like, that was pretty cool. Oh yeah, he's definitely a real one. I agree. And the fact that Michael Jackson loved him was so cool and allowed him to use his sets for his music videos. I know he's still working. I'm surprised he doesn't got he's not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame yet, but he so deserves it. Yeah, I've seen a few concerts in my life. I've seen, well, actually, probably the one that tops it was Elton John. We were able to get like, they were $80 per ticket back in like 2015, and he came to Augusta, Georgia, which is right across from where I live, because that's where the Masters are. People come here to stay during the Masters, and we saw him perform, and oh my goodness, he's like Bruce Springsteen on the piano. Like, Bruce Springsteen's known for his long shows that go like Springsteen shows are like 4 hours plus long. I would know. My sister's been to them. My parents have been to them. But Elton John will be on that piano for like 4 hours. He even did like a spot for the kids to do Lion King songs. I'm like, oh, this is the part where the kids get involved. He was really good. Like, they even had a camera to focus on his fingers on the piano. Like, it was a lot of the old acts are better at doing shows than like the younger acts. I'm like, what do you mean your show's an hour and a half? I spent how much money on tickets? I'm sorry, but that makes no sense to me. Meanwhile, I saw Elton John for like $80 ticket. Like, but they want to expand the James Brown Arena to make it big so that bigger artists do come along, like people like Elton John would, like big people. So it's like, you know, I'm looking forward to that, you know, hopefully. But I plan on moving in like 2 years, so I did see Frankie Valli in the Four Seasons before Frankie Valli became very, very stiff when he would sing, you know. And also I saw Foreigner. And I did see Styx. I was bopping Dover Arigato, Mr. Roboto. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. Because I'm weird like that. But the one concert that was a concert from hell, it was my first concert though. It was seeing Adina Menzel back in like 2009. And my mom, we were in Atlanta, and it was very stressful getting there and being there. My mom had a Xanax and like a rum and coke, and she lost her damn mind at that concert. Like, trying to go up to the stage to get Adina to come off stage, it was just bad. I was like, I got PTSD. That's why I don't go to Atlanta. Every time I go to Atlanta, something bad happens. So that's my whole thing. Like, I don't. No, I've always wanted to see Lady Gaga in concert. That's like my goal, to see Lady Gaga in concert. I remember when she first came out, her tickets were very expensive. I'm like, God damn it. Not fair, man. Though that concert she hosted with 2 million people in Brazil, not a single person was injured or died. That's a miracle. 2 million people showed up for that thing. You see Lady Gaga twice? I bet she puts on an amazing show. Yeah. I missed. That's the one I wanted to go to, Ronaldo. I wanted to go to the Monster Ball. Yeah, that's the one I wanted to go to. Uh-oh. Someone's here. Who that? Who's that? Oppie. Oppie, are you here? Are you here? Are you going to get up? Oh, no, you're not going to get up. You just want to roll around? He's over here, but get up here. Come on, get up here. You want to say hi to everyone? No? You just want to roll around and be cute and distract me? Get up here. Come on. No? Okay, I don't know what you want. I don't know if you can hear him, but Oppie's my spotted tabby. And McGraw's like my smoky cat. I nicknamed them Smoke and Stack now from Sinners because it's like they do have the personalities of Smoke and Stack from Sinners. And also, too, Smoke is definitely McGraw because he has a smoky fur coat. So, wait, you're not going to get up here and say hi to everyone? Say hi to the beautiful people? No? You just going to chill? Did you just wake up from a nap? You can't reach my hand. You have to get up. I'm sorry, guys. They're adorable. They're very cute. Oh, also, I got a new phone. Well, it's an iPhone 14 Pro. It's my Uma's old phone. I was like, why not just let me in? And I got it all situated, but I got to change. I don't like the butterflies. I'm changing to like a marble cover because I prefer that. So. Emotional support haters. Yeah, these cats are definitely emotional support haters. What are you doing? Yeah. Oh, well. Look who it is. Look who's here. Look who's here. Hey. Get up here. Get on camera. Say hi to everyone. Come on. Come here. Get over here. Say hi to everyone. Hi. You see him? I don't know. You could see him a little bit. Whoop. There he is. There we go. Aha. Oppie, what are you doing? Wait, don't get across the... Okay. Don't worry, guys. I'll be sticking around because Alex and I are going to do our non-spoiler Superman review. What are you doing? Oh, baby. Oh, look at him. He purrs a lot. He's so loud. McGraw has all this fur. You can barely hear McGraw when he's purring, but Oppie, oh my god, he's like a little motorboat. You're a baby. Yeah, he's a sweet boy. He likes to give kisses. My cats don't like getting kisses, but they love to give kisses, and it kind of makes me mad because I just want to kiss them and love them. And oh, he's laying right here now. He's holding my hand. Oh, you're just a sweet baby. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Anything can happen on this space, and by that I mean my cat's appearing for you guys. My desk is a mess, so eventually I gotta clean. Oh, they raided our parking lot, which they just painted over, like not repaid it, but like put like the top coat on or whatever. What? Hey, let go of my microphone. All right, guys. So it's almost 6, which means Alex's show is coming up. But I'm sticking around. I know you're probably like, we are so sick of this woman. We got to see her how many more times today? But yeah, stick around. Me and Alex are going to give our non-spoiler review of Superman.
Hello, welcome. to an episode about truth, justice, and the American way. We are going to be talking about Superman. Let's bring Kristina back. Hello, hello.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good.
For those of you who have been watching this space, I have no beard now, and I haven't done that since I look like this. I still got a Superman shirt. I did this because I went and saw Weird Al on Saturday. Speaking of concerts, and I got this sweet Weird Al shirt.
Yeah, nice.
Paradise shirt. It was awesome. Madison Square Garden. Lifelong dream fulfilled. He's my favorite musician of all time.
Yeah.
So we both saw Superman.
Yep.
And it was great.
Yep.
Big surprise.
Bye-bye.
Big surprise. It was fantastic. James Gunn knows how to make a movie.
Hashtag good guy with the gun.
Yeah, I love all the gun memes. I wanted to take this time to give our non-spoiler thoughts on the movie and Superman as a character, and also make fun of the right wing for freaking out about it, because yesterday, and we're going to do this because I muscled through Ben Shapiro and Michael Knowles' reviews.
Yeah.
So we're talking about it. I'm not going to play them. I'll spare you.
I've seen them. Don't worry. I did some research, but then I made it up. Then I was like, I'm going to rewatch Hassan's review.
Yeah, that is more palatable. But I wanted to start out by asking, what was the first Superman thing that you saw in life?
I think it had to be the Superman cartoon that came out in the 90s. That was kind of like a spin-off to Batman, the animated series almost. Yeah. That was my first. And then I do remember watching the I Love series. I love the 70s series. And that's when they talked about Superman. I'm like, oh, there's a live action Superman. So I watched the Christopher Reeves one. And then I actually did articles in 5th grade about Christopher Reeve because he had passed away and then his wife had passed away. So Christopher Reeves was always someone that I was, looking at throughout my life.
Okay, so I can't remember. I think it was, first of all, we probably have both seen, since we were babies, merch, people wearing Superman shirts and whatnot. Yeah. And then probably my dad would have shown me the Christopher Reeves movie. I remember seeing that like very early. And then the cartoon came out, and Justice League and whatnot. Yep. I read comics, and I wanted to just react to a little portion of this right-wing guy's, his name is the Letter Hack, his video about Christopher Reeve's Superman. So let's play a little of this.
Okay, hear me out. A lot of comic book readers, I'm a huge fan of Superman comics. And when it comes to Superman, I'm as big a fan of the Golden Age as I am the Silver Age, as I am the Bronze Age. But it's that last one, the Bronze Age, intended as a big reboot in the 1970s, that I think marked the beginning of the end for Superman. Just as the comics were beginning to emerge from the kid-friendly, yet highly imaginative and delightfully weird storylines of the preceding Silver Age, everything came to a screeching halt in 1978 when the Richard Donner movie debuted starring Christopher Reeve. And for as good as he was, Christopher Reeve's portrayal of Superman effectively killed the character on the spot.
Okay, let's pause it right there. So this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Really? No.
No, I got it. All joking aside, obviously.
Yeah.
Letter Hack. I half agree, and I get later in the video he gets into what he means by this, and that because of the success of the movie, the comics then tried to reflect
his Superman,
that Superman, and be a little more grounded and realistic.
And
I would argue that was already happening in the comics in the 70s. Neil Adams and Denny O'Neil were writing like heroes, and Alan Moore writing Superman.
I think Superman 3 is what ruined Superman, but people are like, wait, there's a third one?
But I do agree that you know, that does happen, especially now. Like after, I would say it was like Batman 89 when they were like, okay, The Dark Knight Returns was huge, so we're going to make a new Batman movie to contrast the 66 TV show Batman and make it much darker and hire Tim Burton because he's the darkest motherfucker we know in the 80s and make it super dark. And then that's reflected in the 90s era, I would say, of comics where everything's edgy. Image Comics comes out and they're all competing with it.
But also, too, they wanted to make the Batmans campier. You know, the Bat credit card, the nipples on the suit, you know, like Val Kilmer and then, you know, George Clooney. Like they wanted, like Joel Schumacher was like, we got to show everything. And it's like, dude, I know you're gay. I know you're flaming homosexual, but you could tone down the homoeroticism of Batman.
Yeah.
Okay? You might as well make the ambiguously gay duo.
From SNL. I love I thought they were so funny. I love it. I missed SNL animation side tangent. But this does happen a lot more. And, you know, for example, when the Black Adam movie was coming out, you could tell if you were reading comics because suddenly Black Adam was in a lot more books. You know, you can tell the success of the Suicide Squad movie and the Peacemaker TV show because Peacemaker has a book and is relevant at all as a character now. So I do understand what he means in Letterhack in this video. I agree to an extent, especially in the modern age after Marvel and like Iron Man and shit, because Marvel Comics very much suffers from that. Well, they were trying to, I mean, Sam Raimi's Spider-Man had organic web shooters. In the comics, they then made a whole storyline to then get Peter Parker to have organic webs so that people because the studios think people are going to go see a comic book movie and then be so jazzed and excited that they're going to run to their local comic book store and start buying books. And it just doesn't work that way.
They buy Funko Pops instead.
They buy Funko Pops, they buy video games, they buy t-shirts.
Yep.
I wish they did. I want more people to read comics. But so I just wanted to react to Letterhack's video about that.
And one thing that drives me nuts though is that there's always that Marvel being like, these folks are not in the comics. I'm like, well, neither was Harley Quinn.
Yes.
She became a comic book character because she was so popular in Batman animated series.
Yeah.
So some characters who start off in TV shows and Marvel movies or whatever, comic movies or TV shows, they will end up in the comics because of how popular they end up being.
I mean, the introduction of Superman even being able to fly was a radio teleplay, or what do you call it? A radio play invention in the 40s. So was Kryptonite. So was a lot of the mythos came from those Superman radio plays because people going on air every week going, we got to make up stories. They're not writing fast enough.
Because Superman was also a TV show with George Reeves. Not everyone thinks that they're related. I'm like, no, they're not father.
I actually had to Google that yesterday.
They just had the same last name, but he was for a lot of people's first Superman. And of course, he mysteriously died. Like there's really no, like they don't know if he committed suicide or someone killed him.
I thought he did kill himself.
There was no fingerprints. His fingerprints were not on the gun. They couldn't find any it's a whole mystery that always baffled me.
So there is real right-wing reaction to this movie. First of all, general thoughts on the movie.
It was great. It was great. I trust James Gunn. I mean, he's the one who came up with the Infinity Stones and how important they were in the MCU. So he knows what he's doing. Plus, I loved the Suicide Squad so much better than that other one. I mean, if you like anti-imperialism, watch the Suicide Squad.
Yeah, watch all of them. Also, Peacemaker, the TV show.
Yeah,
Peacemaker. You're gonna want to watch it because a lot of this stuff is going to transfer over to season 2 coming out this fall. Watch my reaction on my channel. Also watch my Superman review on my channel. But the Peacemaker TV show season 1, there's a whole plot with the KKK. So enjoy that cathartic watch. Folks.
They thought right wing is like, he's one of us. I'm like,
right.
Is he though? I mean, He's
And, like,
bisexual, but I love Vigilante. He's like the DC's Deadpool.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah,
And
he has a mouth on him.
Speaking of Deadpool, they're doing finally Marvel and DC are working together again, and there is a Deadpool Batman book out right now.
Nice.
I'm gonna wait for the trade. I always wait for the trades. Speaking of trades, we're talking about Superman. I gotta recommend some comics. Superman Secret Origin, written by Jeff Johns, drawn by Gary Frank. My favorite origin influence. I recommended some other books on my review: All-Star Superman, Birthright, and Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, which I also recommend. And that has more to do with the movie. But
I will say
Secret Origin and Brainiac, which is the next book. And I feel that James Gunn is going to want to do Brainiac.
Oh yeah.
So I just wanted to.
My thing is that a lot of people are like, "Oh, are we gonna get the origin story again?" I'm like, I feel like we don't need it. We never. We've had it. We know he's from Krypton. Like we know his parents and all. Like, what about that's why I like in the beginning there is a narration that makes a lot more sense. But people are like, some people were mad that there was like that and not an actual. I'm like, do we need that though? I mean,
I was happy with that.
Yeah, this was like the Batman. Like he's too super. He's been around for a while. I mean, the Batman. Honestly, I think the Batman should be the DCU Batman.
I agree.
They complement each other so well, like the grittiness and then the hope.
At the end of the Batman, I watched a channel called Comic Pop, and he said, and I agree. At the end, when they're helping everyone out of the stadium after the flood, and Batman is looking up towards the sun, it would have been so cool to see a little floating guy up there.
Yeah,
this silhouette. You don't have to see his face. It's just he's up there, and he's like he's here to help too. Oh, yeah, awesome.
I wonder if they're gonna work that in somehow, because I feel like James Gunn's he's gonna have a hard time with Batman, but he trusts Matt. Matt Reeves with the Batman.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. I'm like, James, this could be your Batman.
And they could absolutely. I mean, James Gunn has said the DCU is gonna have a very different tone for each project.
Yeah.
That Batman can absolutely fit into this world.
Yeah.
With this Superman. Gotham's over there, Metropolis is over there.
Yeah.
It's always raining over there.
That's what drove me nuts about Zack Snyder's, because I'm like, I need a freaking flashlight when when watching his stuff. But you could tell, like Birds of Prey, like stuff that or Wonder Woman, like you could tell it's Shazam what films had color.
Yeah.
In his films, and those ones I actually preferred.
I agree.
Even the Suicide, but the first Suicide Squad movie, they just didn't know what tone to do.
Yeah, and also they gave it to a trailer house, a trailer editing place to cut the final cut of the movie.
Yeah,
they kept changing it because of Guardians. Yeah.
I mean, the moment the movies, it was a packed theater, but most people were like this the entire time, like on their phones,
in Suicide Squad.
I know, yeah, and I was like, okay, this movie's not gonna be good if people are already on their cell phones.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw Joker 2, Folie à Deux, people were walking out, and I hadn't seen that ever, to the point where I was like, are they just going to the bathroom? But no, people just kept going out, and I was like, I haven't seen this in maybe ever. That's what inspired me to start making YouTube videos. But I wanted to, so those were the comic recommendations. Also, I'm a big Green Lantern fan. Obviously, I got the ring, I got the hat.
Yeah. You got a middle finger, the
I mean, that's the finger that it goes on canonically in these books.
Yeah.
This is also written by Jeff Johns, drawn by, unfortunately, an asshole, Ethan Van Sciver, who is part of the right-wing fandom menace kind of guys we're about to talk about. But it is still drawn well. Like his skill, you can't take away the skill, and the colors are Prentice Rollins. So the colors do a lot of the heavy lifting, honestly.
Yeah.
Because there's some panels with his stuff that's like, but this book, if you want to get into Green Lantern or find out what it's about, Green Lantern Rebirth is the book, and then Mr. Terrific, because he's a breakout character.
Yeah. Watch, he's gonna have his own spin-off show too. And I'm so glad that the actor gets redeemed after the guy who can't get killed as an X-Men character.
Yeah. That was I'm really glad he got to come back and play another comic book character and be beloved. So that book is called Strange Adventures, also written by Tom King, who wrote Supergirl And this is a book about Adam Strange. I feel that Adam Strange is going to be a part of this because Tom King is working with James Gunn on a lot of the plans for the DC universe.
And I think that's where Zack Snyder went wrong, because I don't think he really worked with many comic book writers for his universe.
Jeff Johns did work with Snyder in building out some of that stuff, and I can see a lot of what Jeff had wrote in the books like on screen, which was like, but it was all muddled still, because David S. Goyer and whatnot. But this book, it is about Adam Strange, but like Mr. Terrific it's a secret Mr. Terrific book. So pick up Strange Adventures by Tom King and Mitch Gerads. We're gonna react to 40 seconds of this clip from fucking Pierce Morgan because it has a lot of the players that I want to talk about.
Dean Cain, for instance, a half Asian Superman.
I've actually walked past
the woke Superman, by the way.
Yeah.
Who actually had immigration on his ass.
Yeah, there's actually a clip I saw going around from the Lois and Clark Superman that deals with immigration. So here we go. Here, can I make this full screen? There we go.
Superman's actually a refugee.
Isn't that an immigrant?
They're trying to equate those things together, which I think is ridiculous because of the current politicization of that situation.
James Gunn is not the kind of guy who's going to put an American flag in his front yard during 4th of July. And that's the kind of guy you need to be to create Superman.
I did not like this movie at all. Every man in this movie is weak and he cries.
Chris, there is one silver lining here, which I think you touched on.
Dresses, short skirts, high heels, cleavage. Thank you, James Gunn, for that.
Hollywood's has been trying to remove masculinity for it seems like the last decade. Once again, it needs to be White Boy Summer to bring people back to the box office.
Well, you're eating those words right now, aren't you?
Right. And I just wanted to make clear who these people are, because I've been watching YouTube for a while. And I've been recommended their videos because of the algorithm, and just I wanted to point out. So here we go. There's the panel here. I'll get it. Hang on. There we go. Okay. So we got Pierce Morgan, right? We all know fucking broke ass Pierce Morgan's got to just fuel outrage. That's his job. Dean Cain played Superman in the 90s on the TV show Lois and Clark. I also watched that show. That was one of the first depictions of Superman that I saw. One of the only live action things I would watch as a kid with my parents. Like I was like strictly cartoons, like Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, back and forth.
Yep.
So Superman I was like, all right, that kind of counts. And this, okay, so really I want to talk about these two guys. This guy's Chris Gore. He's a writer. I don't know where he exactly aligns. I don't think he's super right wing, but I think he's also just like I don't care kind of guy.
Yeah. Apparently he cares about titties and ass and short skirts, but
that's ridiculous.
Make Lois Lane sexy again. I'm like, no, make her wear purple again. And she did.
Yes, she did.
No wonder purple's my favorite color.
So this guy is called NEUTRON. And when I was watching Shapiro and Knowles' reviews, I saw that he was live. So I started watching his shit and seeing him kind of try to downplay the box office and downplay the politics. That's really the theme that I'm getting, is they're trying to downplay how important this movie is and how fun it is and how big it's going to be. And this guy, Geeks and Gamers, he was instrumental in the Snyder Bro community, for lack of a better term. And I just so he was pushing the release the Snyder Cut thing for years, right?
Yeah. Well, they had a bot farm doing that too, which is kind of ironic considering what we know about a certain movie that we're going to do a spoiler review on later.
Yeah. But here, I just wanted to shout out because so the reason, they did. Fucking after Snyder himself started, inserting himself into the release the Snyder Cut thing. Some of the actors came out and supported it as well. And COVID happened and no one could make movies for that whole fucking year.
Yeah.
And the ones that were in production were very, delayed and whatnot. So Warner Brothers said, all right, what if we gave him a little bit more money to shoot some extra scenes? Mostly he's just got to edit it together and we'll put it on our platform and it can come out. So they did that. And in the run up to that, they interviewed, I don't know what interview this is exactly, but it's Zack Snyder on a panel with a bunch of other people. And this is the moment that you can see. It's like the Simpsons meme, the exact moment where Geeks and Gamers' heart breaks. So I want to play this clip because shout out Zack Snyder. He's all right. He's a director. Like he's a little libertarian, I think. Like,
you can tell when he did his DC.
But like, so is Christopher Nolan. The Dark Knight, the Patriot Act, like using whatever to catch a terrorist. But shout out Zach here in the lead up to the release of the Snyder Cut that a lot of the right wing glommed onto and everything. Here he is.
Just a quick thing before we get started. I know that on our donation page, we still have the Geeks and Gamers logo. I just want to say that I really, we talked about this, and we're really not affiliated with Geeks and Gamers as far as I'm concerned, and I really just want to make that clear. And I also want to just say, in light of recent events, I think we really, if Justice League teaches us anything, it's about coming together, and there's no room for hate. And I just think that it's important. It's an important message, and of course, as the father of the Asian children, it really hits close to home for me. And I just really want to put that out there that we all, there's no room for hate.
Right. So that's a good statement by Gunn. I mean, by Snyder.
Well, it's so funny. Like a lot of people are like, oh, they hate each other. I'm like, they've done movies together.
Yeah, they made Dawn of the Dead together.
Yeah, like
Snyder was the director. James Gunn wrote that movie, and it was great. I love Zack Snyder movies up until he started writing them, being in full control. Like that was it. Sucker Punch. I was like, and then Rebel Moon, the other zombie movie he just made for Netflix. No, I'm done.
No, he's not a good writer. He's a good director, but not a good writer.
Right. And I want someone to rein him in a little bit, not so much slow motion and shallow focus and stuff.
Yeah. But I found his cut of the Justice League so boring though. I was like,
it took me all day to watch it.
Yes. I was like, what's going on here? And then the ending, I'm like, Jared Leto is still the Joker. Jesus Christ.
In this weird nightmare future. It was so ridiculous.
Yeah.
But again, as a creative, I'm glad he got to make the vision that he wanted and get this full and like get it out there, and it's over. And it's over. Like he's not gonna come back.
Stop.
If Superman fails, which it's not going to, it's not gonna, they're not gonna rehire Zack Snyder. It's just
I don't understand why, because I mean there's always still so much, like with Henry Cavill. I'm like, didn't he just he quit though, I believe, or was he just let go? Because there's been a mix up.
It was because they announced that he was going to stay as Superman as Black Adam was coming out, and then like 2 weeks later they were like, never mind. And it was back and forth, and it was Warner Brothers who fucked him over. Like they didn't communicate well enough with him, and
it's funny how Warner Brothers doesn't get enough credit for just being awful.
Yes, David Zaslav is a piece of shit, which we're also going to get into.
Yeah, but also too, a lot of people think, oh, with Zack Snyder gone, Warner Brothers is going to fail. I'm like, Barbie movie.
Yeah,
Superman is basically Barbie for dudes, but I'm like, hey, I'm here for it too.
Yes, he was. And he is the. That's why I still say true justice in the American way. It is the American way. It's what we aspire that the American way actually is, instead of the government's actions and whatnot. It's why Superman has disavowed presidents and actions in the past.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you've seen the memes all over the internet of, not memes, but pages from old comics where he's denouncing racism and whatnot, and espousing how cool immigrants are.
Because he is one. A lot of people are like, wait, what? I'm like, he's from a completely different planet. Of course he's an illegal immigrant. What do you That's his story. That's his whole purpose. Like, like he's always saving, the underdog, the people who, who need a hero, who need, someone, to save them. And he's that guy.
So here is the reason why it's go woke and make bank, apparently.
Yeah.
What is it? $122 million domestically over the weekend.
Yeah.
We're incredibly grateful for your enthusiasm and kind words over the past few days. We've had a lot of Super and Superman over the years, and I'm happy to have made a movie that focuses on the man part of the equation.
Yeah.
A kind person always looking for those in need.
Yeah.
That
what I
is
said. Yeah.
That is strength. That's
Superman.
real masculinity.
Yeah. That's why, and also too with the numbers, a lot of people are like, well, it still didn't make as much as a Man of Steel. I'm like, it actually is still like the biggest opening for a Superman movie. They're like, well, adjusted for inflation. I'm like, we're not adjusting for inflation.
Yeah. It is the biggest opening.
Yeah. Like
so
that's the first Superman movie.
Gunn has responded to the MAGA hate, saying, I don't have anything to say to anybody spreading hate. It made a bunch of money. Warner Brothers CEO David Zaslav is celebrating, saying Superman
trying to take credit.
Trying to take credit. Absolutely. This weekend, we watched Superman soar as James Gunn's passion and vision came to life on the big screen. Superman is just the first step. Over the next year alone, DC Studios will introduce the film Supergirl and Clayface in theaters and the series Lanterns on HBO Max. All part of a bold 10-year plan. The DC vision is clear, the momentum is real, and I couldn't be more excited for what's ahead. He is hey, it worked out. Hey, I'm the guy who greenlit all these, and credit and some love.
Well, what's funny too is the Clayface movie has a lot of people worried because it's going to be set in it's going to be a grittier niche art house film, which I'm fine with that. And it has different elements of the comic stories in Batman the animated series as well.
Hey, it's
that's
Mike
where
Flanagan.
he got.
I trust.
Yeah,
him.
I love Mike Flanagan
Hill
too.
House, Bly Manor, Midnight Mass, all Usher, all those shows are fucking awesome. I trust the man.
his Clayface could be within the Batman, which is why I'm like, hello, this would make sense for the Batman to be the DCU Batman. I think, Barbara Pattinson gets it.
That could be the bridge. That could be the bridge because there was a lot of fantastical stuff in the Batman.
Yeah.
There's goons. Riddler has goons in that movie.
Yeah.
His troll army that comes out and fights in the last act of that film. He's fighting Carmine Falcone. It felt similar to the Superman movie where there's a lot of things happening, but it feels like you're reading a comic. Yeah, he's fighting a giant monster one moment.
Simple
he's fighting the next. Yeah. Yes. Yes. That is what Gunn is so good.
A lot of people were like, this movie's so confused. There's a lot going on. I'm like, but you can understand it. You can summarize it and you can tell the movie from beginning to end what it's about.
Yeah. Yeah. That is what Gunn is great at. Is using a rock simple story and because that's all you need. And then you can do all the character stuff that he loves to do, that he's really good at. So let's not forget that David Zaslav once canceled the Ta-Nehisi Coates Black Superman project over woke concerns. So he's not a good guy. All right. He runs Discovery, which TLC is under. I'm a big 90 Day Fiance fan. I guess at this point, more like Addict.
He removed, someone pointed out, he removed the Looney Tunes cartoons, which for Warner Brothers, that's their mascots. That's their cartoon mascots.
He defunded the animation department at fucking Warner Brothers. It's insane.
If Disney had done that, did that to Mickey Mouse and all the other Disney cartoon mascots. Oh my God, people would riot.
Yeah. I mean, but you're an animation studio.
Yeah, first.
Yes, movies and animation, film and animation, it goes together. Insane decisions this guy made. Scrapping Batgirl and all. I get it for you want to reboot. You have some of these movies are finished, so just put them out. Run off taxes or some shit. I don't know, but he's a shithead, and I'm glad that people are giving Gunn the credit.
Because people act like, the Snyder Bros are like, oh, he's not, they always bring up, his questionable tweets from back in the day. I'm like, you fell for a right-winger grift. Because they did the same thing to Sam Cedar.
Yes, they did. It was the same guy. It was Mike Cernovich.
Yeah, Mike Cernovich. Yep.
We're gonna go into all that on Movie Night Live at 8:00 and give that whole story again, because people need to know that, and there is themes of that in this movie that we're gonna get into, of like someone kind of being canceled and then coming back and being redeemed.
Yeah, I wonder who that's about.
Yeah. So I just wanted to pop up the images here of jump scare. Folks, sorry.
Wipe that chocolate cake off your face, Ben. Enough
Shapiro.
already.
Oh my god! I mean, mine's starting to come in too. I keep
At least you can
forgetting
grow
that
yours.
I don't have a beard, and I go to stroke it, and it's not there, and I'm like, oh. But I watched their reviews, and that is what they're going
Grasping
with.
at straws for
Their
one.
narrative is. It's not as political as people say. If they're saying that, if they equate it to Israel-Palestine, then they just have politics lib brain and you should disregard it. Or and also, even in the context of the movie, that country has a right to defend itself and whatnot. Like literally Shapiro says it. It's so fucking funny.
And the Suicide Squad too was very political.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally like, oh, the government's experimenting, like doing something, like hiding some Nazi experiment in a South American country that's been cooed.
That like a movie like that, it's not Superman. It's not as iconic. Like I talked about this with I think Andrea on her show that has yet to air. But in the comics, they made one of the several Robins that Batman has, Tim Drake. They decided, you know what, he's bisexual now, and that was to sell books. Like they, on some, it was to sell books. Also, I believe that the writer really wanted to tell this story and have more representation, and that's okay to do. There's several Robins to pick from. It's okay, one's bisexual. I feel like they picked bisexual because the editors were like, don't make him full gay.
That's
we want to hedge.
There's always the male comic book characters. They're bisexual. They always are.
Yeah. It's like, don't worry, he still gets pussy. But then, and that didn't get, like, it got a little bit of buzz. I saw like breaking outside of the comic book world, but not too much. But when they made Superman's son, who was artificially aged and then became a character also called Superman instead of Superboy, they made him bisexual, and that got a lot more coverage. Like
this
that
is
was
not
on
the
Fox.
American way.
Yeah, and
well, they also got pissed about the true justice and the human way or whatever. Like I'm like, guys, come on, it's just one word. You don't have to freak out about.
It's one word. I prefer when he says American way. I don't care when he says something else. It doesn't matter to me. That was another thing that they talk about a lot in their reviews, that it's important that he's American. And like, yeah, it is. It's important that, I mean, I'll say this. It's important that he's white. It's important that he's white and because he lands in Kansas. And if a white if Ma and Pa Kent from this movie were walking around with a black child, no one would believe that they gave birth to that child. Like it makes, and if you change him to be a black character, then what does racism look like? How does he deal with that? And part of an identity. And
that's not political at all.
By the way, that this Superman that he's talking about, that David Zaslav scrapped the idea for, is an alternate universe Superman where he's a black man and also the president. He's basically Barack Obama Superman.
That sounds about right.
It was created around that time. But do that, and there is multiverse, and there's infinite universes. You can have infinite versions of characters. There are black Batman. There are multiracial Supermen. There's this infinite.
Dean
everything.
Kane was one, for God's sake.
Dean Kane was one.
He was the only
multiracial Superman.
Yeah, they literally had to change his background for him or something like that. I was like, picky.
So this right-wing bullshit it's another distraction You know, they're making it. They also don't want to address this. They're trying to like downplay how big this movie is right now. And you know, it's not perfect. It's not a perfect. There's no perfect movie.
No.
There's always critiques, but it was fantastic. Had a blast. Took my fiance. She had never seen a Superman thing in her life. Had no interest.
This is a good start.
Thought the trailers were all right, and you know, knew it meant a lot to me that she'd come and see it, and so she did, and had a blast. Cried a couple times, you know, laughed a lot, and yeah. So you can take like, and it does throw a lot at you. Like Kristina was saying in the beginning of the movie, there is an opening, like not crawl like Star Wars, but titles that say like, you know, establish the world that we're living in, and so we know what to expect, and it hits the ground running, and it doesn't stop.
Yeah,
and it still works. There's time to breathe. It's very fucking cathartic because of the themes of the movie.
Yeah,
and it's not. And you know, I've seen an article about it. I think, I don't know, Wall Street Journal or Washington Post or something that said like, is the Superman movie isn't trying to be political. We just have real life supervillains now.
Yeah.
And like that's the thing.
And these are the same people who grew up watching Christopher Reeve's Superman, and now they're the very thing that Superman would want to stop.
Yes. Yeah. And they just won't believe it. They won't agree. They're just missing. I mean, that's why, you know, I watched The Boys TV show.
Yeah.
And season 3 and 4 kind of went a lot heavier and with like the messaging, because they saw online that people weren't getting it, or that MAGA was embracing certain shit, and they were like, no, we want to make fun of you and hurt your feelings, so you don't like this show. And I think it hurt the writing a little bit. Yes, like All in the Family. But All in the Family, again, that show has Archie Bunker but has everyone else reacting to what Archie Bunker says.
Yeah, that's why they call him the lovable bigot.
Yes, and he learns lessons at the end of each episode. That's the point of the show.
Yeah.
So when Daily Wire, Ben fucking Shapiro makes what was that cartoon called that he made with
That's
Adam
like Bluey?
Carolla?
It's I forgot what it was called.
It was basically just All in the Family again. But in this version, everyone's supposed to learn the lesson that no, Archie's right, actually, at the end of the day, instead of Archie learning the lesson.
Oh, so we should put American flag over a swastika like he did in that one episode? Okay.
What?
Yeah.
Did you watch that show?
Oh, yeah. I grew up watching All in the Family because my
All in the Family.
grandfather. Yeah.
Oh. I thought you meant you watched the Ben Shapiro cartoon.
No. Man, losing Candace Owens and Brett Cooper really tanked his brand.
Yeah. I mean, like, what are they doing now? They're just kind of, it's just him, Knowles, and Walsh, right? Just hanging out. I don't know.
Bro stuff.
Weird. But yeah, Superman is great. I watched all the reviews. Like, I love watching reviews when I get home from a movie. Dan Marl, Mr. Sunday Movies, Struggle Nation. I was literally just watching Kevin Smith, who's one of my heroes. Talk about
it. New Jerseyite.
Yes, fellow New Jerseyan. And everyone is digging it. Everyone is, different criticisms here and there. More so than less, but the overall mood, I mean, even Red Letter Media, who I love, but they are notoriously not big fans of like big blockbuster or more critical of big blockbuster movies than others, were basically like, this is fun. It's like reading a comic. It feels like the Adventures of Superman, the cartoon series that from the 90s. Like,
I know because I'm friends with Eileen Jones, who's like the film critic for Jacobin. She's been on Movie Night Extravaganza a lot, and there are times where I'm like, you didn't like this movie, but it's so good. But then like she gives a really good critique. Like she'll explain like like especially if it's a bad movie, I'm like, oh yeah, this review is definitely needed. Like it was not good at all. But like she'll like she was on for The Materials, which was an okay movie. She did a review about its strengths and weaknesses. Pedro Pascal's in it, which I'm all here for. But yeah, so I'm wondering when she's gonna review Superman, because usually she's not really big on like the big blockbusters either. So I'm looking forward to what she has to say, because I think she would probably like it because of its political undertones and whatnot.
But it's also just a fucking good summer movie too.
Yeah, we're back.
We're back, baby. We got another.
We're getting Barbenheimer 2.0.
Yeah.
We're doing super fantastic.
Exactly. That's what I was gonna say. You took the words out of my mouth. I
Yeah.
agree, Looney Tunes. Kevin Smith is very based. He is one of my heroes. My heroes in order again: Weird Al, George Lucas, Trey Parker, and Matt Stone count as one for me. Eminem, Kevin Smith, and Bam Margera, because I loved Jackass and CKY and stuff.
Yeah.
And it inspired me to make movies, because I was like, oh, I can convince my friends to do stupid shit on camera with a whole movie. And now here I am on the internet talking to all y'all.
Yeah, there we go.
Hold on. Let's not spill water.
Let me just say, I will say this about Lex Luthor. He is the #1 hater.
He's
like, you think you're a hater? He fucking
Nicholas Hoult was fantastic as Lex Luthor.
I know, it was so intimidating. Like I'm like looking, like at first I was like, Nicholas Hoult. I'm like, he's got the cute boyish charm.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh god, hopefully he's not like a little tweak like Jesse Eisenberg, because he was
I was
he was
worried
like
about
a little
that too.
He was like, I'm just looking at Mark Zuckerberg from the Social Network.
And
then he blew us away.
Much like Heath Ledger, where I was like, really? The dude from 10 Things I Hate About You, the gay cowboy movie, is going to be like the Joker, really?
Yeah.
And then we saw the images of the slashed cheeks, and I was like, all right. And then the trailer, I'm like, okay, I'm in. And
then the movie.
Yeah, and the movie itself.
How I got these scars.
Oh, so great. So Nicholas Hoult, fantastic as Lex Luthor, and very intimidating. And like you're like, shit. Like,
I was like, what the hell?
If not
1A, 1A, 1A,
Yes.
1A, 1A.
that was a great moment. If
That's
you know,
my
you know.
safe
If
word,
you don't,
by the way,
watch.
everyone.
Mine too. Coincidence. If you don't know,
did you see a lot of the
watch Movie Night
promos?
Live.
Yeah, watch Movie Night Extravaganza live, because we're going to talk a lot more spoilers.
Yeah,
8 o'clock Eastern, and like an hour and a half. But I will say this though: have you seen like a lot of the promos between Nicholas and David? It was so funny, because he's like, "We're going to do the trust fall," and he's like, "Of course." And then as soon as he tries, Nicholas moves out of the way, and then you hear a loud thud. And I'm like, "Oh, David took that one real hard."
That's really funny.
They
I
did
love
all
the
the TikTok
promo
trends.
stuff. I saw the where they were all like frozen from that trend back 10 years ago or whatever in the Daily Planet. A lot of the Daily Planet stuff. That was all great. Again, this book.
Jimmy Olsen's a lady killer, man.
Yeah. This book, Secret Origin. If you want to know anything more about those Daily Planet characters, this book right here. Which leads into
And
Brainiac.
there's one, they did the one where like, okay, he's gonna talk about Superman, be nice, and Davis describes Superman. They're all looking at like they're like, you better pay attention to what he's gotta say. It's like everyone's like, show. My wife wants to show you her Lego collection. Be nice, and it's just the funniest thing ever. And then they did one. I don't know if you saw it, where the iPhone slips in Superman's suit, and it's like as if Nicholas is like hiding in the Superman suit, like in his crotch, and he's like, "Go see me." I mean Superman in theaters now, and I'm like, why are you like this?
I did not see that, but I really like how all the actors are super into it. James Gunn knows how to cast them. He sure does. Green Lantern was great. I loved Guy Gardner. Mr.
A lot of people were like, I'm like, no, he's gonna be good. Just watch out.
That bowl cut, you do not fuck with that bowl cut, man.
Yeah,
it's off. It's like Batman's logo. It's why it's armor plated.
Yeah,
that bowl cut, it makes you think he's not gonna be serious, but he's gonna fuck you up.
Hawk Girl, I'm
Girl.
not like Superman. I was like, oh damn. And also too, I kept thinking, why does this actor look so familiar? The guy who played like the Netanyahu or Ben, the other a lot of people think,
I saw Hassan's review and he was talking about that this character. So there's a conflict in the movie, folks. Between
very
two
much
countries,
like Israel and Palestine.
Very much like Israel Palestine. And the leader of one of the Israel analogy, I think it's called Baravia. He looks very much like the first president or prime minister of Israel. Hassan pointed that out. And he really does. Like his hair is all wild and shit.
Yeah, and also I recognize him from Triangle of Sadness. That's if you guys haven't seen that movie has like a 10-minute long vomiting seasick scene that went on forever.
I got confused with The Triangle, which is a different horror movie on a ship.
I have.
Oh yes, I love 66 Batman. I love all incarnations of Superman.
I love that scene. I love that scene in The Big Bang Theory where they're discussing all the Batmans and Adam West is like, "Oh please, everyone knew I was Batman." I'm like, you can't forget him.
I even love. I don't love it, but I enjoy the Green Lantern movie. I own it. You know, I'm very simple, like Kevin Smith, where I just want to see these characters in live action. Hey, like I started watching the Flash TV show because I heard King Shark was on it, and I was like, King Shark? You did King Shark? All right, let me check this out. I just want to see that in live action. You know, the show is fun.
Yeah. I like the Suicide Squad because it had King Shark and Polka Dot Man, but they made Polka Dot Man less intimidating because if you read in the comics, his polka dots change into like deadly weapons.
Yeah,
he doesn't throw polka dots at people like in the movie, and I'm like, oh, please don't let anything happen to him.
I mean, they're deadly weapons in that movie.
Yeah. I mean, they made like James Gunn knows how to make black superheroes fucking cool, like Mr. Terrific and also Idris Elba's
Bloodshot.
Yeah.
And I love what they did with Mr. Terrific in this movie. You see it in the trailers, so this isn't spoilers. But he talks a little bit like Superfly or Dolomite. Like black exploitation era. And one of the reviews I watched, Tate's Take, he does a lot of 90-day content. That's why I'm watching. Or Love is Blind and Ultimatum content. But he does movie reviews, and he said it rubbed him the wrong way. He said it sounded like a black dude trying to do a white dude trying to do Superfly or Dolomite. And I was like, I don't know. I think he kind of nailed it. And it was just like
they all have their own like unique ways of speaking.
Yeah, like if you read this book, Strange Adventures, and Mr. Terrific's portrayal in here is very much in line with the film. In my head, when I read it, I didn't hear him sound like Superfly, but it works. It works.
Yeah.
That's how I'm gonna read him now. Whenever I read Mr. Terrific, it's gonna sound like that voice to me. Because I think the only portrayal of him in live action, maybe on CW somewhere. And he was on the Justice League cartoon, which I really like that portrayal as well.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that actor, I think his name is Idi Gathegi.
Yeah, he gets a second chance after getting he literally has the black superhero trope where the black guy does get killed off.
Yeah, the movie trope where he just dies. He dies first. He
adapts to anything and everything, but he couldn't adapt to Kevin Bacon breathing in his mouth. Like, what the fuck? Like,
it was Days of Future Past, the X-Men movie.
Yep.
He played a character called Darwin, who I only learned about this after the movie because I don't read much Marvel or X-Men. That he is a character who cannot die. That is the point. He evolves so rapidly.
Yeah,
that's why his name is Darwin.
Yeah.
So he's like effectively immortal. And then in the movie, fucking who is it? Bryan Singer, Brett Ratner, one of those fucking pederasts who ran away to Israel.
Wrote that he gets killed.
Wrote that he dies like immediately.
Adapt to this, and I'm like, oh my god, are you kidding me?
So
like, there's literally a scene of him, breathing in a fish tank, developing gills. So it's like, what happened?
So I mean, this Superman movie. It's doing gangbusters right now at the box office. It had a big Monday opening, which
my
very
movie theater's like right there. Like I could walk to my movie theater, and it's crazy because it's a Monday, and we have year-round schooling now in my area, but the theater was packed at like afternoon. Usually it's like crazy. I mean, I always get Thursday previews, so that's why I'm like, I gotta see it like firsthand so I can avoid spoilers and all that.
I always forget that it came down on like when you tweeted that you saw Superman, or when you let me know that you saw Superman, I was like, oh yeah, I could have went on Thursday. I just thought Friday is the day it comes out,
and surprisingly, it was kind of packed on a Thursday. I mean, Superman, he's one of the most known comic IPs ever, so like people are gonna show up.
Yeah, and just the trailers did a good job of not giving anything away. Everyone did a great job in their roles. I mean, like I said, the Daily Planet cast of characters were all pitch perfect. I just wanted more from everyone, and it does feel a little overstuffed. Like that is a criticism that I make in my review on my channel. But it is a little bit, I understand it's a Superman movie and also establishing a brand new cinematic franchise. And like Iron Man didn't have that. Like Iron Man came out in a time where we were not used to this kind of movie making.
Yeah.
So it could just stand on its own. They had an end credit scene that probably no one stayed for, barely anybody, because that was a new concept.
Yep.
And then so much so that in Iron Man 2, they just put Nick Fury in the movie and was like, by the way, if you didn't see the post credits, we're talking about Avengers and we're going to make an Avengers movie. And those first 5 movies, I like Iron Man 1 and 2 the most, and Hulk.
Yeah, 3.
But like Thor and Captain America, I didn't, Captain America came out at a time like we're still Obama's president, but like war fatigue and
Civil
America
War
fatigue
is my favorite one because it actually dealt with actual conflict with the Avengers, and also Team Cap all the way. I know people are like people are Captain. I'm like, no, he was right. Okay,
in what Civil War?
Yeah.
What was his side?
Like
that
his
they
side
should be registered.
Like, well, if I remember,
No, they should be unregistered.
Yeah, like they were. Because
Cap's right.
And stuff. Yeah.
No, because I'm also getting confused with the comic book. It's the same. It's the same in the book, but like, yes, but what I was saying was, Captain America, the first movie, they called it the first Avenger. Almost the way it read to me was like, people are getting tired of waiting for the Avengers movie, so we're gonna name this one the first Avenger. So people know that the next one is going to be the Avengers, and they got to come see Captain America. They didn't have faith in the character. They've said it out, in interviews. Like, are people going to come see fucking Captain America movie in 2010 when everyone hates America, including Americans? Same thing with the Superman movie. Are people going to come out? And I think that's why Kevin Smith says in his review,
gives us hope
that it's not doing super duper well internationally, probably because Trump's president and the shit America's been doing since Trump's first presidency.
Yeah, and that's the thing that Snyder Bros will point out, and I'm like, yeah, but who's president right now? And also, too, a lot of them are MAGA, believe it or not. Like the amount of times I see people like in comic shit posting groups, like who are Snyder people, who are like who get criticized in comments. They're like, well, you're woke, you're this, you're that, and I'm like. Zack Snyder would hate you, I think.
Yes. Yes. As evidenced by the clip we just played. Zack Snyder disavows racism, disavows, anything that goes with that. And that is MAGA. It's there. Another thing, so Ben Shapiro's review was more in depth because he is a nerd like me.
Which is weird because his Barbie review was almost as long as the movie, but his Oppenheimer review was not even a third of the movie. You can tell what he likes and what he dislikes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And what he wants to rant about or use as an opportunity for
his Wicked review. I love though. he just needs to review musicals and stuff.
Really?
I want his take on the Phantom of the Opera. Okay, like I want that.
But Michael Knowles' review, he went into more like generalities and didn't like there's a theme in the movie, which we won't spoil here, but we'll get to at 8:00, about choosing your own path and not being dictated by your parents. And he really hated that and took umbrage with that because he was like, no, children need to listen to what their parents say and believe everything their parents believe and shit like that.
What if your parents are abusive assholes who want you to take over the world or whatever? I don't know. Like what
want you to be a racist or a fucking join the KKK or
what the hell, Michael Knowles?
Don't want you to be
a gay porno with Ben Shapiro lookalike.
Oh yeah, that was.
They're all
like,
failed
was
actors.
so-
They're all
they're
failed
all
Hollywood.
actors. Matter of fact, your show, I believe your show was playing earlier on this space, and you played that clip of Shapiro,
Yeah,
with
on
getting his
Dan's
script
show, yeah.
review.
Yeah.
On Dan's show. And that's where it all comes from. He just like, look, I want to be a filmmaker too. I did not plan to be a person on the internet. I didn't regard that very much as a career for, you know, I'm an ancient being. I remember when YouTube started, you know,
I
and it
remember
was
too.
the funniest home videos, basically, and like,
Yeah.
you know, random shit. And
Mhm.
you know, I remember people being like, we want to get paid. And I'm like, for what? Chocolate Rain? Really? For just putting a picture of your cat on the internet? But I was wrong. I'm wrong when it comes to a lot of new technologies. Oh, you got the cat in the background.
Yeah, he's back there. He's Oppie just sleeping.
So, you know, but I didn't become a raging right-wing lunatic because I didn't get hired by Lucasfilm to make Star Wars.
Yeah.
Sitting in my bedroom, not doing anything. Like,
yeah,
I don't understand what
possessing people to.
but they got them young though. Like they were, I mean, Shapiro and Charlie Kirk both started their like right-wing careers
Like
when
out of
they were,
college.
yeah, right out of college, and they got funding from old
Think
creepy
tanks. Yeah.
men
Yeah.
who were like, hey, we'll send you out as like a Trojan horse to go into college campuses and like repeat this rhetoric, repeat these talking points and shit.
Yeah.
And they were groomed effectively.
Yeah.
Like, at least politically, I'm sure they already leant that way or leaned that way.
Yeah. I was already pretty liberal growing up because of my upbringing and folks who I was friends with a lot of kids of color. I grew up in a lot of poorer areas. So like those were some of the first friends I ever made.
Yeah. I mean,
younger.
I was like all over the place. Like I was so angry and depressed as a kid. And still now, you know, mental illness never goes away. But I was too focused on like hating myself and shit to care about politics at all, one way or another.
Yeah.
I like to argue with people and be right. So that's where devil's advocate comes from.
Yeah.
And
I mean, my government teacher, who was pretty much a Marxist, kind of groomed me to care about politics because that was the year Obama was running for re-election. So I was like, oh, my class did not care until Bernie Sanders ran, though. I could tell. I was like, I'm seeing Facebook posts with pro Bernie stuff. I'm like, you guys were not listening to me back in 2012 about Bernie, though, because I was talking about Bernie. But now you are. I see how it is.
I remember in high school them, because I went to very like progressive private schools my whole life. They let us, when there were protests in Washington Square Park, because my school was nearby, they would let us go protest. And like, yeah, you can like leave school and class to go protest. And me and my friends would just go get high and go home and play Mario Kart because we're like, we don't give a shit. We'll take the opportunity to leave school, but we're not going to go protest. Like, what's this going to do? Is Bush really going to stop the war because we're in Washington Square Park yelling about it? That was my ideology for a long, long time until I started actually watching the news and realized that everybody on MSNBC, I could at least understand where they were coming from. And most people on Fox News sounded like the arguments I would make when I was in middle school or high school, just not knowing anything, just trying to argue with the teacher because I was trying to entertain myself.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh shit, they're on the news using these arguments that I know aren't good arguments.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, they're idiots or they're doing it deliberately and shit, I must be a liberal. And I hated that idea because I love South Park. I know they've had problematic
I love It's Always
stuff
Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah. And
blackface, brown face.
Yeah. And
Asian face.
But like, what was my South Park point?
But those guys are liberals.
They are.
You know?
They are. But, they hate, hippies. And I understand the kind of hippies that they hate. They
Yeah.
hate know-it-all fucking assholes who just want to talk about it. It's the online left, really, is what they're fucking talking about. People who just want to, ContraPoints put out a message about why she hasn't made a Palestine video. And I disagreed with most of it, but there were points in there that reminded me of Olayemi made a video about Palestine, and she in that video says like, yeah, I'm not an expert on this. I know y'all want to hear my take. Obviously, I think you would know by now my take is, of course, free Palestine and like fuck Israel and the genocide that they're inflicting, obviously, and just played interviews and read some history about the conflict and whatnot, and just made her video and said, this is the only video you're going to get. But like specifically about this topic, she obviously talks about it and keeps bringing it up. But like ContraPoint, so I got that vibe from ContraPoints' statement, but also in her case, I've been online for like 15 years and I hate getting yelled at all the goddamn time. So it was more like bitter and angry at specifically like Twitter and stuff instead of like the conflict itself. So I get it. And those are the hippie. Again, I make big tangents, but I can always bring it back around. Those are the hippies that South Park is making fun of. People who just like talk about it and want you to talk about something. And if you don't align perfectly, then they'll try to cancel you and yell at you and scream. And it's like, dude, we're all voting for Zoran. We're all going to this protest. We all are against the same thing. Let's fucking work together. It's what Anna and Chang couldn't understand and maybe still don't. It's there's a long-winded way of saying when I discovered that I more align with like left stuff, when I discovered Bernie Sanders in 2016, I was like, oh, I get it now. When I discovered Sam Cedar and Majority Report in 2019, I was like, oh, this is the common sense shit that I've been saying all my life.
Yeah.
And couldn't put political ideology to it because nobody told me what it was. And I had no like real exposure to this kind of talk before. Big tangent. But
speaking of which, we're going to be on at 8:00 tonight.
Yes, we are.
Spoiler Superman review. Okay, it's just going to be it's going to be full of spoilers, but you kind of have to do spoilers when you're talking for like 2 hours on a movie podcast.
Oh, we're definitely going to tear it up. I'm so excited. Coming up next, folks, on this space, thank you so much for watching. I'm assuming a lot of you are new from the Majority Report feature last Friday that Matt, Andrea, and Ben did. It was great. I'm so excited that this space is growing. And coming up next, we got A Difficult Truth to give us some of the news of the day, because I don't know what's going on today. I was busy watching Superman reviews, and
it's gonna be very. He tells us very difficult truths.
Yes. So thank you, folks, and we'll see you at 8:00.
Yeah. Bye.
in a world where we get so caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, with the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult truth.
Welcome, everybody. I hope everyone's having a wonderful Tuesday. Welcome, everybody. Just to say hello to a couple of the folks that I can see in chat. Rich P, good for Gabby. Latino Carl, Soul Life. Thank you all for being here. Sarah Lee, My Dogs Are Goth, Looney Tunes, Edgebox, Bad Lefty, Mayhem Hippie. Hey, welcome. Great opening. Thank you. I hope everyone's doing okay, folks. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for joining on this space. I see some folks saying that they came here from the Majority Report, so I appreciate that. Folks, if you haven't done so already, please do me a solid. Take 5 seconds, hit that follow button, like, share, subscribe. Do all the things, folks. Spread the word. We are here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. This space does both live content and syndicated content, so I'm sure that there is something for everyone. So spread the word, folks. Appreciate all of you being here. I love the openings that people are starting to add to their shows. Yeah. Fun facts, that is the most recent collaboration that A Difficult Truth, the band, the members of A Difficult Truth did. That is the most recent creation. We did that. Once again, massive thank you to Devil's Advocate Productions and Kristina for putting on a wonderful show. Keep an eye out for that Superman review. Mayhem Hippie finally made it to the YouTube side, the dark side. The reference frame. Welcome. Welcome, My Left Eye Raiders. Love the tie. Thank you. Poor Bernie, he lived his whole life, adult life, pushing for progress, and right at the end, he watched his country, regress. Yep. Jam Tomb. That's okay. Appreciate you being here. All right, folks, let's get started. That is one snazzy tie. Thank you. I see a couple of folks appreciate the tie. All right, folks, let's get started. Let's get Spotify out the way. 1 second, folks. Sorry about that, folks. Let's get started. I think we should probably start right here. Hey, my left eye, shout out. Thank you for the raid. One second. Okay. Come on, man. We run a professional show on this channel. Yeah, this is a professional show. Very professional. Tier 1 professional. We turn our attention to somewhere that is kind of close to home. In Atlanta. Charges have been dropped against Atlanta journalist that was detained by ICE. I need you folks to keep that headline in mind, because it's going to get important towards the end. The last remaining charges have been dropped against Mario Guevara, a prominent Spanish-language journalist outside of Atlanta who was arrested by local police while covering the No Kings protest in June. The Gwinnett County Solicitor Lisa Marie Bristol announced on last Thursday, that her office would not prosecute the 3 traffic citations laid by Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office following the arrest in DeKalb County. So at this time, there are no charges, not even traffic citations. So keep that in mind. We understand that a significant public interest in this matter and recognize that there are strongly held beliefs on both sides. Our prosecutorial decisions are guided solely by legal standards and the sufficiency of evidence to meet the burden of proof required under Georgia law. In other words, we don't have anything. No worries, Flow Snake. Hi, Difficult Truth. It's all good. Welcome. Ladybug, welcome. ICE is trash. Yep. Other charges against Guevara for reckless driving and failure to obey traffic signs could not be charged under Georgia law because the infractions occurred on private property. The solicitor said there was insufficient evidence to sustain the remaining charge of unlawful use of telecommunication device issued after Guevara allegedly had been using a cell phone to live stream while driving. I forgot the title. Okay, so the title, it basically, like, just to keep in mind that there are no pending charges for this journalist at this time. That is the big key that we got to remember throughout the story. The Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office issued the charges after Guevara compromised operational integrity and jeopardized the safety of victims of a trafficking and child exploitation unit's case by live streaming their activities. That's interesting. I thought this was about the No Kings protest, but okay, sure. Guevara's attorney said they take issue with that characterization of his actions in this narrative that they put out. They say he was live streaming a police operation. It was interfering with their ability, said Guevara's attorney, Giovanni Diaz, when they went to a judge to get warrants. Apparently, there wasn't enough evidence for anything other than traffic violations, so that's what they hit him with. We need to speak about how unique it is to get hit with warrants for traffic violation a month or more after the alleged incident. DeKalb County solicitor similarly dropped charges of improperly entering roadway as a pedestrian, obstruction of law enforcement officer, and unlawful assembly after a day after his arrest. Guevara, 47, was born in El Salvador and has been in the United States for more than 20 years. Diaz said his deportation has been administratively closed for years and that he had a legal work permit and was in the process of applying for a green card when he was arrested, i.e., yeah, he was legal and he had his papers and was going through the process because he was doing the right thing. Guevara had worked for Spanish-language media in Atlanta for about 20 years, reporting on criminal justice issues. Guevara's reporting had won awards, including an Emmy. His reporting uncovered corruption at the Honduran consulate in Georgia and documented the effect of immigration enforcement around Atlanta. He founded MG News in June last year, focusing on immigration enforcement, which is probably why they're targeting him. If we're being real, that's probably why he was targeted. ICE sounds a lot like SS, just saying. Same thing, right? Gestapo. They're the Gestapo. They're the modern day Gestapo. They did that to me all the time. I had once had 8 cop cars behind me with a firearm pressed to my back on the ground. It was over a rolling stop ticket. Jesus Christ. I mean, like average cop behavior, honestly. Since his arrest, ICE has shuttled the journalist to 6 different jails while fighting his release in state and federal court. A federal immigration attorney argued at a federal hearing that his reporting constituted a threat and merited his continued detention. So let me read that again. His reporting constituted a threat. Now, why would a journalist reporting constitute a threat to law enforcement? Things that make you go, right? He remains in detention at the ICE processing center in Folkestone, Georgia, about 5 hours southeast of Atlanta, just north of Jacksonville, Florida. And there's the gut punch. That's the gut punch. This little tiny sentence. That's the gut punch right there. So, again, reminder, this man is not being charged with anything. Any and all charges against this man, against this journalist, have been dropped. And yet he remains in a concentration camp. There is no real or legal basis for his deportation. As he has a work permit and is going through the process to get his green card. So explain to me why this man is in a concentration camp. Because America is racist. Yeah, and one of the defining factors of this being a concentration camp is the fact that a lot of these people are just there with seemingly no actual criminal convictions or anything like that. They're just there. Because ICE doesn't care about court cases. Yep. That's messed up, Soul Life. Also, average cop behavior. Was there something wrong going wrong in the U.S.? I suppose that's one way of putting it. Jailing people, putting them in concentration camps because they are documenting what immigration enforcement is doing, and therefore was targeted unjustifiably with no charges, and now finds himself in a concentration camp with presumably who knows if or when he is going to be allowed to leave. It is unclear if whether or not he's going to be released. And if he is going to be released, it's unclear whether or not they're just going to deport him, because who's stopping them, right? Like who is putting any guardrails or checks and balances here? Folkestone is not that far from me. I also bet he'll be moved to Camp Landing soon. Yeah. It's one of those things that that ICE likes to do, is just shuffle people around. You have a lunatic in the White House. Yeah, but it's not... I mean, yes, but it's also like the apparatus around him. Right? It's Trump as the key player insofar as he helps enable all of this and supports all of this. But also you have like your Stephen Millers, your Steve Bannon, and your Tom Homan. Abolish ICE. Yep. They don't need to exist. ICE does not need to exist. There's a story here in Florida about 5 cartel drug dealers being charged. A reporter asked if they were going to be deported. They said not sure. Yeah, but you know, the mother of children with cancer, those people, yep, gotta deport those people. That's right. Drug dealers, I don't know if we're going to deport them. Guy reporting on ICE? Oof, got to get this guy out of here. 100% my dogs are goth. It's pure, like, it's pure racism and xenophobia and bigotry. I mean, like, what else is it, right? What else is it? They're not targeting criminals. That's obvious. They're not going after people who are doing it the wrong way and cutting in line, as they say. Because obviously this guy was doing it the right way. He had his work permit. He was going for his green card. He was doing his thing. Everything was, he was doing everything by the book. So it's not that. It's not criminals. And it just so happens that the overwhelming amount of immigrants that are being targeted are of a certain complexion. So you tell me what the motivation is here. ICE is going to go after black people next. Just watch. It's only a matter of time, right? I mean, Trump said that homegrowns are next. Piggybacking off that story, a truly disturbing statement that is being conveyed here by the president. Because it's only a matter of time before we will see an incident where one of these Gestapo SS people are going to end up killing someone because they felt it was okay because of the words and feelings that are being conveyed by the president. Have you noticed the ones getting sympathy and sad? Oh my God, I can't believe this happened. Segments on MSM have largely been European and Canadian. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, we have reporting here, but our media in general is very, very, very right-wing. We have to point the finger somewhere else as Trump loot the country. Yep. As Trump and etc. loot the country. My kid is biracial and trans. I'm really worried about her. Yeah. It's a sad reality that we live in, Carl. And I think it's sad and it's infuriating. There shouldn't be, we shouldn't have parents being scared for their children because they're biracial and trans. ICE kind of did that already in Texas. That ambush in South Texas, I do not believe it was a protester that was a sniper. I think it was border agents. Well, I mean, if I remember correctly, I think it was, if I'm remembering the same incident, I believe there were several people involved. But I don't think that this I don't think that this is border agents firing on each other. I'm not sure of that. That is the story. No, this story is about Trump conveying the message that ICE agents should do whatever it takes to, quote, protect themselves. And my point is that this is going to lead to a very, very, very bad outcome. Donald Trump has given total authorization to federal immigration agents to protect themselves after a series of clashes with protesters, including during enforcement raids on 2 California cannabis farms. I am giving total authorization for ICE to protect itself, just like to protect the public. More Orwellian speak, by the way. Do you feel protected when ICE rolls around in masked, unmarked vehicles? Do you, as the public, feel protected? Trump posted on Truth Social, adding that that he was directing Homeland Security Christy Dog Killer Gnome and Border Czar Tom Himmler-Homan to arrest anti-ICE and customs enforcement protesters who impede immigration enforcement operations. Trump said that he's told the administrators to instruct all ICE, Homeland Security, and other law enforcement officer who is on receiving end of throwing rocks, bricks, and other forms of assault to stop their cars and arrest these, quote, slime balls, using whatever means is necessary to do so. To my understanding, I don't think that ICE can actually arrest citizens. That's not within their purview. What is legal and what they can and cannot do, it really does not matter. This is going to go through the court so fast, but SCOTUS is likely to authorize the full police state because they're both in on the plan and operating with complete blinders to reality. Yeah, I don't have a. I'm not very confident in the Supreme Court. Like the way I see it, the way I see it, we are basically operating with no guardrails, essentially. That's what's happening here with each Supreme Court decision, as we will talk about in a moment. That's Trump impersonation. Is that Sam Cedar? Is that the Sam Cedar background? Yes. Are you Sam Cedar? Also yes. Glad we can clear that up. The president appeared to be referring to an incident on Thursday when federal agents clashed with protesters during ICE raids on California's 2 California farms in Ventura County, north of LA. The lore, the headcanon here is that after Sam Cedar leaves the studio, I sneak in and set up my my own podcast here. And this is what happens when Sam Cedar leaves the studio. That's the headcanon, and I'm sticking to that story. No one can tell me otherwise. At Glass House Farms property in Camarillo, masked federal agents appeared to use crowd control measures, including tear gas, to curb a protest, which was responded to by thrown bricks. Notice the language here, responded to, i.e., who was the aggressor? Ah, that's right, the cops. About 200 suspected undocumented immigrants were arrested in both raids, according to federal immigration authorities, and a farm worker was fatally injured after falling from a roof. Running away from ICE, essentially, if I remember. Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin later told Fox News that the injured man was not in and had not been in CBP or ICE custody. Although he was not being pursued by law enforcement, this individual climbed up the roof of a greenhouse and fell 30 feet. CBP immediately called the medevac to the scene and get him care as quickly as possible. Governor Newsom said the administration's actions were inhumane and its tactics were to evoke chaos, fear, and terror within our communities every turn. Yeah, I mean, like, that's great, but But like, what are you gonna do about it, man? That's kind of like the issue. We all know the problem here, right? Like, we all know that this is all deeply horrific, right? And fascistic. We all know that this is authoritarian. But what are we know this. We know that the point of these tactics are fear and terror and chaos. But what are you, as the governor of California, going to do about it? That's kind of, we're way past the diagnosis of the problem here. We're way past that. You, Governor Newsom, who is a governor and incidentally has some kind of power, presumably. What are you going to do about it? Wanda, welcome. This is why we need McDonnie for mayor. Rent is so expensive. My guy has to rent a room under Sam's desk. Yeah, I'd appreciate it if you don't bring this to Sam's attention. Okay, we got to keep the content going. Newsom's office later posted in response to a tweet from Stephen Miller, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, also known as Goebbels, and Homeland Security Advisor. This fascist cuck in D.C. continues his assault on democracy and the Constitution and his attempt to replace the sovereignty of the people with autocracy. Yeah, again, that is all cool and all well and good, but like, what are you going to do about it? You know what I mean? Because like, we're way past the point of diagnosing the problem. We need to list out the actions that the people in power can actually do. Like, what exactly can a member of Congress do? For example, well, they may be a minority, but the Democratic members of Congress, for example, can go repeatedly to these concentration camps and exercise their oversight authority. They do not have to be in the majority to do that, by the way. As a governor of effectively one of the largest economies in the world, you could enact policies that that would prevent, to the extent that you can, any cooperation with the federal government with regards to ICE. At all. Animate the window panes to warp. Sam can't complain. Maxwell Frosted. Yeah. I mean, like, a couple have, but we need more of that. I'm talking about, like, the entire body of the Democratic membership in the House and Senate. My Senator Van Hollen. Yes, exactly. Like that. We need more of that. My Senator Van Hollen went to El Salvador, and that's probably why Mr. Garcia is back in America. Right. We need more of that constantly, 24/7, every day. They can rotate and go, we're going to this facility and do inspections on this facility. The other group of Democrats are going to go to whatever other facility. Like, this needs to be like 24/7. So my point being is that we are way past, to just kind of bring it full circle. We are way past talking about what the problem is here. and saying what the issues are. Which again, I mean, we should continue to talk about it and bring that up to bring it closer and closer to more people, to make a critical mass of people that are aware of what's happening, because I don't think that enough people are aware. That's good, and we should keep doing that. But my point is that we know what the problem is. Gavin Newsom knows what the problem is. It's now a list of what it's now a to-do list of what you're going to do about it that we need to be seeing, particularly from those in power. BCAT, welcome. I mean, this issue with Congress ceding power to the administrative have been an issue for decades. They can't at least make as much of a fuss as they promised to do about the Epstein files. How many subscribers do we have to have? Do we have to get this space till they can accept super chats? 1 million. Honestly, I'm not sure. I think after 1,000, right? I think after 1,000. From the outside, it looks like it's the people versus all those in power. I mean, it is kind of, right? It's exactly that dynamic. I think you got to be close. We're almost at 3K. I thought Looney Tunes was being rude, but that's just the username. That's funny. So I'm getting word about the super chats. It just hasn't been turned on yet. So yes. The switch hasn't been put on. That's what's going on. Twin raids in California come despite guidance from Tatum King, a senior official with ICE, to regional department leaders at Homeland Security Investigations, directing them to stop workplace immigration enforcement actions unless related to criminal investigations. Effective today, please hold on all worksite enforcement investigations on agriculture, including aquaculture and meatpacking plants, restaurants, and operating hotels, King wrote in the guidance last month. But the raids are continuing, along with clashes between protesters and federal agents. Last week, 10 people were arrested on attempted murder charges in connection with the shooting outside the Prairie Land Detention Center in Texas. A police officer was shot in the neck during what the U.S. prosecutors say was a planned ambush by assailants dressed in black military-style clothing. The 11th suspect, Daniel Rolando Sanchez Estrada, is the husband of one of the charged attackers and was arrested on conspiracy to tamper with evidence while attempting to execute a search warrant. He allegedly had insurrectionist propaganda. Part of the issue is that Democrats have been ceding the narrative to Republicans on the right way to govern for over a decade. Look how Biden accepted the right-wing framing on the border. Oh, no doubt that the problem here is that one of the problems is that there is no answer to this, right? There was never an effective message against Trump. and there's never an effective message against the status quo. People are tired of the status quo. People are tired of getting stomped on by capitalism. And Biden provided no alternative. Kamala Harris provided no alternative in the 2024 election. That's part of what happened here. The FBI said on Friday it is searching for the 12th person involved in the July 4th ambush, naming the suspect as Benjamin Song, a former Marine Corps reservist. Police said he is considered armed and dangerous. 3 days later, on July 7th, a man with a rifle and tactical gear was shot by police after he opened fire at a Border Patrol facility in McAllen, Texas, at the U.S. border. 2 officers and a Border Patrol employee were injured in the attack, including one who was shot in the knee by the Department of Homeland Security. Police identified the suspect as 27-year-old Brian Mosqueda. In his statement, Trump said he watched the California raids in disbelief as thugs were violently throwing rocks and bricks at officers while they were moving in a roadway in their car and or official vehicle. Johnny Too Late, welcome. Tremendous damage was done to these brand new vehicles. I know for a fact that these officers are having a hard time, being an SS officer. Being an SS officer in the American fascist regime is tough. It's tough, but you gotta be tough. Are having a hard time at allowing this to happen, and it shows total disrespect for law and order. And not the property. Will somebody think of the property damage? The annual budget for ICE will increase $8 billion to roughly $28 billion under Trump's spending bill, with plans to hire 10,000 new Gestapo agents and become the highest-funded law enforcement agency, rivaling those of militaries. The funding rivals those of militaries. Carl, thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate it. I haven't seen Soups yet, so I don't want many spoilers. Oh, I completely understand. That's coming up, I believe, later tonight or after this show. It always amazed me that the U.S. establishment were able to convince the U.S. working class that communism was evil. I mean, propaganda works, right? Lying is OP. Lying is OP. As we were talking about the Supreme Court, thanks to all the hosts and chatters. Appreciate it. Thank you. I hate that they can just lie. Oh, 100%. No, it's entirely based on a lie. The entire right wing is just like jumping from delusion to delusion to delusion. It's just lies. It's just all divorced from reality, concocted by lies. Question I've had when comparing our current day to 2020 protests is, where are the white nationalist chuds? In 2020, they were out in force. Have they become ICE? That is a great band said some of those who burn crosses are the same some of those who work forces are the same who burn crosses. They're trying to vision board their agenda into the culture, and the culture keeps rejecting it. Yeah, so lying, right? Deception, fear, manipulation. All important tactics for the right. The Supreme Court allows the Trump administration to implement widespread education department layoffs. Yep. And the thing with this is that it's already bad enough that the point of this is to gut the education department. Without a doubt, that is one of the main goals here, is to functionally make the Department of Education useless. But also, as a feature here, this continues to give Donald Trump the green light and asserts his ability to consolidate power little by little, step by step, by gutting all these agencies and leaving and consolidating the federal government smaller and smaller and smaller into fewer and fewer hands, which is part of the goal here. Besides the fact of kneecapping the Department of Education, the Supreme Court has now decided that Trump can continue this job that he's been working on, gutting these agencies, so that there's fewer and fewer and fewer. Nice, Donald James. Sorry to hear that. Rage was referring to poor blue-collar people who back the KKK and such to their own detriment instead of saying the real oppressors. Yep. Headline from about 15 minutes ago, U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson calls for the release of the Epstein files amid backlash. Uh-oh. Even after we just... so they're going to have to square that one, right? Because they just voted to not do that in that committee vote. I believe it was a 7-5 vote in that committee to not release the Epstein files, or was it to not release the Epstein files or not let Ghislaine Maxwell testify? Either way, the point being is that Republicans don't. They're going to have to square that circle for me. All right, are they going to release the files, or are they not going to? They're not going to. Sam Cedar soundboard. Whoopsies! I'll do it myself. Hey, Pitchforks Dragon. Popeye chicken sandwich. Is it good? There's a lot of hype around the Popeye's chicken sandwich. Is it good? Are we reaching a point like when Nixon was told by congressional Republicans resign or it's over? No, not a doubt. Not a doubt. Not even close. Republicans threatening Trump? Not a chance. Not a chance. Are you serious? I'm dead serious. I've never had a Popeye chicken sandwich. The conservative majority court, without any explanation, granted an emergency application from the administration that blocks the federal judge's ruling. The court's 3 liberal members objected, with Justice Sonia Sotomayor writing a blistering dissenting opinion, and I think it kind of gets to the heart of the point that I was making here. When the executive publicly announces its intent to break the law and then executes that promise, it is the judiciary's duty to check that lawlessness not expedited. The court's majority is either willfully blind to the implication of the ruling or naive, but either way, the threat to our constitutional separation of powers is grave. He said the decision also rewards clear defiance of the Constitution. President Trump praised the court's decision. The United States court handed a major victory to parents and students across the country by declaring the Trump administration may proceed on returning the functions of the Department of Education back to the states. Now, with great Supreme Court decision, our Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, may begin this very important process. Again, reminder that they can't just destroy the Department of Education. Like, legally speaking, they can't. This is a power that the Congress has, and Trump has basically usurped that, which is what Sotomayor was saying. And again, the whole point is that he's being greenlit and allowed to do this. And he literally said, look, I'm being told by the Supreme Court that I can do this, and this is going to have ramifications where he's just going to say, well, if I can do this to the Department of Education, then I'll do this here, I'll do this there, and the unitary executive theory rolls on, even though it is a sham theory. It's not being stopped by the Supreme Court at all. Sky Perryman, the chief executive and president of Democracy Forward, which is representing the coalition of groups that filed the lawsuit, called the Supreme Court's decision devastating to public education. It's on its shadow docket. The court has yet again ruled to overturn the decision of 2 lower courts without an argument. While this is disappointing, the Trump-Vance administration's actions to decimate a department established by Congress are still unconstitutional. The case is a separate dispute to the one the Supreme Court decided last week, which we also went over, when it allowed the Trump administration to move ahead with plans to conduct layoffs across a wide range of government agencies. The Education Department case, Massachusetts-based U.S. District Judge Myung Joan wrote in the May 22nd ruling that the evidence reveals that the defendant's true intention is to effectively dismantle the department without an authorizing statute. Solicitor General John Sauer said in court papers that John's ruling should be put on hold because it encroaches the president's authority to operate federal agencies. He also argued that the plaintiffs challenging the move, including states, school districts, and employee unions, did not have legal standing to bring their claim. Sauer said the reduction in force plan involves 1,378 employees, and the government has been crystal clear this is not part of an effort to eliminate the department altogether, as some Republicans want. Only Congress can do that. But he literally said that now he has the green light to facilitate the closure of the Department of Education. And here he's saying, the lawyer's arguing that he can't do that. I mean, you know, so they're basically like, this guy, you know, I don't know if you've ever heard Sauer testify in front of judges. This guy is something else. He is effectively gaslighting the court. He's effectively gaslighting the court, acknowledging that you can't, that only Congress can close the Department of Education or eliminate the Department of Education. But Trump is saying that, like, this Supreme Court decision greenlights this ambition to shut down the Department of Education. Yet another failure of the Supreme Court. It's pretty apparent what Trump wants to do. And the Supreme Court did absolutely nothing. Hermit Horologist, welcome. I like the timing of this show. I like having something in the afternoon to tune into. Well, I appreciate that. Timu Sam Zeder is pretty good. I'll take it. I'll take it. Sam Cedar doesn't have a cool looking tie. Okay. So take that. So take that, Majority Report. I don't see Sam Cedar rocking a cool ass tie with a beanie. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's right. Wait, this isn't Sam Cedar. I never thought about it that way. That's right. Opening up perspectives. Opening up perspectives. All right, folks, we got to wrap up. We got one more story to go really quickly, and then we are out of here. Naturally, after Grok started Hitler posting, of course, the next thing is obviously give Elon Musk a contract, a federal contract for the Pentagon to start using Grok. Because obviously that's the natural progression that you do after it declares itself Mecha Hitler. You plug it into the Department of Defense. Elon Musk's XAI launching a new government-facing service. Its first client appears to be the largest employer on Earth, the Pentagon, or Department of Defense. Will pay up to $200 million for Grok for Government, a new collection of AI products geared towards use by federal, local, and state governments. You know, things that you want. Things that sound very cool. I thought they broke up. Not so much. Not so much. The adoption of AI is transforming the department's ability to support our warfighters and maintain strategic advantage over our adversaries, said Doug Maddie. Who cares? XI said the government-facing products would include models designed specifically for national security purposes and eventually used in classified environments. Again, this is the same AI that declared itself Mecha Hitler from this guy, the same guy, because it's inconceivable to me that it isn't Elon Musk behind the programming of Grok. The company also said those products would be available to purchase via the General Service Administration, opening the door for other federal agencies to use them. The announcement comes less than a week then Grok went on an anti-Semitic rant on X. Yeah, I guess that's one way of putting it. The company later apologized for the chatbot's horrific behavior. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand. Like, the bot isn't getting this out of nowhere. The bot is using only what is being given to it. That's how it spits out that information. The workers at the company erupted in anger internally over the incident. So yeah, I mean, this is your tax dollars at work over here. They're going to now fund the contracts from the guy who created the bot that went on a extremely Hitlerian anti-Semitic rant. Military sheriff said they couldn't stop AI from launching nukes every single time that was placed in charge of a simulation. This was just bad. Yeah, I mean, what could go wrong with an AI declaring itself Mecha Hitler going on anti-Semitic rants? Grok was set to use Elon's search or browser history, so that way Grok was talking as the content Elon is reading. I mean, I'm not surprised that Elon's like directly involved with all of this. Mech Hitler's powered by 35 unlicensed and illegal generators at Elon's data center outside of Memphis. Not surprised. Well, if that wasn't a full circle moment. All right, folks. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for me to get out of here. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate every one of you being here. Thank you to this space. Folks, if you haven't done so already, please hit the follow button or subscribe, like, share, spread the word, folks. We're here Tuesdays, Thursdays, Wednesdays. I said it in the wrong order, but you get my point. There is live and syndicated content here at this space. So there is something for everyone. Up next is going to be Movie Night Extravaganza. So definitely stay tuned, folks. Thank y'all. If you don't know who I am A Difficult Truth. So you can find me on Twitch the rest of the days, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. I appreciate each and every one of you being here. Thank you all. And again, thank you for your support. Spread the word. Do all the awesome stuff. Jake in chat, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you all for being here. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one, Tuesday, 7 p.m. Bye-bye.
rock, especially glam rock, and more contemporary indie rock and pop combined in his films, and heavy world building that would bring a ton of interesting characters, especially aliens. In 2021, he brought that style to a struggling DC extended universe, which had been suffering under the weight of directors like Zack Snyder and David Ayer. Ayer's 2016 Suicide Squad was a critical commercial failure. The most lasting thing about it was the knowledge that Jared Leto had sent the cast dead rats and used condoms, as he tried to put his own insufferable mark on the Joker. James Gunn wrote and directed, and Peter Safran produced The Suicide Squad, which took the premise from the DC Comics that a team of supervillains with self-destruction buttons were given a chance to redeem themselves working for Task Force X.
Any questions?
What is that?
That is an overhead projector.
Do you ever use it anymore?
No, not really.
So why don't you just throw it away?
Peacemaker.
Starfish is a slang term for a butthole. Think there's any connection?
The Suicide Squad was a critical and commercial success and introduced John Cena's Peacemaker, a character Gunn and Safran developed into a spin-off show in 2022. As a successful team, Gunn and Safran have officially launched the DC Universe, with the first movie directed and written by James Gunn and produced by Peter Safran, Superman. Tonight we're covering the new Superman movie. Although technically not the first superhero comic, that was a short run of Hugo Hercules, the Boy Wonder in 1902. The first more modern superhero comics, the way we think about them, debuted in 1936 with The Phantom, and then 1938 with Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster's 1938 Action Comics #1, which debuted Superman for the first time. Action Comics was published by the company Detective Comics, which after debuting Superman in 1938 would debut Batman in 1939. Detective Comics would famously be shortened later on to the initials DC. In 1948, Superman would become a 15-part serial from Columbia Pictures, starring Kirk Allen, and then a second serial, Atom Man vs. Superman, in 1950. In 1978, the first big-budget, adult-oriented superhero movie from DC, Richard Donner's Superman, starring Christopher Reeve, would become a huge commercial and critical success. With a crazy good cast, Marlon Brando as Superman's birth father, Jor-El, Gene Hackman as Lex Luthor, and Ned Beatty as his hapless sidekick, and Margot Kidder as Lois Lane, and a screenplay written by The Godfathers' Mario Puzo and Bonnie and Clyde's David and Leslie Newman.
You really shouldn't smoke, you know, Miss Lane.
Don't tell me lung cancer, right?
Well, not yet, thank goodness.
And starting a trend coming at a very dark time in American history, the worst ebb of the Jimmy Carter administration, following huge scandals starting with Watergate at a time of real cynicism, Christopher Reeve's Superman as a man out of time fighting for truth, justice, and the American way. Christopher Reeve would go on to do 4 Superman films. Further attempts to reboot Superman in 2006, then with Henry Cavill taking on the character in Man of Steel, then Batman vs. Superman, and the Justice League, did not meet with the success of the 1978 Superman at all. So it makes perfect sense that in searching for a reboot of the entire DC universe, James Gunn would start here. And with critical acclaim so far and resounding box office success, Superman has flown into theaters. You like that? No, me neither. This iteration of Superman is played by David Corenswet. One of many Ryan Murphy discoveries we've seen crossover into movies recently. With lead roles in Ryan Murphy's The Politician and Hollywood, Corenswet was cast in the 2022 Ty West follow-up to X, Pearl, where he played the extremely pretentious projectionist who gets killed with a pitchfork.
I'm not staying on this farm! Someone's gonna take me here!
He looks like a man from a different time, with classic Hollywood good looks. And since he hasn't been in very many things, there isn't a role he's specifically identified with yet. That's unlike his co-star, Rachel Brosnahan, who's here as Lois Lane and who starred for 5 seasons as the lead in The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
All right, but did I mention that he left me for his secretary? She's 21 and dumb as a Brillo pad. And I'm not naive. I know that men like stupid girls, right? But I thought Joel wanted more than stupid. I thought he wanted spontaneity and wit. I thought he wanted to be challenged. You know what I mean? You two are going to be together forever. I'll tell you this one.
Superman also stars Nicholas Hoult as Lex Luthor, Nathan Fillion as the Green Lantern, Skylar Gisondo, Eddie Gathegi, Bradley Cooper, Sarah Sampao, Wendell Pierce, and Zlatko Buric from Triangle of Sadness. James Gunn brings his signature style to this one, but I think more than anything else, it works because he truly understands the moral logic of Superman's universe. Bringing Superman as a character into his absurdist satirical version of our world, where politics is all about managed public perception, which can flip on a dime, James Gunn understands that Superman at his core is not built for that reality.
18-8. $34B. 98Z. 8H.
With Nicholas Holt's comically theatrical version of an Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos, who doesn't deign to fight hand-to-hand but uses technology, public opinion, cable news, all of these modern weapons to wear down the public's vision of Superman as a figure who's here to save us from evil, instead casting him as a foreign alien who's come to Earth to enslave and control us. Lex Luthor is a villain for the 21st century, one constantly mediated by screens and social media. The moral logic has Superman deeply caring about each life, human and animal. One act of violent assassination in front of Superman by Lex Luthor hurts him deeply, and it's not even someone he knows well.
Lex, I tried to stop him.
It's fine, Heather. Superman, we finally meet. Would you like a coffee?
Where's the dog?
Dog.
The dog, loser! You took the dog!
That's right, you get all of this.
Where's the dog?
James Gunn also shows us the amorality of a world governed by national interests and laws, using a combination of the current Israel-Gaza conflict and Russia-Ukraine war with the backdrop of the invasion of Jarenpur, a clearly impoverished country of mostly brown people, by the neighboring Moravia, a country that's much whiter. Moravia is an ally of the United States, and Lex Luthor has armed their dictator, who seems to definitely be a combination of like Netanyahu and Putin, Vasil Gurkos. James Gunn uses this plot backdrop to make a point about the morality of law when your allies are clearly doing evil versus humanity, with Superman wanting to save every life in Jarenpur. Superman's love of humanity across borders and territories is used against him by Lex Luthor, as is the distrust of Superman as a literal alien, where love and respect can quickly become fear in the court of public opinion, where Superman's intentions and status as a foreigner on Earth can be quickly weaponized against him. It's clearly going to be a controversial film in a politically polarized time. Superman is essentially an immigrant seeking asylum on Earth after his planet is destroyed. Superman also has a dog in this one, Crypto, that belongs to his cousin Supergirl. Shout out to Crypto.
What the hey, dude? I thought you destroyed the whole Superman robots. I thought I told you to keep an eye on him.
We feed the canine, but he is unruly. And he realizes we are not flesh and blood and couldn't, in our heart of hearts, care less whether he lives or dies.
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I'm obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. We are live right now on This Space for the first time. If you aren't following them, join This Space TV on YouTube. Link below. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of PROTONIC REVEARSAL, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Kristina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Kristina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Kristina. Alex makes reviews and reactions and is on YouTube and Twitch at Devil's Advocate Productions and is a part of This Space. I, of course, am your host, who is super woke, Forrest Miller. I need to hear you say it. Moravia has a right to exist.
There it is. There it is, everybody.
Mhm.
All right. Well, welcome to the show, Alex. It's great to have you.
Thank you very much. I usually don't have this bare face. I just went to see
Get him out of here.
Yankovic live at Madison Square Garden on Saturday, so I had to do it in honor of the man.
Yeah.
But I am here to talk Superman. I got my Green Lantern hat, my Superman shirt, my ring.
I love that you came correct. You're wearing you're a man of the cloth, or at least a man of the hat. I don't know.
Dude, that's my favorite joke in the entire movie.
Oh, yeah.
That's great.
Just going, we're both men of the cloth.
Yeah. So first of all, before we just dive right into it, once again, welcome to all of This Space viewers and listeners. It's this Movie Night Extravaganza. We've been doing the show for 4 years now, so it's great to be on your simulcasting.
This is my fourth appearance tonight.
All right, stop. All right, enough. Your trophy's in the mail, kid. All right. Yeah. So Nathan Fillion, first of all, he insisted that Guy Gardner have the bowl cut, which is amazing because it's like one of comic books' great bad haircuts.
Yeah.
I did the fact that he insisted on it, I was like, all right, this guy gets it. This guy completely gets it. And he also, I gotta say, as far as laugh lines go, he's got them all in this one. Like his character is just ruling.
I mean, I'm surprised how big Mr. Terrific was getting laughs in the theater that I saw it in.
Yeah,
he was great. He's still
like a C-lister at best. Within the DC universe. But what I like about James Gunn, and he proved this with Guardians of the Galaxy, who absolutely were C-list characters, that he can find the humanity and the heart and the feeling behind characters that nobody knows or cares about, which is kind of cooler when you're dealing with a universe that people know, but not necessarily the characters.
So Conan, are you saying that James Gunn's core theme is about family, like Fast and the Furious.
It's basically Fast and the Furious with superheroes. Yes. No, but I mean, I think that's important to know because Superman is like one of the most iconic characters in fiction, not even just comic books, but in fiction, right? So to have a large ensemble that goes beyond Lois Lane, great. We're going to get into that. Jimmy Olsen, also great. Going to get into that. Perry White, the fella from The Wire who rules, great. Like everybody, the casting of this is just absolutely amazing. But to have the Justice Gang, sorry, spoiler, everybody. It's a repeated bit. It's the Justice Gang and Nathan Fillion, his character.
It really sucks. That's the name.
Yeah. He really wants it to be that name and doesn't want to add other people on because unless he has the votes, which is hilarious to me. And of course, this is a precursor to the Justice League, right?
Yeah.
But
you get in the Hall of Justice, there's a mural that has the Justice Society on there.
Right.
So I'm like, they're establishing them. They already existed. They're gone. This is kind of like empty building not being used, so they're just hanging out in there. I like.
So
that.
you hit on something that's kind of important, which is the fact that there's a lot of things in here for the deep comic book nerds. But you don't need to have this. You don't need to have the CV of knowing like all of that. Well, that's from All-Star Superman, and this one is from. Okay, yeah, we get it. Like you don't need any of that to dive into it because you're like, oh, this guy with the bowl cut's a real piece of work, isn't he?
Yeah.
And it's like, no, that's your introduction to the best Green Lantern thus far depicted on film. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kristina.
Well, also too, another thing is that there's no origin story for him. It's like a little title card in the beginning, like, okay, this is what's happened, this is who he is, and all that, and this is where he is now in his life. And I'm like, that's good because we've seen the Superman origin story played over and over and over again. So it's like something that we already, know. It's like what James Gunn said. Like, do we really need to see Batman as a Bruce Wayne seeing his parents get killed again?
Yeah.
No,
it really it throws you right. I mean, I like that it throws you right into the middle of the action, and it's not like I mean
it sums up everything in like the first 40 seconds with like, all right, here's the deal. He like did this, did that, like blah. He's like the most powerful person on earth, and he's got his ass kicked.
Which is 300 years ago. Metahumans emerged. 3 decades ago, a rocket crashed in Kansas. 3 weeks ago, he stopped the war. 3 days ago, this.
And then it didn't take 3 hours ago. Got his ass kicked.
Yeah. So
right. Which is so good because that's a perfect example of like that James Gunn, Rule of 3 kind of thing where you and. God, because that's the thing. I was like, they're not going to redo the origin, are they? I really hope they don't redo the origin because when we've talked about other movies, I've talked about like, why does every Spider-Man movie have to retell the origin? Like, it's like, why is he always in high school? Canonically, like in the comic books, he was not in high school that long. And almost every movie is like, all right, well, he's finally out of high school at least. Well, thank goodness.
Yeah.
It's so relieving to have a movie that just trusts the audience to be like, yeah, we know who the hell Superman is.
Yeah.
He's goddamn Superman.
You get it.
I will say since you brought up all the Spider-Man movies though, I felt like this version of Metropolis felt very lived in the same way like Sam Raimi's New York feels very lived in. And within like they're flying through the buildings and like you're seeing everything kind of in the city and there's all these people in the city. It's like a very it's clearly like New York, but it's like a very multiracial, like you have like Muslim guys that are like, yo, Superman, like, you know what I mean? Like
that later.
And like adding all those characters in that are just kind of there, and like everyone's kind of reacting to everything, and everyone has the NPC thing where if a giant monster comes, they just go and they look up at it, which like, come on, dude, get inside. Get inside.
But as someone that tours more or less for a living, if you can call it that, to see people rubberneck for like these horrific accidents, like, come on, man, we like look, let's go. We got places to be. It's very real.
I felt like it was. I felt like it was a very
They're not that bothered. Yeah, and I think
it felt like the Sam Raimi like
save the day.
Spider-Man, like Spider-Man New York City. Like it felt like you were, especially like they had like, kind of the dirty buildings and like like it's a very lived in city. And I appreciated that. I was like, I feel like I'm watching like Spider-Man a little bit, also because of the flying shots where you're kind of going from building to building too.
Great.
Yeah.
The flying, like that tagline for Christopher Reeve's Superman was, "You believe a man can fly." In this movie, you will believe how fast he can go. I love, there's a moment, I think he's going to check on Crypto at the fortress and realizes he's not there, but he's going there super duper fast. And you see like it cycled through like day and night and rain and like different weather conditions across the globe that he's speeding through, and we're just holding on his face. Great way to show.
It's amazing, and I'm so glad he doesn't turn back time like in that one regrettable scene. In that movie.
Wait, what?
Come
What
on,
movie?
man. No movie that exists. Never mind. Forget I said
I the other thing that I really appreciated about this, and I think this is a James Gunn thing very specifically, but I really liked that. Number one, he cares clearly about every human life and every animal life. But like the animal life, I think definitely comes from James Gunn being like a huge animal guy. But like the fact that even squirrels, like he's not gonna let a squirrel get crushed by the thing. And there's just there's this deep upsetting feeling. Like even when the monster gets killed, they set the monster out to Kujai or whatever, like one of those things. Like they set that out to destroy everything in the city. Like they send one of those out to destroy everything in the city, and he's even bummed out that like they had to kill that monster. They didn't just like.
He goes, "Hey, can we put this in an intergalactic zoo and just like subdue it?"
Yeah,
and I'm like, "Ooh, the zoo! Maybe that's where he's gonna get the idea to do it in the fortress."
Two things. First, I'd like to highlight this comment that he did indeed turn back time. And we are not going to speak about it, but that was a plot contrivance that is like
turn back time.
Exactly. Cher was on.
No way.
Cher was on the scene, but again, our man saves squirrels in the flick, right? That tells you everything you know about this Superman, which is the deep humanity that comes from this non-human, who has made the choice to be good. Which again. To say that, I mean, it's low-hanging fruit to be like that the Snyder Superman did not exhibit these traits, but we haven't seen anyone exhibit these traits in cinema in years, because everything went to this post-ironic thing. If you see a superpowered character, you see something like the Sentry, which is great in Thunderbolts, or you see someone like Homelander, which is great, but only because it's in reaction towards Superman, who is like the best of us.
Yeah.
And we've never had a depiction other than the original Donner Christopher Reeves movie of that Superman. And generationally, we haven't had a depiction of that at all.
Yeah.
At least within the blockbuster movie format, I should say.
Well, and comparing that to Lex Luthor, and not to like invoke, all the worst people in the world, but Lex Luthor does have that same trait as literally all the worst people in the world, which
number one hater.
He despises his own humanity. He despises all of our humanities. Humanity to him is a weakness. And to Superman, he has all the powers in the world, but humanity is something at his core that he feels deeply, like deep inside, this empathy that kind of flows out of empathy as its own superpower almost. Whereas Lex Luthor is someone who sees empathy as weakness, who sees our body, like our physical bodies as weakness, whereas Superman saves people's physical body. Like there's that dichotomy that we're experiencing right now where we don't have a Superman, but it can feel like, the character of Superman is always meant to be an inspirational figure.
Because it's a call to action. It's a call to action to your better nature and to empathy and humanity, right? And that's something that, it's when you have the other depictions more recently, you're almost like, I thought you were raised by these like Kansas farmers. Like that, what happened to that? You're killing dudes now? What's going on? And it misses what's important about the character. And we could do a big digression on Superman versus Batman, because as a younger man, I was way more into Batman. And I do think Batman is cool, but it was brought up to me by somebody who was very, very astute about these things, that Superman chooses to be good. He could do anything, and he chooses to be good. He chooses to be, as the saying goes, be the change you want to see, right? And he actually cares. Like, so the squirrel scene and like I don't want the monster to get killed, those scenes, they're so important.
There's this tweet by Mia Khalifa that was going into the differences between Batman and Superman, and went deep into like that, the difference between like that empathy and the humanity and Batman's like technological man. And then someone was like, "Wow, Mia Khalifa, you follow the comics too?"
Oh yeah.
I wanted to point out that I'm reading a Wonder Woman book, and she talks about Superman.
Hello, no.
It's written by Tom King, so it's written much better than that. And she kind of gives her perspective and says like they're brothers. They're much more similar than they both think. Really, just Cal had his parents and Bruce didn't. And I have a lot, I read comics, but my Superman Batman books, there's a lot of good they're about both those characters, so they do a lot of contrasting. Even in their inner monologues, in certain scenes, they'll both be reacting to the same thing, and you see how they think very similarly but slightly different. It's very interesting read. Highly recommend those by Jeff Loeb.
So we have a comment. I'm sure we'll get into this later, but I'm curious, Conan, how you felt about with Hope being punk rock. Me personally felt like it was the embodiment of Hope punk, and I loved it.
Yeah, that was
great. From a concept, and when I think of punk rock as less of a genre and more of the DIY aesthetic and the relentless critical thinking with empathy to be like the punk rock ethos. Absolutely nailed it. Divorce of genre because I didn't like the last song even a little bit. Even though it had Iggy Pop as a guest, I'm like, oh, this may be the only thing keeping this from being 5 stars for me, because that last song was like, this sounds from. First of all, my fiance is very much into punk, so that hit particularly well for her, and also not coming into it, not watching any Superman movies or Superman media. Not really okay. She loved it. She cried. She laughed. It was fantastic. And I'm also a musician. Of course, I'm gonna have like strong opinions about literally everything. It was great. Right? It was great. And like I still think Barbie is amazing, even though like most of the needle drops miss me entirely. You know, like it's fine. I get Superman, what the joy that people get out of it is joy that I get. Superman piss me out, Barbie. Yes, sure, okay. And he is. Sure. Barbie and Superman definitely partied together in the action figures.
Oh yeah,
that last song.
I'm sure they played together.
That last song, I was like, this sounds familiar. And now I was watching a Kevin Smith review. I watched everybody's reviews, and I was like, that last song. Why does it sound so familiar? And I looked it up. There's a cover of it called Hip Hopper. The song is called Punk Rocker. The song called Hip Hopper, and that song is in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. That's why I know that song. Okay. It's good. It's fine. I mean, like, look. No, if you cater to my personal music sensibilities, like it will never be a hit. I swear. You know, it's just what it is. So Tom King, of course, there's a Superman Up in the Sky with Andy Kubert, and this is real deep nerdery, by the way. No, I got a whole bunch of stack of books here I'm going to recommend.
Which is, I mean, that's one of the good, like, let's bring Superman back to, like, let's show why this character is, you know, the best of us, blah blah blah, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I did not know that Tom King used to be a CIA agent. Yeah, so, he was in the CIA. He was in Afghanistan and Iraq. There's a book called Omega Men, which I recommend everyone read. That is very much like, it reads like he was over there and realized that the people he was sent to fight were actually freedom fighters. That's that book. That's pretty powerful. I mean, that's cool. He also wrote. Here's my comic book plug segment. Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. Oh, Woman of Tomorrow, which is what they're basing the Millie Babcock plot on, the Supergirl movie, which is crazy because it's like not Supergirl's almost a supporting character. Like, it's a crazy story, but it's really good. So you read it. Okay, great. Yeah, no, it's fantastic. It's really good. She shows up at the end in the trench coat, drunk. Yeah, I'm like, she's gonna literally walk out of this movie right into this book. Yes.
Where's my dog at? Crypto, though. I mean, he's the goodest boy, you know. Like, a lot of like that sold a lot of people is seeing Crypto. Like, a lot of people are like, good why? Doggo representation. And then everyone else was like, oh my god, he's so cute. He's so, you know. And again, more people are wanting to adopt dogs. Yeah, it
jumped up by 500%. 500% more people this week wanted to adopt dogs, according to like the national whatever thing of animal shelters, because they saw this movie.
Well, it's like when Flow, which is incredible, and I wish we covered it. It was when Flow kind of was a surprise hit that like black cat adoption like finally went up for the first time like in history ever, because people were like, I want a cat like the cat from Flow.
It's like an animated.
It's it's the best. First of all, the Oscars agree, best animated movie of last year. But there's this animal like meows, grunts, capybara squeals. Like, there's no spoken language in the entire thing. It's incredible. It's really and it's an indie. That's the other thing. Is it went up against Pixar, went up against Disney, went up against like all the big boys, and it was a surprise win.
No, I do remember that from the Oscars.
It's crazy though. The only cats I've like I love my X-Men cat. Like it was always black cats. Like I like black cats are like my favorite of the bunch.
Well, because they're the most likely to not be adopted, and in
Yeah.
the same way that like an ill-tempered, not ill-tempered, but a dog that is
Well, a
that
pit
is
bull, right?
chosen.
Like, yeah.
A dog that is chosen chaos will be the last one to be picked, and that is definitely what Crypto.
A lot of people are always like trying to get like pit bulls banned because they're like, oh, those are like the black people dogs, and it's like number one, that's racist as fuck.
Wow.
Like no, it's like an online like dog whistle when people are. I mean,
so to
fun, I
speak.
guess.
Right,
But,
sure,
yeah.
okay,
But like
yeah.
people now look at them as like the dog fighting dogs, and then they think about that as like a hood thing or whatever, and it's like a lot of pit bulls are like the sweetest dogs you'll ever meet. But people are
Yeah,
like,
it's how you raise them and train them and all that. I mean, I know people who have chihuahuas, you know, ankle biters. They are sweet, playful, gentle. I am. Yeah.
But I think that also that's notable that he is imperfect, Crypto, right? Like he's like he is a little bit too rowdy, and that ends up being turned into pure James Gunn tradition of storytelling. That gets turned into an advantage rather than being like, oh, we're gonna laugh at this character. It's like, no, like this character saves the day by choosing chaos, basically.
And Eve also saves the day too with their selfies.
Eve Teschmacher from fucking 78 Superman is in this movie. It is,
and and
so is Otis.
And there's a lot of discourse about how, oh, that's a misogynist portrayal, this and that. I'm like, okay, first of all, like, did you only watch like those segments like absent and without any denouement? Thank you. Or did you did you deal with like any other part of the movie? Because first of all, and I really hope we get into it. Rachel is the best Lois Lane, in my opinion. I've seen them all.
Yeah, she wears purple
by far. She's freaking amazing. Like, you believe that Rachel Brosnan's Lois Lane won goddamn multiple Pulitzer Prizes.
Yes.
Yeah.
You believe it. Whereas, you know, maybe less so Kate Bosworth. I don't know.
And even when she's interviewing, you know, Clark as Superman, you know, she's doing her journalism. She's giving like Hasbro like talking points to him. And he's like, he's getting angry. David even said he's gonna fuck you at her during one take. And I'm like, why wasn't that still in the movie? That would have been great.
Well, and she like busts Clark's chops, like she's calling him Smallville. And it's like, okay, when the super pretty girl who you totally respect, who is like your sort of also chief rival, is like busting chops on that, you're gonna do everything you can to ditch the Smallville accent. You know what I mean? Like that's a very real thing. And it's so funny that like that all is done in the background so efficiently and so effectively. So getting back to Eve, like, character's great. Like, people say it's misogynistic. Like, come on, like stop trying to find things to pick apart.
She's an
It's so
influencer,
stupid.
and she's in my review on my channel, I refer to her as a dumb bimbo because that is the character that she is playing. She's since 78, that's her character. But at least in this movie, she comes in clutch. She actually has a little bit more.
She's
to her.
literally like while they're able to like
she's
save
a
the day.
three-dimensional
She's like
dumb
taking
bimbo.
selfies in front of, like, she live streams everything. I'm like, wow, story of my life.
Wait, but before
I
we
knew
move
that
too
was
far
gonna
over,
happen. I knew that was going to come in clutch because in the beginning when they're in Antarctica and she's doing like selfies, I'm like, Lex isn't on top of this. Lex isn't like worried about her taking pictures
Leaking
and
stuff.
shit.
Yeah.
Like,
well, before we move,
I
too
knew
far,
that
though,
was going to come in.
Before we move too far from Crypto, I wanted to read the James Gunn. Crypto arrives on screens as Superman this summer. Crypto was inspired by our dog Ozu, who we adopted shortly before I started writing Superman.
I love that.
Ozu came from a hoarding situation in the backyard with 60 other dogs and never knew human beings. It was problematic to say the least. He immediately came in, destroyed our home, our shoes, our furniture, even ate my laptop. It took a long time before he'd even let us touch him. I remember thinking, gosh, how difficult would it be if Ozu had superpowers?
Yeah.
That's adorable.
Fantastic. I love everything about that. And I love this representation for like, you know, the imperfect vessel of like the mutt. You know, great. Yeah. That's so wonderful, and it's such a great character. And when I heard, I was like, oh, Crypto's really present in this. You know, I was like, I hope you do. First of all, I hope you don't mean cryptocurrency. Secondly,
now,
like, all right, we'll see how that pans out.
Do we think that this is gonna get Marvel, Kevin Feige, to wake up and be like, we actually finally have serious competition? We're not gonna produce slop.
I think that's why Fantastic Four has been like
as Crypto now.
I mean, they got Herbie, So we'll see.
Right,
But,
right. Because they're doing the '60s Fantastic Four, so
Yeah.
they get to be like have a little. Well, and that's.
But I think that's why they're pushing it so much, is because like we really took our time on Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
If you haven't liked some of the other movies or some of the other TV shows that we had,
We're finally giving you a good
trust
Fantastic
us,
Four movie.
This one's gonna bring it back.
Like they had something amazing with Ant-Man, and they absolutely destroyed it and ruined it with the third one by like, hey, let's take everything that made these movies interesting or cool and like not do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, by the way, the line, he might not be the best dog, but he must be alone and scared.
Beautiful line.
Again,
this like
that was the line that got him crying. Like that was the line, one of the lines that got my girl crying. Like, and that's so Superman.
It's the most
he's not the
empathic
best dog,
representation,
but he's
right?
alone and scared, and I should do something about that. Like, come
Yeah.
on, folks.
Yeah, like trying to like the little scaremonger kaiju, like let's put him in a like alien music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I almost said alien ant farm. That is not what I meant. An alien
Are you okay?
zoo or something.
I will say though, Marvel, talking about essentially when there was that witch hunt with anti-Trumpers, they really screwed up by firing James Gunn initially, so he could work on the Suicide Squad.
Yeah, and Warner Brothers was like, "We'll hire you right now. We don't give a shit."
Yeah.
And see like the monkeys in the Ice Pocket universe all like hate tweeting on X.
I love
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, James. All right, I see you.
I'm like, I know who that's supposed to be.
Superman gets canceled in this movie, and has a redemption.
And I think a lot of people forget about that, but that was such a big deal that like people uncovered all the stuff he did for Trauma and all like the Edgelord stuff, and it was at the peak of I hate to put it, but like the witch trials of just like mass movement where it almost didn't matter what the details were.
No, it was revenge. It was revenge for Roseanne. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Roseanne
He said
fired for saying a racist tweet.
Gone, Roseanne gone. We'll call
Batman.
this the day of hygiene. I was looking up on that's the tweet. And then it says, is the right sure that or something like that. There was like a bunch of Roseanne tweets that he wrote, and then he was making fun of Roseanne, and then they were like, we're gonna take somebody from the left.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. It's a tit for tat.
randomly.
Exactly.
And then,
It's a quid pro quo.
shout out Dave Bautista for being like, "Hey man, I'm not gonna be in this movie if Gunn isn't directing it."
Yeah, that's why
And
they did the Guardians 3, and also too because this was after they had done the holiday special or something, or they brought him back for that too, I think.
No,
But,
they
like,
brought
it
him back
really
for 3
was-
in the holiday special.
I mean,
and then he was done.
I've always been a James Gunn fan. Like I will say, this is the same guy who wrote Scooby-Doo and
Yeah.
Superman. That's a compliment. Okay,
And
that's
Dawn
a
of the Dead.
compliment.
Romeo and Juliet's not that great of a movie, but it's funny.
I haven't watched
It's you can skip
I
it.
want to
It's
watch
not that great.
Super. That's the one I want to watch. I still haven't watched Super, but I'm interested.
There's been a lot of corollaries for this one to the original Superman, the Richard Donner Superman, which is something roundabout a way of saying that I'm going to highlight this other super chat here, saying Christopher Reeve came to Chile during the dictatorship to show support for persecuted actors.
It's a real Superman.
It was real Superman.
That's why people always, when they think of who set the standard for Superman, they always say Christopher Reeve.
An anecdote is that the son of theater director and actor where he was staying found out that Superman was in his house and kind of freaked out. Understandable. Because superhero movies, and here's the thing, folks, especially the younger viewers and listeners, there was a time that superhero movies were not ubiquitous. They were also considered impossible to make except for Christopher Reeve as Superman, not just like Superman, but Christopher Reeve specifically as Superman, and Tim Burton and Michael Keaton as Batman. It was like you could not make a superhero movie other than those two wild exceptions.
Yeah.
And it's crazy to think about. But this goes back to when Sam Raimi made the original Spider-Man. It was like, oh my God, really? And they're gonna let the guy from Evil Dead 2 make it amazing, right? And now that's like commonplace, but you have to understand culturally it was huge, especially for like us nerds, where we're like, oh my wow.
Yeah,
that might be good.
What you brought up the like post-ironic kind of poking fun at, even in superhero movies, poking fun at the fact that they are superheroes or the names and shit. Like X-Men was really the one that set that standard, because that was right after Blade. Blade, they didn't advertise that it was superhero at all or comic book related at all, even though that was a run in the 90s of like The Mask, Spawn,
Right.
Several other like comic book Steel movie.
Oh yeah.
That you know,
Pepperidge Farm remembers. Yeah.
Blade fucking worked. So then they said, "Ooh, maybe we can do X-Men, but we'll cover them all in black like the Matrix, and we'll make a joke about, oh, you wouldn't want to wear yellow spandex, would you?" So we're gonna
as we talked about that when we did Deadpool Wolverine, we talked about that, Kristina. Remember, we were talking about how like having Blade and having Wesley Snipes as Blade coming back was like a meta reference within a meta reference within a meta reference.
Yep.
You know,
and you know, take of that what you will. I understand some people don't like that. Go to hell. I don't care.
Spider-Man comes out and he's got comic book accurate costume. Green Goblin looks like a Power Ranger, but he looks like a Green Goblin on a glider.
Right.
He's throwing pumpkin bombs. Like, it's closer. Every movie they got closer and closer till now. They're just like, you know what? Here's Superman. He's getting his ass kicked. He's right in the middle of the story.
Yeah.
Well, you're picking up a comic. You don't know what happened in the previous book. Here you go. Here's a story. Here's Green Lantern. Here's Hawk.
I mean, they had from the beginning of, I remember seeing like even like Iron Man as a kid, right? The humor in those movies was like not good. Like they would cut to something and it would be really serious, and then they'd be like, well, that happened. And it took until they got better like actual directors that do comedy. Like, I mean, James Gunn comes out of that world. And I mean, like, you know, like Thor Ragnarok is a movie that, like, you know, has actual like comedy writers on, like, so it took until they actually could, you know, hire people that like Taika Waititi and like
and establish more of the universe itself.
Who understand comedy and understand that type of
and
thing.
understand the books too, and how these characters have lasted this long and why people are still interested in these stories.
So actually, he had something really important because I mean, I think one of the keys for this movie is like it is not super serious in the way that those Snyder movies are, where it's like, God damn, this is like annoying to watch because it's so.
I need a flashlight.
It's pretentiously. First of all, you can't see it. Secondly, it's pretentiously self-serious. Whereas this is the other way around. This is like basically Silver Age Superman, but like with a modern comedic sensibility, and it completely works. Everything about it works.
The only criticism I have, one of the few, is that it still falls into the trap of undercutting serious emotional moments with comedy. Not as bad as other movies or series, but
welcome to blockbuster movies. Sorry, son.
I know, but specifically like the scene where they're in the apartment and he says the line about like the crypto is he's scared, he's probably alone, and I gotta go help him. Like that whole scene is pretty heavy. He just learned this big twist about his parents' message to him from Krypton, and
Bradley
that's
Cooper,
a big
is it
change
that?
that I also up against. I was like, Bradley Cooper, okay.
I was like, wait.
Who was in the running to play Lex Luthor, by the way? So we dodged the both there.
Well, he also James Gunn, every movie he's had. I mean, you know, Bradley Cooper is the voice of the raccoon and all the Guardians of the Galaxy, and he also was in. He's been in. And
his name is Rocket Forest. Please,
Rocky Raccoon. I almost said Rocky Raccoon, and I stopped myself. But he was also in the Suicide Squad. He was like, you know, he was one of the voices in that or whatever. And
he's good.
But in that scene, you know, it's a heavy scene, and in the background is the Justice Gang fighting Mr. and Mrs. Spitalik, by the way. He refers to him, he's like, oh, that's a dimensional imp, they can handle it. I'm like, oh my God, I know who that is.
Which is another just like, hey, this one's for the nerds, but it's literally in the background.
Put it in that scene because like it's heavy. Let us breathe in this emotional depth without having Green Lantern have a giant bat in the background.
I understand, and I see what you're saying, but I also think if you really go back and look at Silver Age comics, that kind of stuff is happening all the time.
Oh no, I don't disagree. You know, I'm just saying, just in that scene, I wish it let it breathe a little. I would be happy to have him throw that line away in the beginning of the scene, but having it in the background,
you think it undercut it a little bit? Sure, I get
just
it.
A little.
I mean, the other thing that I've seen that I think I kind of agree with the criticism is with the criticism and the turn that happens on Superman kind of happens fast, and I don't think that there was necessarily a way with everything that was stuffed in this movie to flesh that out a little bit, because in the beginning they kind of reference that people are already turning on Superman at the beginning of this.
Like a 20-minute setup for it. I mean, like, this is the world we live in. It doesn't matter like who you are. At any moment in time.
But also,
you know.
haterade spreads like wildfire, though.
I wish they spent a little bit more time. I wish they spent a little bit more time kind of crafting the world around that, where it's like everybody everybody turns on Superman in that moment, right?
Yeah,
Like,
but then Conan would complain about the movie being over 2 hours long.
Definitely. First of all, I definitely would, and I would be correct for complaining about it.
I literally just got finished watching Kevin Smith's review, but I've heard it mentioned in others. Using that, the Jor-El and Lara, like actually the rest of the message is go conquer Earth and have a harem and shit. Was it worth it to like drastically change who Jor and Lara are as people? I don't know, because
I mean, but
again,
they could
the
go back
turn is so
later.
quick. People are already kind of turning on him. You could have just had Lex go on the Tucker Carlson show effectively with Michael Ian Black. And
you could
say,
also find out though later that was like fake news.
That was doctored, and that's what I expected to see.
And it could happen in another project. I'm still like holding out hope that
I joined the harem
because it's
or
it's not
again to promote some comics. Jeff Johns' Secret Origin, which leads into Jeff Johns' Superman Brainiac. They go into this leads into a run called New Krypton, where they do bring back Kryptonians, and it's more focused on Supergirl's parents being kind of like, yeah, we don't regard Earth. Like, we're happy you survived, but now it's time to build Krypton again, and we're going to use Earth. So if they're leaning into that direction, all right, I understand. But I would, if they don't, I would rather have them retcon that there were good people.
Sure. It's also a narrative conceit. It's not like Lex Luthor is known for like, well, I couldn't violate the ethics of journalism. You know, I can open up an interdimensional portal that's going to destroy the entire universe based on my own personal animus. But no, I couldn't possibly violate like ethics of journalism.
I don't
think
Lex just fucking hates him. He's like, I didn't team up with Israel Barabia, not Israel, Barabia.
Before you make that
which
comment,
is also a throwback to
you believe
Christopher Reeve.
Arabia has a right to exist?
Yeah. I condemn Hamas, fucking. But he's like, I didn't do this for the land. I did this to get the government to allow me to kill you because I fucking hate you.
Because that's how much he likes it. The personal land, which is what I'm saying. Like, so therefore, why would it be a bridge too far to be like, yeah, he doctored this?
Exactly.
Yeah, of course he did. Like, I didn't even feel like that needed to be spelled out. I'm like, what? We just think that like you just okay. Well, maybe they are. I guess it doesn't really matter because
Mr. Terrific being like, nah, I know the people that he used to vet.
Yeah,
like, it's real.
So all right. So for me, I feel like the thing with that was that it was it leaned into the choices you make. Right, like that defining who you are, and that being like such an important part
of the story. So I'm like,
well, it's the key, like the key thing to understanding this particular Superman story is that that it's not, it's your choices, your actions, that what makes you who you are.
It's not your parents dictating to you that
this
is what you're going to be.
So therefore, maybe the conceit of like, I know they really wanted a superhero for him. I don't know. I mean, it almost doesn't matter, right? I mean, again, plenty of dudes probably like, that sounds pretty good to me. Okay.
Also, another thing about Lex Luthor is like, that clip in the trailer where you see him holding a gun. When that happened, I was like, oh my God.
And that was great.
I was like, damn, Nicholas Hoult. Like, I forget that you're an actor. Like, this is how you do Lex Luthor, not freaking Mark Zuckerberg type. Okay. You know who I'm talking about. But like, I was like, damn,
actual Mark Zuckerberg,
cold blooded killer. Like,
well, and that's the thing with both, I think, Superman in this movie and Lex Luthor. Like, the world is around them might be kind of comedic, and there might be all these bits and like stuff going on, and like a lot of aliens and other like metahumans and all the stuff going on like around them. And like one of the funniest scenes I think is when you see behind Lois Lane and fucking Superman, they're having like a really like serious conversation, and you just see like the Starro thing from
that's what I was talking about.
That scene, like that behind them. I don't know, I thought that was kind of funny because there's just so much going on in this world. But Nicholas Hoult plays Lex Luthor as just deep envious, like revenge seeking evil, and Superman is played as deep human, like humanity loving, like empathetic good. And for those two things to like, that's what really makes the movie for me. I think if they had Superman just be like, and then Lex Luthor would be like,
Selfishness versus
like, you know what I mean? If they did something like, if they had those
Or
as
be
silly
very
characters,
like serious.
if they had like
Literally,
those as-
selfishness versus selflessness is the theme
yeah,
of the movie.
but if they had those as like silly characters, I would have been like, yeah, this movie doesn't work for me. But the fact that those two performances are done, you know, as
Really
serious
well.
performances, and then everyone else might be like, I'm a robot, I'm an alien, blah blah, whatever it is, and like they have to react to that the way that they really would as characters.
There's pathos to it. If there wasn't pathos to it, it wouldn't matter. Yeah.
This is a book called Lex Luthor. Actually, it's just called Luthor by Brian Azzarello and Lee Bermejo. If you want to get into his pathology and why exactly he fucking hates Superman, read this book. It is fantastic.
But in a way, I mean, Superman has his own. I would call it almost a pathology. Like for
Is that the hold on for us? Is that the
Yeah.
wickedization of Lex Luthor?
The what?
The wickedization
What do
of
you
Lex
mean?
Luthor? The movie Wicked. Hello, is this a movie
No, I
show?
know-
What
I
are we
know the
doing
mo-
here?
But I haven't seen the movie or the play.
Well, the idea is it's from the Wicked Witch's point of view, and like Chris McGuire, like
yes,
swim.
yes.
What? Boy, did
Yes,
that
it
bit
is.
die in the
Yes.
vine?
Okay.
Huh? All right. Jesus Christ.
It took me a second. But yes,
no, but
that is
Christ
what
on
this
a
is.
fucking.
There's
all right.
also they
I'll
also
see
wrote a
myself
Joker
out.
book. They also wrote a Joker book, which is very good.
yeah, well, so in a way, like
Well, we saw that. We
way-
saw that with like fucking. Anyway, whatever.
No,
Superman's like Superman's empathy in some ways is almost a pathology in the sense that like, you know, he has to go and save every single thing. Like it's almost like a compulsion in a way.
Yeah.
Like and he realizes in the moment that he's doing it, like he's annoyed by it. Like when he has to go like, oh my God, here's another woman that I have to save, and he like there's other thing, but he can't help himself because he's so deeply empathetic. And you see I like that you had the character of like, you know, like Hawk Girl and the Green Hornet and the Green Hawk Girl and the Green Lantern, not the Green Hornet. Different movie. Hawk Girl and the Green Lantern.
Suddenly, Seth Rogen shows up as the Green Hornet. Hey, everybody!
Hawk Girl and the Green Lantern.
Superman! Oh, Superman!
Hawk Girl and the Green
Why am I even here? I'm a street level hero.
Mr. Terrific that don't have that same pathology. I got something green for you, Superman.
Speaking of Green Lantern and Mr. Terrific, I recommend Jeff Johns' Green
Hawk Girl,
Lantern Reaper.
the Green Lantern and Mr. Terrific don't share that same pathology. And like Netanyahu / Ben Gurion / Putin, our favorite guy from Triangle of Sadness, he finds out like he's like you guys are just like Superman. You will not kill me. And she's like, no, I'm not like Superman. And yes, I will. And drops him off the building.
That was great.
Yeah,
I wish we got a little
sweet.
more from Hawk Girl. Again, this movie is very stuffed with things, and we are going to get more Hawk Girl going forward. She's in Peacemaker season 2. I don't know how much, but she's in the trailer. So is Lantern. We're getting the Lanterns TV show. There's talk now of a Mr. Terrific.
I hope Nathan Fillion stuck with that haircut for like
TV
10
series.
years.
Yeah. That'd be a wig, right?
He has it still on the Rookie or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh God.
If you want
So
this book is
I love that. I love
Like,
that every
how
time
how many years do you get to be a rookie? Right, because that show's been on the air like a long time, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
he trains new rookies every season. That's what it is. And I'm like,
that's not fun.
I think of Big Mouth though, and she goes Nathan Fillion every time I hear his full name.
Huge shout out to Zlak. Oh, just real quick, Alex. Zlatko Buric. Again, we mentioned Triangle of Sadness, which we've covered on this very show. And if people have not seen Triangle of Sadness, you should. It's a good movie.
it's got a 10-minute long seasick.
I was gonna say best use of vomit in a serious motion picture, for sure. But Zlatko Buric also is in the Pusher movies, which is what Nicholas Winding Refn did before he became known for the Drive style neon wrench, David Lynch, Michael Mann thing, and the Pusher movies are fantastic. I hope to cover them on this show. And I knew him as basically like he's this Danish character actor that just looks like a scraggly alley cat. And like now it's like to see him as like, oh, he's like alcoholic Netanyahu, as you said, Forrest. Slash Putin, like great. That's he's awesome because the guy's a great actor. And it's so great to see a great character actor get the call up for something really cool.
He's been getting compared to Ben Gurion because of the hair, but that's just his hair. Like,
that's his hair in real life. Like,
he's more Netanyahu than Ben Gurion for sure.
The accent is pure Netanyahu. Like He has the deep voice like this. He was like, and they have the fucking Merkava tanks too. Like the people are like, oh, this not really is like. It is like, dude, they have Merkava tanks. The guy looks like I never noticed Zlatko Buric looks and sounds like Netanyahu, kind of like the way that his like face is just set up. And like they have the Merkava tanks coming in and they blow up the tanks. They blow up the tactical gear. Like it's so cool.
Awesome. I mean, Green Lantern coming up and just doing the fingers, like the middle fingers, was awesome.
People like
he doesn't regard it. He's like, this is toys to me.
There's all these posts of people being like, everybody was cheering. Everyone was cheering when he threw Netanyahu off of.
Everyone's like, yeah. And I'm like, do you know?
And I love that Green Lantern got an arc.
This is anti-Semitic.
Green Lantern wanted to be celebrated as a hero, and when he shows up, he finally is celebrated as a hero, and he's like, "Oh, this feels good,"
because Superman's inspired him.
Exactly.
Like that's
everything is about Superman. As overstuffed as this movie is, everything relates back to Superman. So that's what grounded.
And it's also nurture versus nature.
Yes.
And I think that's very important as well. Alex, I kind of railroaded you over your comic recommendations to recommend 4 different movies that all star the guy that's cut the dollar store Benjamin Netanyahu. But like they're all great movies, and I again really do hope we do the Pusher movies someday on this show because they're fantastic. But Triangle of Sadness also features Woody Harrelson as a socialist sea captain, as well as featuring the best.
I was watching the feed last night where they're we went back and forth with the quotes on their phone, and he's like,
so
the problem with socialism, you will eventually run out of other people's money. Margaret Thatcher.
It's so because they're having this like drunken tete-a-tete, and it's Triangle of Sadness. I wouldn't say it's like the best movie of all time, but it's very good. I'm glad we covered it.
I was tweeting it last night, and someone was like Freddie was talking to me about Superman, and he was like just going back and forth, and I was like, "Have you seen Triangle of Sadness?" And I actually posted that clip on my Twitter to be like, "Yo, everyone!"
Dude, especially if you're politically minded. You should first of all watch Triangle of Sadness and then go watch our episode on Triangle of Sadness with Zach Marsh, I think, because it's that's entertaining as well.
Which, by the way, Zach Marsh saw Superman first day, gave it 5 stars, and sent it to me because he sends me his like big letterbox reviews. He's like,
Zach Marsh coming on next week for Life of Chuck. He said confidently. Yes. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Next week. Then Jaws. Okay. Good. If I pull up another tab, I'm gonna go latent.
You know what bit I always think about with Jaws? The fucking Clerks where it's Randall. He's like, sell us the shark. We're gonna need a bigger boat.
I love it.
You know what? You know what's funny about like when the trailers.
Also Shark in the show. Thank you.
Yes. Wait, is it Shark Week coming up though too?
I don't know if it's the same week, but it is Shark Week coming up.
We get our top researchers on that.
Yeah. But you know what's interesting too is how many people were trying to dissect what was going on in the movie by the trailers. To me, the trailers did not reveal anything.
It's going to be one day after Shark Week ends.
Thankfully, like I'm sick of these trailers that show you the whole god-pounding movie. Like it's enough.
I literally was like, I don't know what the fuck's going on in the Superman movie. I'm assuming people hate it for some reason.
They have this thing that I didn't know existed where people post videos reacting to trailers. I didn't know we were at
you
that
didn't
point.
know people reacted to trailers?
Well, I know sometimes
I have
people
trailer
do,
reactions on my channel.
There were so many people reacting to like just the trailer, like posting the trailer. Like I didn't know, like I knew some people reacted to trailers, but I didn't know like it was like a big thing. You know what I mean? Like,
oh God,
I do it too.
So how do you think these funny?
So point of order, great example of a recent awesome trailer 28 years later, as we established when we did that, because it doesn't tell you much about what you're seeing. And in fact, if you try to infer what the plot would be based on the trailer, you'd be wrong. But it's so good. And it's like, wow, that looks awesome. Like in that same way that Alien is a great trailer.
Oh, yes.
That new The Long Walk movie that's based on the Stephen King book. That was a 5-minute trailer.
Not on the list, by the way.
One of my favorite short stories of all time, and I wrote a song about it. I'm gonna keep saying
but the trailer. I saw the trailer before I saw Ballerina, and I couldn't remember what it was last week, but it was Ballerina, and it was a 5-minute trailer, and it gave you like the whole plot. It's like, oh, they're on a walk, and if you stop walking, you get killed. And
because they probably are like, well, the Running Man's coming out, the remake of the Running Man's coming out, and like people don't know what the Long Walk is. It's I'm sure it's like studio notes.
Long March.
I just wish people. I mean, it's incredible. It's an incredible plot. It's astounding.
Mark Hamill plays Chairman Mao in The Long March, the movie.
But
I think that it comes back to the larger thing of just not trusting the audience to engage. And you know why they don't trust the audience? Because the audience are a bunch of idiots.
Yes.
Sorry.
Especially with this trailer. Do you know how many people were like, is it possible for Superman to save everyone and for buildings to not collapse? And I'm like, oh my God, people, are we really bitching about these things?
Yeah, I saw one thing that was like, well, aren't there people in the buildings? What if the building collapses? There's people in the building. He didn't save those people. And it's like,
so first of all, the trailer's in the movie. Second of all, shut up and never speak again.
And he can't save everybody, and that is his pathos. He can't save everybody. He tries.
Yeah,
he tries his goddamnedest.
Someone said that him rescuing a squirrel shows a sign of weakness.
It's like a pathological desire to save everybody in a way.
Yeah.
Like,
and I get it.
There's a compulsion because so many superhero movies or so many superhero things. There's like oh well, we have to weigh how many people get killed in this, like Captain America Civil War or whatever, the Marvel one, where it's like, is it really worth it because you actually killed 186 people in a building just to get this other guy, and it's like, but he could have killed more people.
I never fucked with that criticism. Even in Man of Steel, I when that started happening afterwards, I was like, who cares? Have you seen Transformers? How many fucking buildings they destroy and people they probably kill in those movies? Like, when did this start mattering?
Maybe because Arabia is based on Israel.
I tried to watch it, but the CGI was so bad I couldn't keep track of who was who.
I mean, yeah.
Maybe because Arabia is based on Israel, they text you first and they go, "We are about to destroy your building. Get out of the building."
Yeah,
we are the most moral supervillains in the world.
Civil War, Age of Ultron, where they are making a point to show them saving people in Sokovia is a reaction to Man of Steel. I think that was probably reshoots, and I'm like, but we assume that you're saving people. You're stopping the bad guy from doing his dastardly plan.
Then Civil War is like. Is like some kind of international legal drama playing out where they're like in the UN and everyone's going back and forth, and they're like, we're censored, and that was like one of the
and that's a Registration Act, which is also the Patriot Act, et cetera, et cetera. But getting back to the earlier point, Alex, I think you hit on something important, because I think that every Superman that we've had has been a reaction to or some aspect of the Christopher Reeves Donner Superman.
Very much. I mean,
and that's almost
a reaction to Superman Returns, where it was like,
sure. I mean, we can sit there and name them if you want, but I'm just saying that like every single one of them, like because this was the movie, the superhero movie template. Like is it better or worse than Superman? And the answer is almost always worse for years and years. But I think that credit where credit's due. He does such an amazing job for an almost impossible character portrayal that isn't just an homage to the Reeves Superman. It's something different.
It's its own
like
thing.
he has to deal with like X. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like he has to deal with like online people, and that's done in a way that's not cringy. It's not any more annoying than dealing with the world that has to deal with that. Like it's an impossible balance beam. And he manages to do it, not just in the writing, but in the performance. Dude, who I literally only saw got Smoke in Pearl.
Yeah.
Ever. I've never seen him in something else.
I saw him in Ryan Murphy's Hollywood show, which I mean, he does have those old Hollywood looks.
Yeah, he has.
Sure.
Really see anymore.
He's certainly got the look, right? Yeah, but I'm saying I did not have any. There's no point of veracity for like this guy having a weight of performance and being able to. Again, there is a Christopher Reeve documentary. I've been too emotionally unstable to sit there and like watch it, but like at some point I will watch it. I'm sure it's fantastic. It's a horrible story, but I think that it's an impossible mission, so to speak. But he pulls it. He doesn't pull it off. He does something different with it, and it's not just an aspect or a reaction. And God, pound it! It's what makes this movie work.
He won't curse. He says, "What the heck?" He says, "Golly," like, and you believe that this guy would say that because we see his parents. One of the best scenes is when his parents call him and he's on the phone in the busy city journalist office, and you hear all the noise around him, and then it cuts to them sitting on their porch in Smallville, silence, crickets. in the back, and it's just the concept.
Yeah, and the
of
sports writer
you
guy
get it.
is
You
sitting there
get it.
talking trash. Yeah, exactly.
Well, the
And
dad's
oh,
sitting
what's
there-
that, Clark?
The dad's sitting there next to him, and he's like, "Well, we tried the burrito place, and you'll be happy to know the burritos are just as good as they were when you were a kid. We went on down to the mall there, and it was like he's talking about that kind of stuff.
It's so small town, like father.
Yeah. But the other thing I want to say before we moved off the Christopher Reeves thing, when I was a kid, I first got into like the 1978 Superman movie because my dad was working for this guy. I've told you guys this, but I don't think I've talked about it on the podcast. My dad was working for this guy, Larry Badendike, who is son Thor, named after the comic book Thor. Like he was like an up and coming comics artist who ended up getting into a truck, hit his he was driving one night with his fiance, and a truck hit them, and they hit they T-boned like the truck, and he became paralyzed, the same like a quadriplegic, the same way that Christopher Reeves did. And he learned to draw with his mouth and ended up working for Marvel. He ended up working for DC, ended up working for Image Comics, like all these big places, drawing literally with his mouth. And he died last year. After he had to live in his parents' basement. So my dad was helping them design all the whole thing to make it so that he could access everything and stuff. But his hero was Christopher Reeve because around the same time they had the same accident that happened.
That's crazy. Going back to the going back to on Christopher Reeves, my comic book recommendations. The guy I said wrote Superman Secret Origins and Superman Brainiac, Jeff Johns. He also wrote this Green Lantern book called Green Lantern Rebirth. He was a assistant to Richard Donner on Superman and has worked with him in writing his Superman books. So, but if you want some more Green Lantern, start here. Jeff Johns, Green Lantern Rebirth. If you want more Mr. Terrific, get Tom King's Strange Adventures, which is about Adam Strange. The way Tom King is working with James Gunn, I feel like we're going to get some Adam Strange, but this is a secret Mr. Terrific book. And Lobo, who's going to be the villain in the Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow movie, played by Jason Momoa.
Yeah, it's
Mr.
Adrian Johnny. Yeah.
Lobo Unbound by Keith Giffen and Alex Horley. It's a short book. It's fun. Lobo is a hilarious character. And I can't wait to see how they portray him in the movie.
Can I just give a shout out?
Comics, I promise.
Okay, to Edie Gathigi, who's on the just criminally underrated For All Mankind.
Is it Edie or is it Eddie? I couldn't tell.
I don't know. I mean, I've never heard his
the
name spoken
justice he
aloud,
deserved from the X-Men movie.
Look, and I'm sensitive to it. My name is Conan. But I'm just saying, I've never heard it spoken aloud. But he is so good as Mr. Terrific. Again, a niche, we'll just charitably say C to D-list character.
Yeah.
And this is a guy that was just that guy. I think he's in he's in Crank as a cabbie at some point.
He was an X-Men.
He's Darwin. Yeah, he's Darwin in X-Men.
Who can't be killed.
Sure. Yeah. Let's move on. But for All Mankind is an incredible show. Really amazing, and he's a really great character in it. I wish anyone other than me has seen it, but it's because it's about space race. But what if the Russians got to the moon first?
He also
I hope that they have Mr. Terrific in another movie. I want to hear Christopher Walken say Mr. Terrific. I don't know.
Wait, we'll play what Maxwell what was that guy say? Frost? Didn't he play
Deacon Frost and Blade?
Yeah, bring him back.
but I want to see him. I want to see him be like, we must stop, Mr. Terrific, and then be like,
all right.
I love how they balance everything.
So
I want to say the Lex Luthor thing. We were talking about it. There's in 1960s when they gave him a backstory, and they created the scientist character who was a respectable scientist, but insane behind the scenes, that whole thing. James Gunn read so much Superman that he pointed out oh, this is the point of the Superman comics that we were bringing the Nicholas Hoult character out of, and he was going to this whole thing where he's explaining before that there was he was kind of just this crazy guy, and he was a mad scientist that was just crazy, but then they made him more respectable, and they made him a member of the community that demands respect and wants, feels envious of Superman, and they took it out of that. So it's funny that Superman's been around for so many decades. They can kind of pick and choose these different things, and then people go,
Well, they gave
like,
context to the
yeah.
villain instead of being like, I'm an evildoer that loves to do evil. You gave them like a background, because as we've talked about often on this show, every villain is the hero of their own story.
Yep.
And even then, in this, he is kind of just evil for doing evil. I hate Superman, but he justifies it. He says, my envy is saving humanity. I've come up with so many inventions and so much technology that has helped everyday life because of my hatred of Superman, because of my urge and drive to dominate and be the most celebrated human on the planet. He disregards like Socrates and there's someone else that he mentions, like
Can you imagine the tweet? Lex, what about the Socratic method?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Tim Pool would make a good fit.
And I
All right,
like
please get
Mr.
to Dan.
Terrific pointing that out and being like, this is
Yeah.
the kind of junk science that got Lex Luthor a lot of money, because he gets to, like Elon Musk, say, I'm going to have self-driving cars, or we're going to go to Mars. Give me money. Trust me, it's going to work. But he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's playing around. And meanwhile, it's killing people. The AI, the self-driving cars are killing people on the street. The interdimensional portal is killing people in Metropolis. There are a lot of parallels here.
It also feels like when Superman came out, right? Like literally within years, there's like
And
Superman
then-
versus Hitler, and it's like
Yeah.
because of where the world was, right? Like the Nazis are like the personification of evil in our like forever in our time, and like so because of that, it's like very easy to have like just like, oh, I'm a crazy villain and I hate Jews or whatever, and then Superman comes and beats him up. Rather than having to like when it's the 60s and things are more, everyone's thinking in more nuanced, no longer even like Cold War terms. People are thinking about more nuanced forms of evil and like corporate evil and all of these things. You could be like, oh well, this guy is actually doing evil for, he's jealous of Superman.
Yeah, that's the Captain America punching Hitler on the cover.
Yeah.
Of
Everyone
that
got to punch Hitler at one point. Batman punched Hitler. Fucking
yeah, exactly.
Superman.
He's got a glass jaw, that guy. That's really what he's bitching about in Downfall. Downfall, everybody. Thank you. Remember Downfall? Leave the back the art house.
Lex was the first mad scientist. He was that archetype. And then, like you were saying, he's been evolved and been part of the community and celebrated as a titan of industry.
Well,
I have a book where he's going to run for president. That the cover of the book is literally like a mock of Donald Trump's Art of the Deal, and it's just called Luthor. But in that era, in the 80s, he was a pastiche of Donald Trump. He was a real estate guy, while also being a brilliant scientist.
And you can see it. You can see it in the original Superman. Like he's like running around with his fucking wig on, talking about how much. By the way, there's a question. Boris just brought up retcons to the panel. What are your all-time favorite retcons of Superman? And there any new retcons that James Gunn made that you loved in the film? So it's like retroactive continuity, like reinterpreting different characters.
I mean, for my favorite one is Batman the Animated Series, where why Mr. Freeze does what he does. That's the best one, I think, out of all like retcons.
In the comics, right before that, that show premiered, and I think that was the first episode actually, Heart of Ice. In the comics, they brought Joker back in post-crisis continuity, and he kills Mr. Freeze.
Yeah.
Because they have so little regard for that character, and he looked like the Kenner Toys version of Mr. Freeze. But then when the animated series came out and everybody loved this version, they said, "Oh, he's actually alive, and this is him. We're doing that."
I love this so much for the tolerant left. Nazi getting punched.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the article clipping going around from the 40s of like, Nazis in Berlin unhappy with this new character called Superman.
Right, exactly.
Hitler was Hitler himself was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
So answering, if I can answer that question real quick, I think that the Harley Quinn animated series is completely underrated, and what that does with every character, inclusive of the titular character as well as Poison Ivy, Joker running and winning as a socialist mayor is fantastic adult storytelling.
And his
It's amazing.
reaction to
It's
seeing
amazing.
Bruce Wayne for the first time.
Yeah,
Where's my goddamn electric car, Bruce?
It's really good, and it's something where you know, you have to. I think you have to have a little bit of context and, you know, interest in the characters to appreciate why they do this different with it. But it's just very much adult humor.
Yeah.
And it's done so, dude. There's an
Family Guy, but
A24
with-
joke
Yeah.
in the Harley Quinn show.
Yeah.
And I laugh my
I am
ass off.
too.
I see the Harley Quinn show as Family Guy with a coat of DC paint on it.
Right.
I like it. I watched like I think
Sure.
season 1 and 2, and then I stopped. But I'm happy to go back to it. I like it. It's fun.
It's
fun.
a good time. So that's like, you know, one of the favorite retcons. I like that, but also you got to understand, it's gone on at least 2 seasons too long. I love Cobra Kai too, which is like, you know, William Zabka's character basically it was an illegal kick for Karate Kid, you know, and like it's based off that, like, what is this guy's life? First of all, he's a sad drunk,
I heard
you know,
that's
and like,
right.
and it's so good. Again, it's gone on too long. It needs to stop. It's enough.
Yeah.
We're done now. But
Yeah,
like,
make it a
I
movie.
like that kind of thing. That's the kind of thing that I appreciate when you have the context of the other thing to get background for a character to
And
establish.
like you said, the wickedization of it.
Right,
What it brings to me is if you said the maleficentness or the maleficentization, that's the one that pops in my
See,
head.
I'd be afraid I pronounced it just like you did, and we laughed off the stage. So, Maleficent.
for like the 1940s article being like, you know, on top of like Superman versus Hitler, right? There really is like the Nietzsche Ubermensch concept where it's like translated to Superman, and it's like to understand how Superman really is like almost like a subversive character in this time. Like you really have you have to think about like the philosophical implications of the Nazis trying to grab onto like the Ubermensch concept as like the ultimate man, and then for 2 Jewish authors, not just, you know, anything else, like 2 Jewish authors in America that were Jewish refugees being like, no, this is the Ubermensch Superman, and he's fighting for truth and justice in the American way. Fuck you guys. So that's something that like gets under the Nazi skin almost immediately. So because it's like Jerry Siegel
And Ben Shapiro brought up in his review.
I
know.
We made it
Superman
48
Red
hours
Sun.
and
I just
17.
want to point it out. Superman
Mark the
Red
time.
Sun, and he was saying, "Oh, this is why like you got to say the American way because it's important that he's an American." But in Superman Red Sun, it is about Superman himself making the choice to not be a tool of the USSR anymore and to actually save Americans and save humanity. And it's more important to save everybody. It doesn't matter your political leanings. So clearly the motherfucker didn't read the book or even watch the animated movie.
Of course he didn't. And why? Like, I don't want to give him any error of any kind.
I'm just saying he's a fucking idiot.
Because reacting to him amplifies it. Right? That's why is Conan no fun about not bringing that up? Because it just adds fuel to the fire for someone that already shouldn't have a platform. From
but I
Super
wanna
Chat, which we say that we're going to read every time in the intro, I'd say Venture Brothers, Harley Quinn, would love the Lower Decks kind of show for Doctor Who. Agree. I mentioned that too because within this space chat, somebody said the Harley Quinn show is more Venture Brothers than Family Guy, and I would agree with that. It's meta referential, but it's not like overtly so. You know, it's clever if you're fans of the genre, yada yada, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, in
but
summary,
my
fuck
favorite
Ben Shapiro.
retcon
Thank
for
you.
Superman is probably that's a good question. You know what? I would say Secret Origin. Secret Origin by Jeff Jones. That is
Your favorite retcon?
It is. It retcons everything by incorporating everything. It incorporates all the Golden Age, Silver Age silliness with the modern storytelling. And
well, all the
and
crisis stuff
gives
they
them
kind of had
win.
to, right?
Yeah,
I mean, there's
yeah.
made such a goddamn mess of it.
But Jeff Johns was putting it all together, and then fucking New 52 happened. Don't get me started on the comments.
So can we?
I wanted to say with the this hasn't happened yet, but I'm hoping that there's more retconning going on with as like the boys hit everything so big, and I felt like and it's obviously from the actual Superman comics, like the Ultraman kind of thing, where it's, you know, his clone that he has to fight at the end of this. I felt like in some ways that comes out of the you know, the classic like the boys thing because of the humor in it. You know what I mean? Where he's going back and forth. But there's the but I want to see how superhero movies respond to something like The Boys being so popular, and like
With
that
it.
concept of like superhero fatigue, I guess, taking over people and people being like, well, you know, there's so many superhero movies. I feel like they're going to do something interesting. Somebody's going to come up with something very interesting with something like The Boys, and and like the movies in one of these universes.
They did it. It's Superman.
Yeah,
I mean,
being kind,
it's
being empathetic is the new punk rock. It's not Homelander. It's not Butcher killing everybody. It's Superman. It's being
which
earnest.
the boys is again, that was a very like uber cynical dark reaction.
Yeah.
And by the way, the comics not that great, not his best work, frankly.
No,
the show is
I
better than the comics.
I love Preacher. It's like the main Garth.
No,
Ennis
Preacher's
comic
amazing,
I love.
but the
Yeah.
boys is like B minus.
It's just
as a comic,
it's just having fun
and dated,
silly.
very dated. But the show is a better
Well,
representation of it.
the president or whatever, like the AOC character in the show, that is literally like a George Bush, like it's literally drawn like George Bush, but like Jack.
Yeah, exactly. Because that was time. Okay, switching back to this movie, Skylar Gisondo as the Jimmy Olsen with swag.
Oh,
I'm here for it.
A lot of people are like, I don't get it. I'm like, he's like this, like in the comics too. Like,
Finally,
chicks love him.
I feel like we've given some aspect of like the 1950s, like, oh, sorry, sir, bespectacled and like sweater vest Jimmy Olsen for years. It's like, oh, we got a Jimmy Olsen with some swag now. Great.
You know what I know him from?
Yeah,
good.
The Bill Engvall show. Him and Jennifer Lawrence were brother and sister on that show back in 2007.
What a pull! The Bill Engvall show. That's
He's been in so many things, but I just think of The Righteous Gemstones, where he's
Hell yeah.
and like everyone's like, oh wow, it's I forget his fucking name in The Righteous Gemstones, but they're like
Skylar Gisondo. Yeah.
But no, I forget his name, but like they're like, oh, and I was like, yeah, he finally got into a movie with some real stunt man.
He was also in Booksmart, which we covered on this very show.
Yeah.
He's also been in Licorice Pizza.
Licorice Pizza, and he was also in there was like a bunch of I think there was other shows that I watched that he was in.
Night in the Museum 3.
No, I don't think that's.
He
what I
was great.
thinking
Jimmy
of.
was great. Steve Lombard was great. Perry White. Everyone played their role. Like
Santa Clarita Diet. He was in Santa Clarita Diet.
Oh yeah.
You know what's funny? I knew right away that Eve was like his help. I was like, oh, that has to be her. It has to be her. You know, like
when he unblocked it and it was like all like cursing and a lot of like a wall of text on her side. I was like, oh, Eve, that's funny. It's his ex is now dating Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
It's kind of
there's the other part that's really funny when he goes want to meet up, and he goes to meet up with her, and there's 3 like prostitutes. They're like, hey, want to hang out?
And he's like, and in the office, there's girls checking him out. I just like that. Girls like Jimmy Olsen in this universe.
It's a Jimmy Olsen with swag. You know,
And he
finally got one. It's great. You know,
well, it's
like
yeah.
I was gonna say that's important to me as Nicholas Hoult, like killing it as Lex Luthor,
Yeah,
or
he was
Rachel
great.
Brosnan being like the best Lois Lane, in my opinion. You know,
It's supposed to be that like Clark Kent, his glasses are obviously, he has stuff going on so that it hides his face, but it's also supposed to be that everyone's so busy looking at Jimmy Olsen that they don't
right.
check out Clark Kent's
I
face.
love that they shouted out
Yeah.
hypno glasses.
The hypno glasses and
Oh,
a tossed off line, and like, wait, what? And then it's like, oh, great, that's
yeah, that's a
nailed it. Didn't over explain it. You don't need a Vox explainer about that.
I knew from the first trailer when we see the clip of him in the like baseball diamond. First of all, baseball All-American, very fun.
Yep.
But him fighting Ultraman, and when they said it was Ultraman, I was like, that's fucking Bizarro. That's a clone. It's a Lex
absolutely
clone,
Bizarro.
and it's gonna be
Yes.
Bizarro. And then when he went into the black hole with all the QB shit, I'm like, oh, they're gonna do Bizarro World. He's gonna have a whole planet. Oh my god, I can't.
I realize you mean Cube as in CUBE-Y and not QB, the doomed short form comedy platform.
Yes.
But that said, I am envisioning a scenario of there being a pocket dimension full of doomed comedians trying to get their big break, all doing like their Type 2.
What do you guys think of the Pocket Universe thing, by the way? It's so
They threw it in there, and I was like, okay, I believe you can make that.
I mean, it felt like I was making the joke before we did
That's
this.
where they imprison a lot of those.
It's a black site. Yeah, I mean, it's a concentration camp.
Using
Right?
that as
You know?
And I was making the joke about like Superman gets sent to El Salvador and watching the movie. I was like, oh no, yeah, they really did. They got sent to El Salvador. Like, and they even shouted out, they're like, oh, there's people from other. I mean, I know it was written before we got to this dark moment, but like they're like, oh, there's people from other like dictatorships or whatever.
It happens.
I get money to put people in this thing. And his fucking ex-girlfriend, which is the most Elon Musk thing in the world.
His exes are in there. It was really funny. And I liked how not only Lex's like crew were when he knocks over the pencils and they're all trying to pick him up and be the one who picks him up for Lex so that they can hope to get like a raise or something. The prisoners are also trying to be the one to tell the guards that Metamorpho.
Let me narc. I'll be the first one to narc.
So that maybe I can get out. You know, I love the culture of fear that he engenders in the people around him, makes him scarier even when Nicholas Hoult is hamming it up. As Lex.
They had the amazing line though when it's his ex, and I almost felt like Conan in this moment, but he's like, "Oh, that's my ex. She wrote a blog about me," and I wanted to be like, "Shout out to blogs!" Like, you know, this day is brought to you by blogs.
Also, KT said that wondered if Forrest and Alex were related because it's like you could almost copy and paste each other. Because Forrest, you've done the mustache in the past.
Yeah, I've done the mustache. That was up until I got my license renewed a little while ago. That was my license.
I can see it. You got to. All right, so Alex, you need a pair of glasses that maybe are hypnotic. Who knows? And Forrest, you need a Green Lantern hat.
I feel like these are like the greatest Clark Kent glasses. You know, like,
yeah.
Like
I'm hypnotized already.
Like
I wore these to the Weird Al concert.
Like I feel like because when I was a kid, I was like, dude, there's no way. He puts on the glasses and he's a totally different person. You put on like a giant ass pair of glasses like this, and you're like, you change your posture.
Can I tell you, Jello Biafra still will look at me and go squint and be like, it's Conan. Like, oh, because I wore glasses the longest time and he just pattern recognized the glasses. I'm talking about for literal years. I haven't worn glasses since 2008. And it's again, I have a specific neo celebrity shout out of that exact thing you're talking about. But I do think
this episode is brought to you by Jello Biafra for mayor.
Which is kind of like the Harley Quinn animated series Joker run is very much inspired by the Jello Biafra real life run for mayor in 1978. Okay, so Other Dimensional Guantanamo Bay is good. I liked it. It worked for me. I didn't like some of the looks of it, like it's sort of kind of like CGI. Or I mean,
like whatever. And it to me, it was kind of like it's a half-baked pocket universe.
Yeah.
It served the purpose that he needed it for. He didn't care about the ramifications or how it looked. It just works. And then Mr. Terrific's like, yeah, this is bullshit. This is extremely dangerous. And I love
you're right.
He was.
It fits the criteria of the Lex Luthor character, who was like, he just doesn't care. He doesn't care. He like doesn't have anybody to tell him no. Quite the contrary, surrounded by like yes men that are all very well paid. One can imagine. But even then, like guys, like, hey, I'm ready to input the code to like stop the universe from exploding anytime. Should I do that right now? I should probably do that, right? And he's like, no, let it go. It's like, oh, really? And he's like, probably being like, how much?
And then when Terrific showed up, that guy found another person to suck up to and was like, hey, I've been telling Lex to close it for hours. I'll help you close it. And he said, I am goddamn Mr. Terrific.
Don't care at all. Get out of here.
Nobody to help me.
Which is that is a
the engineer was cool. Nanotech, whatever.
I like that they found a way to incorporate Metamorpho, like just as another. Like, why not incorporate like another superhero character from DC that's like.
In that moment, Lex saying, "There's no more kryptonite on Earth," and you believe it because it's Lex saying it, and he would know because he's going to be looking.
And he also figured out a way to, to achieve his goals. Right?
Lex Luthor tweets out, "We will coup whoever we want to get kryptonite."
Yeah, exactly. It's the new vibranium.
So two things. Another shout out before we go to Letterboxd one-liners. I just love Nathan Fillion's Guy Gardner. It's so great. To me, it's the comedic heart of the movie, inclusive of the haircut, which is amazing. And as someone who has been with that guy since Firefly, is just like I always love to see Nathan Fillion winning.
There couldn't be a different like a different kind of superhero guy than Superman in this too, which expands the world by quite a lot. Like his whole, I mean, of course, I love we're both men of the cloth, but like to have a character who is completely self-interested, and has no discipline about what he says, and has no because he's like talking about like how many girls he's been with, and like he can't even discipline himself enough to not give away Superman's secret identity.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Well, and Guy Gardner,
I'll kill Clark Kent too, and I'm like,
And Guy Gardner in the comics, like he gets by a train, if I remember correctly, and like is kind of like not right for a long time afterwards. And I know that Nathan Fillion's a huge fan, like to the fact that like I guess they made multiple rings, Green Lantern rings, and he wore one to the premiere.
That's awesome.
Like that's how much dedicated he is to this. I love that. Yeah, there you go. Just like our guest Alex right now. But I think I don't think it works. I think it works without him, but I think it's very clear and leaning into that Silver Age fun aspect of it with a modern sensibility. Like when he sorry, spoiler alert, everyone, when he's like, middle fingering up the tanks. Great. Yeah. I got no notes for that. That's good. That's like, the Kevin Smith style visual humor,
And also displays he's a fucking Green Lantern. Like he's
the Green Lantern.
Much bigger problems.
He can do anything except affect the color yellow. That's the one thing he can do.
He's the Green Lantern. He's Green Lantern, not the Green Hornet.
Yeah, exactly. Not the Green. Whoa!
He was fantastic in the movie. I was so happy.
I can't believe we're in a war, Superman.
But
where's Kato?
I like also the detail that there's like Lantern Corps or whatever, like there's like the company like they're sponsored by a company, like there's somebody out there that's like has like a lab that's like sponsoring them, as opposed to Superman being like,
it's Lord.
Maxwell Lord.
Maxwell Lord, and we do not have time to get into Maxwell Lord and all that, but I'm glad it's there, and I'm glad he gets the line of like, finally Democrats and Republicans can agree on something. Lex Luthor's dick or whatever he said.
Yeah, he's another billionaire.
I caught all those cameos.
And this is my chance to be the top billionaire that everybody loves. Everyone saw the Justice Gang go save those people. Like he's taking advantage of it in that movie. Term is Lantern X.
It's very good. It's very good, Stevie. Well done.
But there's the I love the Michael Ian Black Tucker Carlson. Because I've been a fan of Michael Ian Black for so long before I knew him about like his like live politics thing, and he has so much fun being like, Superman, is he good? Like doing the fucking Tucker
He does
Carlson.
a great job. He's got resting smug face anyway, and he's deploying in the course of good here. So last thing before we go to one-liners, just another shout out for Rachel Brosnahan. I love her Lois Lane so much. It's fantastic. I was agnostic when I heard the casting because I just wasn't familiar, but I think she really. I don't think this movie works without Rachel Brosnahan as Lois Lane.
Integral.
And I think she just I hope that is recognized in some way, shape, or form later in the year. I mean, who knows? Like with the genre.
My fiance actually found her. She said Lois was a little cheesy to me and a little abrasive, and I was like,
I mean, she's supposed to be though, right? Like
she is supposed to be abrasive and like gung ho and throwing herself into danger all the goddamn time.
She's won multiple Pulitzer Prizes, and as I mentioned, it's one of the first times you actually believe that the character did. Like, I believe it.
She's believe it. Yo, her Twitter is probably so annoying.
Probably, but what is not annoying, of course, is a Letterboxd, which is a social media site for film lovers talk out with and to each other about the films that they love, and maybe the films that they didn't love, maybe the films that were exclusively thirst post about the aforementioned Lois Lane and or Superman. And of course, all of this is bottom up democracy. Everyone gets to have their say. Everyone gets to chime and opine about the movies that they love, and is best expressed succinctly where they are collected weekly by yours truly for Force and the panel to react to. That's what this bit is. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for Superman 2025. Let's go. Oh my God. Call me Gal Gadot the way I didn't know how to act right now.
Can I? No.
I like the Wonder Woman movie. I think it's in spite of her acting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think anything she's been in that ends up being good is in spite of her acting.
Almost everything, yeah. Snyderverse fans review bombing this are actually Lex Luthor's monkey bots for real.
That was one of my favorite bits that I forgot about. Where
I love
you
that.
find out that everyone it's just a fucking cyber monkey that's been doing the super
with Neuralink.
Yeah.
Neuralink monkey.
I don't know. I laughed harder than I should have when I.
Is this fucking play about us? TikTok trend.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's actually a well-written Superman film.
A lot of people being mad about it, I feel like comes out of just not liking the James Gunn aesthetic. But like, I mean, I I would not have been able to tolerate like a Superman film that was the other kind of aesthetic, like the.
I'll just say, looking at this picture, I am reminded this is the new 52 Superman suit, and I was not a fan of that. The only difference being that there are the red trunks in the movie.
Thank God
I
those
think
are
it
back.
worked in the movie.
Wow.
Because of how he acts, and he's so well written, and David Cornsmith does such a great job bringing that hokey, hopeful, idealistic character to Superman that he is. Like, the suit didn't bother me. I love the suit.
Can I say, Alex, this is a pretty nerdy show, but that takes the cake. Right there. I hear what you're saying. I agree. But wow,
we are trunk supporters here.
Deep on comics.
We're trunk positive and we vote. The type of movie that makes a motherfucker want to do community service.
Yes.
Yeah. Bro, imagine having to do community service like after they knock down the giant lizard, or like the giant kaiju, like
cleaning up rubble.
Yeah, like, this is like the 5th time this week, or like doing community service after the Hammer of Baravia shows up. And you're like, come on, we didn't used to have robots. We didn't used to have robots like this. Who's made them? Where are they coming from?
Can I say Hammer of Baravia is one of the best fake villain names I've ever heard. It's like that's so good. That's so good, and how just like wow, you really like it's like the writer really just was like Hammer of Baravia, right? And it's like no, that's perfect because it's not real. Spoiler alert, everyone.
You know what though? It got me because I was like, hell, countries do have their own metahumans in the comics.
Oh yeah.
And they set up in the very beginning, the 300 years ago, metahumans emerged. So it would make sense that some governments are like, no, we're going to have our own heroes and that go out and do our bidding.
We have heard that you have said Baravia does not have a right to exist. Prepare to meet the Hammer.
No, I love that. I love that twist. And seeing the armor of the Hammer of Baravia, but also of the Raptor team that he has, and the little purple and green. I'm like, oh, there's Lex's armor.
We have heard that you said that Baravian hummus is subpar. Prepare to get the hammer.
Finally, a Superman who's silly and also fucks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yo, I mean, listen, when he's in Lois Lane's apartment and she's like, she has the bat, and then they just start like going at it. I'm like, this feels like different than the usual like tepid kind of like first kiss, and like you're kind of in the middle of the end of the honeymoon of their relationship, pretty much. Like the part where she's like, do I really want this?
No, I like that because they've been dating for a little while and now they're getting real. Yeah. And can they actually
I want that.
You see like the will they won't they parts in Superman all the time, and you see like the
this
finally
is like past like
they're
that
finally
part, which
together.
is great.
This is like the 3-month mark where it's like either it has to get serious or this is over.
Yeah, right. And see my rant about all the Spider-Man movies where it's always in high school. It's like, Jesus Christ, they're 35 years old. They're in high school. All right.
We have heard that you are 35 and in high school. Prepared to put the hammer.
The comic book writers want to keep writing that Spider-Man
because right, exactly. But it's like I want the Spider-Man with like with relationship problems who has a shitty boss.
Yeah, I want Spider-Man with Mary Jane and having a kid.
Exactly.
I expected his boss, because it's Bunk from fucking The Wire. I expected his boss to be like, let's go out on the roof, and he has like Jameson and like a little
yeah, that'd be hilarious.
That'd be great.
He's like singing the Pogues and he's mad drunk on the roof. They're like, the boss is back on the roof again.
Hawk Girl Summer.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go.
Again, I wish we got a little more of her, but we will in future projects. But
I'm glad
what she did. I love that she screamed every time that she showed up.
I'm glad she doesn't have the Hawk Tua podcast or whatever.
Yeah.
I have 2 letterbox. Right, exactly. I had 2 letterbox mutuals that were let's just say had the reverse reaction to whether they were or were not excited by the Hawk Girl screaming.
She's Netanyahu off the roof. She's gonna have a war cry.
Yeah, one of them was solidly in the pro camp, and the other was solidly in the anti camp. So,
I mean, the first thing I did think of was Black Canary. I was like, are you taking away from a future Black Canary by having Hawk Girl also scream? but it's not like a superpower. It's just she likes to do it.
It's like there's like a screaming super broad quotient.
Monopoly
like,
on
like, there could be multiple ones.
That was my first thought in the theater.
That
Screaming
guy,
super broads. Thank you. Like and subscribe, everybody.
That guy, Kristina, you know Freddie that hosts the podcast with Anders Lee.
Yeah.
So he had some tweet that was like it's like Hawk Girl threw Netanyahu off a roof the same way that they talk about Hamas throwing gay people off roofs in Israel.
Yeah.
Wow.
I cannot do the scream.
Woof.
I mean, listen, you getting down and dirty. You know, the night's young. You're hooking up, and then you hear that.
Whoa, wait. That and you. Okay, I get where that was going.
Next. People who give this film a half star should be giving Guy Gardner's haircut immediately.
Yes.
See how you fare without a ring.
It's crazy. Like the ultimate thing is like if Superman can even inspire that guy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
It's
I
like-
loved that because I was like, well, how's Superman going to show up? He's busy fighting Bizarro. How is he going to get to Palestine?
Yeah, like Superman, you gotta get to Palestine.
When that green box went over the kid, I was like, yes,
It's like hell yeah.
fucking lantern.
And they play it for the most, like they know what they're doing. They play it for the most, like, you know, like the kid's about to get killed, and you're like, this is gonna fucking suck. And then the thing goes around him, and you're like, yeah.
And the Mr. Terrific fight scene, which was great, and it reminded me. A lot of people are bringing up the fight scene in God, fuck, I can't remember. But I thought of the fight scene in the Suicide Squad where they're rotating around Peacemaker's helmet, and you see the fight in the reflection. I like that they rotate around Lois's face of like amazement and shock as Terrific is just taking out all these goons. That was a really great scene.
I don't know. I know that you don't particularly like that they had the whole thing going on behind them where they're fighting the space imp or whatever. But I don't know. It just took me back so nicely to like the fight against Starro.
Yeah, no, I like that visual. I just wish it wasn't as prominent in that scene. It could be in the beginning.
I get that.
But that's also it's 2025 versus 1977 or whatever.
No, I mean, you could still have. I mean, Andor did a whole show that's very earnest, and they didn't. There was humor in it, but they didn't undercut.
All right.
moments
Let's
with humor.
send a letter to the editor. Fine, let's get next. Supergirl is Brat.
Yes.
Yes, she is.
I just want to see like they're like Supergirl, you gotta save those people, and she's like, sorry, there's a red sun here, and I can't. And once the red sun is out. The guns are out. Like,
I'm very excited that's going to be your storyline because that's one of my favorite Supergirl stories. So that's very cool.
And replacing the villain of that story with Lobo, I think, is a good call for.
That's also a better casting for Jason Momoa, aka Mr.
when I was
Adrian
Aquaman,
Johnson.
he literally wanted to be Lobo too, like from the beginning.
Yeah,
he looks like him.
And Zack Snyder was like, nah, Aquaman.
Yo, it's crazy to have multiple Aquaman movies. It's like the least like The Boys did the best kind of Aquaman where he's just like he just gets Me Too'd because it's like
right, yeah, he's because of the octopus. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. What was the character from Entourage was going to be Aquaman, right? Is that
Oh yeah. The main character that was his big get.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of forgot that show existed, but yeah, Vincent Chase. Vincent Chase.
People always talk about it. I've seen it, but like people always talk about it more than I feel like
my friends were very into it, and I did not like it.
Yeah, I mean it's an acquired taste. A funny, touching, inventive, and thrilling documentary about a man named Superman who is real and strong and my friend.
Yes, he is.
I really liked the punk rock thing, which I didn't say earlier because we all got like distracted. As like a Superman is just supposed to be uncool, like earnest, easy, and uncool, and like his fixation on like, oh, I love punk rock, and then he lists off like the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, but like,
it's the cheesiest bands you've ever heard.
Lois is giving him shit for it, but he's like, you know what? I'm earnest in my like of this music.
He's like, maybe kindness is the real punk rock, and it's like I love that line, but it's like it's such like a corny guy thing to say. Like maybe
it is.
kindness. It's the real hip hop.
Yeah,
it works on a few levels though, and that's
Yeah.
strong writing. And I say that as someone that, like I said, like missed me with that last needle drop, and I was like, wow, that almost ruined the movie for me. But, you know.
And in regards to this line here, Superman is real. In South Park and Imagination Land, the lesson of that episode arc is just because something is imaginary doesn't mean it isn't real. Superman affects how you, if it's Superman or Jesus Christ, affects how you live on this planet, and it makes you be kinder to people. It gives you more empathy. It inspires you to do good, to volunteer. That has more real impact than some of the real people that you interact with day to day.
Absolutely. Agreed.
He is real, but he's not Israel. It's not.
He's Jesus.
Fantastic. Move on. Snyder cult in shambles right now.
I mean,
If I had nickel every time I saw that.
and again, Zack Snyder has denounced the racism of those people. And I love.
I hate the. I saw just that scene because I haven't watched Rick and Morty in a while, even though like I used to watch it constantly. But they had the scene with James Gunn and Zack Snyder where they're like in the thing, and James Gunn's like, "Hello, Zack Snyder," and he's like, "Hello, James Gunn," and it's like, man, since the Rick and Morty guy got fucking Me Too'd, it's like this show's been terrible.
No, I'm enjoying the new season. Me and my fiance are watching it week to week.
All right, maybe I gotta start watching it again.
I gotta close this bit out, by the way, everybody. So yeah. Those are Letterboxd one-liners for Superman 2025. Please follow the show on our Letterboxd HQ account at Movie Night Extra, covering all of the great movies that we cover on this weekly podcast, as well as many more attendant short form content, link stuff. Things along those lines. Follow us on the popular Letterboxd forum format on there. The Ice Pocket Universe at Always Flacco over there. Your host, Forrest Miller. He's logging all the stuff on this show and far more at Always Flacco on Letterboxd. I am Guy Gardner's bowl cut at Conan Neutron, and I am doing the highbrow, the midbrow, the populous fare. Follow me along for the Criterion Challenge. Totally on par right now. Got to say that. On par for the Criterion Challenge. Follow me along for that and so much more. Hashtag good guy with a gun, 2 N's. Kristina Oaks down there. Adam, Kristina on Letterboxd, logging stuff more and more these days. Alex, I have no idea if you have a Letterboxd account or not. This is not social pressure. Okay, that's fine. Let's hit it with the plugs, please.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
Yes, John Fine of We Contain Multitudes and Bitch Magnet, real name for band people. Also author of the Your Band Sucks book, which is great. And that is coming up tomorrow. The Ryan Christopher Parks B. Hamilton episode is up in the general feed. And the Cheer Accident episode is up for patrons as well. We have a bunch of really cool stuff coming up, not the least of which is stuff I can't say because I just remembered how to reschedule. I don't remember what the day is. But patreon.com/Protonic Reversal, $1 a month for advanced access to all that. Always free. ProtonicReversal.com. For the archives, get it wherever you get your podcasts. My band, Conan Neutron, The Secret Friends. We are playing with the Jesus Lizard in November in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, at Turner Hall Ballroom. There's advanced tickets up for that. We have a tour for that's going to be Atlanta, Birmingham, New Orleans, Austin, Denton, Wichita, Dubuque. And then we also have a tour at the Rat City Recon in Seattle, which is going to be in October, which is more Mountain West and things along those lines. We're in Eugene, Portland as well. And neutronfriends.bandcamp.com for With Neutron, the new record. You can purchase that there. Direct support is always the best. You can also get it on all the streaming platforms that really don't make us any money at all. New merch items coming up soon. 2 new videos coming out in the next 6 weeks. So be on the lookout for that. Of course, if you pay attention to this show, you'll hear about it probably before it's even ready. But that's what's happening there. Kristina, what do you got?
Yeah, well, I did my Kristina's Corner, and then I hung out with Alex right afterwards, do our non-spoiler Superman review. And from the comments to this stream, a lot of people were kind of like, wow, there wasn't that too many spoilers. I'm like, we did it. But still streaming on Twitch. I was on Power Report last week with Dan, Bam, and C's. And we're still doing Shadow Saturday. We are at the point where Barnabas is possessed by some satanic cult. And yeah, a lot of weird shit's going on. And I'm like, this is the part of the soap operas where they just throw a random storyline because they have nowhere else to go.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Hi, my name is Alex. I have a channel called Devil's Advocate Productions on YouTube and Twitch. On Twitch, I stream. I try to do it at least once a week. I'm trying to do it more often. Played the new Tony Hawk 3 and 4 remake. Very happy with that game. On my channel, I have a Superman review. I review movies, music, TV, video games. I do trailer reactions to video games and movies. I have an album. Speaking of music, there's a new band called DERY, came out a couple years ago, and their second album just came out, and I reviewed it on my channel. I reacted to it and reviewed it on my channel. I'm going to see them in November because I loved it that much. Nice. I have a bunch of Kendrick reactions. Got into Kendrick Lamar this past year because of events. Went to see him at MetLife Stadium. I have a little my experience at MetLife seeing Kendrick Lamar video on my channel. I'm on Twitter and Blue Sky at Devil's Advocate C. And yeah, I'm on this space. And me and Kristina, yeah, like she said, we did a non-spoiler review of Superman. Last week we played a video game. Anything can happen on this space, folks. Anything.
Which we are currently on right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is very spoiler late. Just so you know.
Spoiler warning at the end. I love it.
We always do. It's like, look, if you're watching this and you haven't seen the movie yet, I don't know what you're doing.
Thank you guys so
It's
much.
It's like you have a
yeah.
But it's like you have like a trigger warning at the end. You're like, oh man, I should have said trigger warning.
You want to kick us off with final thoughts there, Alex?
Go see Superman, folks. Get this movie. Go see it again. If you've already seen it, go see it again. I want this movie breaking box office records. I want more fucking DC movies. I want more shows. Not Peter Safran. Fucking David Zaslav said we are full steam ahead with the 10-year plan. I want a 20-year plan. I want every character on screen. I want DC.
A Green Lantern ring on every finger.
A Green Lantern, like the cover of Emerald Twilight. Let's fucking go.
Yo, Alex, what do you think of Jaws?
Nice.
You're a Jaws. You're a Jaws fan?
Love Jaws.
Want to come on in 2 weeks to talk
Shark
about
agnostic.
Jaws?
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right.
I watch all of it.
Yeah, no. There's only one. They only made the one. They only made the one movie.
Yeah, there's
actually.
one Jaws. One.
Yeah.
When
talking about 3D. What are you talking about?
I used to watch Jaws every summer and scare the shit out of myself because we had it when I was up in Maine. Well, because we were on the ocean in Maine, and we had like my grandpa's house in Maine up until COVID, and my dad was like selling it. And 2 weeks after I left for the last time, the first ever shark attack happened, literally where I was 2 weeks before on the Cove. The first great white attack that ever happened, and it ripped a woman in half. And I was like, I knew as a kid I should have been scared every summer going into the ocean. I
was right.
Okay, can I just I'm gonna Chekhov's gun that the third song on the Way of the Neutron is called Sharks Keep Moving, and we're doing Jaws in 2 weeks. Okay.
Yeah.
I've
They
been
do
to
keep
Maine for
moving
the
further
first
and further
time for a
north,
friend's wedding,
apparently.
and I understood why Stephen King wrote horror.
Yeah.
When I was in
Yeah,
Maine.
yeah,
It
yeah.
is so creepy and empty.
It is parts of it, especially like you could drive so far in Maine and not see like
It was so
yeah.
fucking. We had to drive for 11 hours to get up there.
And I haven't even been to like the Arcadia part, like where it's desolate up there. But Kristina, final thoughts.
I've been waiting for this movie since James Gunn announced it, and I knew from the beginning to trust him, trust the process. He knows what he's doing. All the doubters, just I don't understand, y'all. He did the damn thing. This is a Superman that we can look up to, have hope, and dreams. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of the DC universe. I'm gonna be 42 in 10 years, so that should be interesting. But yeah, bring back Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn. That's all.
Peacemaker season 2 trailer reaction on my channel.
Doubt James Gunn. No, I don't. Doubt James Gunn. No, I don't.
Conan?
Very good.
Conan, final thoughts on my Nirvana
on your Nirvana impression. Yeah, B-. All right. Generationally, we have not gotten a movie where Superman is just a good person, like the best of us, without being strictly one of us. So that's very key to understanding the character. As mentioned, as a younger man, I sneered at his cheesiness and nearly naive viewpoint. Far preferring the beating up dudes in the street billionaire Batman. But I've come to realize as an adult, that's anything but naive. And it's the best kind of bravery that there is. And, Clark Kal-El, he can do anything he wants. And he chooses to do good. And it's all summed up.
I got so edgelordy at one point as a kid. I was like, nah, even Batman's too cheesy. Spawn. He went to hell and came back.
He's gritty. He's gritty and dark. See, Deadpool and Wolverine for that. But your choices, your actions, that's what makes you who you are. Great. That sums up everything you need to know about this very great nurture versus nature story. It's so many storytellers have missed the mark with the intrinsic part of the character of him being fundamentally good. He's not like, in this case, we have a self-serious Superman in a terminally online, vulgar, and react culture, online dominated world. And he's dealing with the challenges, but not defined by them. And I think we become so culturally poisoned to think of the powerful super entity as the least of us, like the Homelander, the dark, gritty, borderline anti-hero. And I think that you see this guy like rescuing a squirrel that's going to get trampled by a monster. That's amazing. A monster that he wants to find a non-lethal solution for. And we don't need to see the umpteenth version of Superman's origin story. We don't need to know how he learned to be Clark Kent, or people don't recognize him without his glasses. It's all dispatched very quickly and elegantly. And it's thrilling to see this character get the big screen treatment he deserves. And with all the prerequisite darkly comic love that Gunn brings. And at the heart of it, as I said, we have the son of Ma and Pa Kent doing good. So this is not just a good movie, but an important movie. That's the thing. We all need Superman in our lives, and we all need to find the Superman in ourselves.
And I love that even Lex he wants to save. He's like, I'm disappointed that you're not using your humanity to do good. You could do so much good, Lex.
Yes.
Good God.
Coming up next week, The Life of Chuck, one of my favorite movies of the year. Stephen King penned and Mike Flanagan directed, and not like any other Mike Flanagan movie you've seen. And Zach, our friend Zach Marsh, is going to be joining us for that one. Should be a good one.
Yeah.
Then after that, of course, we
got a couple weeks to work on that.
Yeah, we're gonna really workshop this. Alex, thanks so much. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah,
for having
and
me.
we're gonna do an after party after this, we should say.
You're welcome to come around the after party if you want. And thank you all the space listeners and viewers. Make sure to like and subscribe.
On to after party, which I thought I made, but then it isn't showing up, so I gotta get off.
If you want to come hang out with us, spacers, go over to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel.
If you're like, this is way too orderly and on topic, boy, do we have the show for you.
I will be watching in the background as I eat dinner.
All right.
Folks. Thank you so much for watching.
We had a good time, and
Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time.